Riyun, a man who had died, found himself resurrected in Aeon, a fantastical realm where endless battle was the only way of life. It was a place where no one ever aged, condemned to an eternal struggle against monstrous magical beasts, a terrifying existence. Our boy stood firm amidst the chaos, his resolve shining brightly against the backdrop of countless foes and endless conflict. He faced down terrifying creatures, their gaping maws and glowing eyes, a constant reminder of the relentless danger surrounding him. Even with blood staining his clothes and exhaustion etched on his face, he continued to fight, never once faltering in his grim determination. His eyes, sharp and unwavering, reflected the fierce spirit of a warrior who had endured a century of unimaginable hardship and loss. Standing atop the defeated, our hero held his bloodied swords, a silent testament to the battles he had fought and the victories he had earned. Yet, the monstrous forms of his enemies were never truly gone, always replaced by new, equally terrifying foes that emerged from the shadows. He moved with deadly precision, weaving through attacks and striking with swift, decisive blows against the hulking beasts. With each powerful impact, the ground trembled and enemies crumbled before him, a clear demonstration of his brutal efficiency. Leaping into the fray, he unleashed a powerful attack, a burst of green energy slicing through the air towards a massive creature. After spending over 100 years on the brink of life and death, he knew this was his final chance to reclaim the freedom that had been stolen from him. His face, still marked by battle, hardened with an intense focus, ready to make his ultimate move in this never-ending war. He channeled his immense power into one devastating strike, a brilliant flash of light exploding outward from his blade. The resulting impact was colossal, a blinding explosion that ripped through the battlefield, shaking the very foundations of Aeon. Even as his own blood splattered, he pushed through the pain, his sword a dark extension of his unyielding will against the encroaching darkness. His true enemy, a dark, skeletal figure radiating malevolent purple energy, revealed itself, a chilling presence that had orchestrated all his suffering. He looked back at the ruined landscape, a century of battles and lost comrades weighing heavily on his soul, but his gaze remained fixed forward. With eyes burning with an emerald glow, he faced the architect of this hell, ready to make his final stand against the oppressive force. He stood within a swirling arcane circle, his power resonating with the ancient magic of Aeon, prepared for the ultimate confrontation. With a swift lunge, he initiated the attack, a blur of motion and flashing blades, aiming to end the torment once and for all. Energy erupted from him, a torrent of destructive power that swept across the field, engulfing everything in its path. Skeletons rose from the ground, summoned by his necromantic power, joining the fray and adding to his overwhelming force. More and more undead warriors emerged, their glowing forms a relentless tide against the magical beasts, turning the tide of battle. The clash of forces was immense, a maelstrom of green energy and clashing bodies as his summoned army fought fiercely. A massive burst of energy exploded at the center of the battle, obliterating swaths of enemies and leaving a crater in its wake. As the dust settled, a quiet calm descended upon the devastated land, the echoes of battle slowly fading into silence. He stood tall, looking up at the sky, a silent victor whose long war seemed to have finally reached its conclusion. Leaving the desolate ruins behind, he walked towards a new horizon, the promise of freedom beckoning in the distance. He saw other players, battered but hopeful, looking to him as he moved towards a radiant light, a beacon of liberation for them all. This was the Ghost King, Riyun, a formidable player who had mastered the dark arts, his confident smirk hinting at his hidden depths. His fellow players, exhausted and wounded, cried out his name, Riyun, Ghost King Riyun, their voices filled with desperate hope. One woman, tears streaming down her face, pleaded with him, begging for release from this endless hell, placing all her faith in him. He met their gaze, his expression resolute, ready to face the ultimate challenge and bring an end to their shared nightmare. Finally, he confronted the god of Aeon, a radiant golden figure floating above the ravaged landscape, the overseer of their suffering. The god, with an unsettling smile, watched him with an air of amused superiority, his golden eyes filled with ancient power. Our hero's eye widened, a sudden realization or memory striking him with the force of a physical blow, his composure momentarily broken. The god began to speak, his voice echoing with taunts, revealing the grim truth of Riyun's origins and his twisted path to Aeon. He was once Riyun Sermin, from a proud noble family on the Drea continent, but they fell, raided by the rival Patton family. After his capture, he endured years of unspeakable torture until he died, only to awaken in this cruel, endless game of Aeon. Enraged by the god's casual retelling of his trauma, Riyun screamed, a furious command to silence the mocking deity. The god merely smiled, acknowledging Riyun's incredible feat of mastering the ghost, assassin, and necromancer classes in just a century. Riyun lunged forward, his blades flashing, accusing the god of locking them all in this ceaseless battlefield for his own sick amusement. He decried the god for toying with them, for relishing their struggles before ultimately discarding them, his fury fueling his every strike. The god simply laughed, a chilling sound, admitting that Riyun was truly the best player and he should enjoy playing with him a little longer. Riyun gritted his teeth, enduring a powerful strike, the god's immense power overwhelming him despite his fierce resistance. A blinding explosion of golden energy erupted, engulfing Riyun completely, a devastating display of the god's overwhelming might. Our hero was caught in the blast, his body absorbing the full force of the divine attack, his fate hanging in the balance. The god, triumphant and grinning, offered Riyun one last wish, asking if he had any final words before his inevitable end. A tear welled in Riyun's eye, reflecting the golden light, a poignant moment of vulnerability amidst his overwhelming defeat. Lying bleeding on the ground, he coughed weakly, stating that he had no such thing as a last wish, his spirit seemingly broken. But the god's hand reached down, golden energy swirling, revealing a shocking truth. Riyun had already made his wish. Riyun Sermin, a young man from a noble lineage, was brutally tortured, his body chained and broken in a dark dungeon. His bloodied form sagged, each breath a struggle as the heat from a brazier intensified his suffering. Sons Patton, his white-haired tormentor, watched with a smirk, finding the young man's pain quite amusing. He held Riyun's head up, reminding him that while his family was blessed with talent, he himself was cursed. The direct descendants of the Sermin family were meant to be born with some kind of talent, a legacy of power. Yet, Riyun received only a curse, a bitter irony that made his struggles even more pathetic in Patton's eyes. A searing blade plunged into his chest, eliciting a guttural choke, his body racked with pain. Still, he somehow clung to life, his will surprisingly tenacious despite the endless torment. Patton leaned in, questioning his resilience, wondering aloud why he wouldn't just give up. Riyun could only mouth a desperate plea, his tongue having been removed, leaving him utterly voiceless. Patton feigned ignorance, mocking him further about what he might have been trying to say. He mused about getting more from the Sermin bloodline, but this game was starting to bore him. Patton then corrected himself, stating it wasn't the anniversary of his birth, but of the Sermin family's ruin. This cruel reminder of his family's downfall was delivered with a chilling smile, 3 years having passed since their destruction. Riyun lay on the cold stone floor, the chains biting into his flesh, the weight of 3 lost years pressing down on him. His family, the Sermin family, had once been a pillar of strength, a name synonymous with power and defense. Their banner bearing a proud tree emblem flew over a city teeming with their loyal knights. These knights, clad in shining armor, rode on horseback, ready to face any threat that dared approach. Their home, the Drea continent, bordered the Darkland, a desolate place known for constantly birthing monstrous beasts. The Sermin family stood as the valiant front line, tirelessly defending against the relentless invasions of these creatures. They were one of the 5 great noble families of the Drea continent, revered and respected by all. Indeed, the Sermin family was the most powerful and vast among the great noble houses, a true bastion of strength. However, this mighty family rapidly declined after the sudden disappearance of Riyun's father and brothers. The optimistic Patton family did not miss their chance, swiftly trampling over the weakened Sermin lineage. What those bastards truly coveted was the blessing passed down in the Sermin family, the dragon's bloodline. A direct descendant who received that blood could become a 7th Circle Great Mage by age 10 and a Swordmaster by 15. However, Riyun could not. He was afflicted by the curse of the Demon King Archon, which appeared once every few centuries in the family. Cursed by this ancient evil, he was bound in ethereal chains, unable to tap into his family's inherent gifts. He could never possess any kind of sword technique or magic, rendering him powerless despite his lineage. If that curse hadn't been there, if he had only possessed some power, he wouldn't have been trampled by the Patton family. He wouldn't have had to endure Sons Patton's horrific experiments and endless torture for 3 agonizing years. Now, even the weight of regret felt too heavy to bear, his spirit worn down to its very last thread. He could feel it deep within his bones. Today was truly his last day, his life force ebbing away. Just as despair threatened to consume him, A brilliant purple aura flared, and a spectral figure emerged from the shadows. A powerful golden being with glowing eyes then appeared, its presence radiating immense, ancient power. It gazed upon Riyun's broken form, its voice resonating with an otherworldly tone, offering to grant his wish. A massive, glowing hand reached down, enveloping Riyun in a cascade of golden light, promising a new destiny. The world dissolved into a blinding flash, and when Riyun's senses returned, he was no longer in the dungeon. He heard a voice, muffled at first, then growing clearer, filled with an urgent, familiar worry. "Young master," the voice cried out, and his eyes snapped open, a strange mix of confusion and recognition on his face. He saw Colin, the nurse of the Sermin family, but she looked much younger than he remembered. It was undeniably Colin, her youthful face filled with concern, asking why he was already frail and overworking himself. Why was she in front of his eyes, and in her younger form? This was impossible. He looked around his room, recognizing the familiar opulence of his childhood home. "No way!" he gasped, understanding dawning. "Colin, the mirror! Quick!" he commanded, his voice filled with a desperate urgency she couldn't comprehend. Yes, a mirror all of a sudden," she replied, her face a mask of bewildered surprise. He stared at his reflection, seeing the face of his 12-year-old self, unmarred by years of torture. Then, with a frantic urgency, he asked Colin for the current date, his heart pounding in his chest. "Good heavens, what's wrong with our young master?" she exclaimed before answering. "It's August 17, 1892 of the Drea calendar." 1892. The year echoed in his mind, a date etched into his memory. That was clearly the time when he was 12 years old, before everything went wrong. At the same time, a vivid memory flashed before his eyes, a scene of fiery destruction. The great noble family Sermin, once so mighty and respected. It began its decline at the hands of the Patton family, a descent into ruin marked by flames. The golden being's promise echoed once more, "I shall grant your wish." Did he truly return to that pivotal time? The question hung heavy in the air. A fierce, determined glint entered his eyes. This was not a second chance, but a fresh start. A deep voice then spoke, asking why he was still in bed, implying he might be feigning illness again. That person was Alejandro, the captain of the Knights of the Sermin family, his loyal mentor. Alejandro observed him, noting that he really didn't seem to be feeling well today. In that case, he offered, Riyun could skip training for the day, a rare concession. But Riyun, with a newfound resolve, refused the offer, a fire burning in his gaze. "No," he stated firmly, pushing himself up. "I am fine." He rose from his bed, a confident smile playing on his lips, surprising both Colin and Alejandro. More importantly, he asked, what was today's training? He was ready for anything. Alejandro, still slightly taken aback by the young master's sudden vigor, explained it was long sword footwork. He looked at Riyun with a questioning gaze, wondering if this spirited young man was truly the same boy. Yes, it was undoubtedly Riyun Sermin, but a different one, imbued with a fierce determination. Regression. Who cared about tedious sword technique footwork when the fate of his family hung in the balance? He declared they would skip the sword technique footwork. Instead, they would go monster hunting. This was a chance, a precious opportunity to rewrite his tragic past and reclaim his family's honor. This was his chance to set everything right, to prevent the future he had just endured. Riyun, a young master burdened by a family curse, faced pleas from his loyal retainers to stop his dangerous training. They knew his past, reminding him how he once collapsed just from seeing a mere goblin. Our boy acknowledged their words, admitting that their description of weakness would have been accurate until just yesterday. But something had fundamentally shifted within him. Now, he could feel a new resolve, a different kind of strength blossoming. As he prepared for battle, a system warning flashed, confirming the activation of Arkan's curse. It amplified his fear toward monsters, making his challenge even harder. The old knight commander watched him with a heavy heart, letting out a soft sigh of worry and concern for his young master. The old man stepped forward, gently suggesting that Riyun had done enough for the day, believing he had pushed himself to his limits. Yet, Riyun's resolve was firm. He stomped his foot, declaring that this was far from enough, his determination burning bright. A goblin lunged at him with a terrifying shriek, its eyes gleaming with malice. Riyun stood his ground, ready to face the creature. For a fleeting moment, a flicker of his old fear made him flinch. The ingrained terror from Arkan's curse was still a powerful force. He quickly regained his composure, reminding himself that he was no longer the weak Riyun of the past. This opponent was just a single goblin, and he believed he could handle it. A fierce, almost manic grin spread across his face as he thought about the immense, terrifying threat he had faced before. Compared to that, this curse felt manageable. The true monster he once encountered, a figure of overwhelming power and dread, flashed in his mind. That was the source of his deepest, most profound fear. He remembered the sheer, oppressive aura of that terrifying enemy, a presence that had truly crippled him with fear in the past. With a powerful swing, Riyun unleashed his attack, his movements fueled by a newfound resolve that transcended his previous limitations. He connected with a solid blow, striking the goblin with unexpected force. The impact sent a jolt through him, a testament to his rising power. The old knight commander and the maid gasped in disbelief, utterly stunned by the young master's sudden and overwhelming display of strength. As the goblin fell, system messages confirmed his triumph. He had overcome Arkan's curse, and its grade was downgraded, signifying a major victory. A calm, resolute expression settled on Riyun's face. The system confirmed it. He no longer felt fear toward monsters. The curse was broken. He stood tall before the knight commander, holding a real, bloodied sword. This was no longer a practice weapon, it was a symbol of his transformation. A confident smile played on Riyun's lips, reflecting the deep satisfaction and self-assurance he now felt after his breakthrough. The old knight commander's eyes welled up with tears of joy, his face flushed with pride. He declared that his young master had finally become a true man. The chained goblin twitched and groaned, its life slowly draining away. Even in its defeat, it still represented a past struggle for Riyun. Riyun raised his sword, preparing to deliver the final, decisive blow. There was no hesitation in his eyes, only unwavering resolve. With a swift, clean motion, he brought his sword down. The strike was precise, ending the goblin's struggle and marking a definitive end to his past weakness. The knight commander watched him with profound admiration, recognizing a new dawn for their declining family. He urged Colin to observe this pivotal moment closely. Riyun stood over the defeated goblin, his sword still dripping blood. His stance exuded authority, a clear sign that he was the unmistakable next head of the Sermin family. His family's name, player of a ruined noble family, echoed in his mind, a heavy title he now carried with a new sense of purpose. Later, Riyun splashed water on his face, looking at his reflection. He saw not the fearful boy he once was, but a warrior forging his own path. He looked at his reflection, seeing the phantom image of a bloody, determined warrior. The system's assistance and his status window had proven effective in overcoming Arkan's curse. Turning his back to the mirror, he acknowledged his potential. This experience had verified his ability to grow stronger, a crucial step forward. He brought up a glowing system window, eager to see the results of his efforts. This was the moment of truth for his progress. The system informed him that his experience had increased, but his pace fell. It was far too little, a mere drop in the ocean of what he needed. He realized the daunting task ahead. Hunting thousands, even tens of thousands of goblins, just to level up seemed impossible. He needed to hurry. A chilling vision flashed in his mind, his family manor engulfed in flames, echoing with screams. The day of reckoning for the Sermin household was drawing near. Despite the slow progress, he found solace in one fact. He had confirmed his ability to overcome Arkan's curse. This was a crucial piece of knowledge. No matter what, Riyun decided, he could not afford to miss this opportunity to grow stronger. His family's future depended on it. He reflected on the current state of the Sermin family. 2 years had passed since his father and brothers went missing, leaving a void. Though they maintained their image as a great family, their position was precarious. He knew their enemies hadn't yet begun their treacherous schemes, but they would soon. He clenched his fist, a spark of resolve in his eyes. He had confirmed one method to level up, but now it was time to explore another. With renewed determination, he declared that it was time to investigate the second method of growth. He would find another way to gain power. His path led him to Sina, the formidable commander of the Sermin family's magic corps. Her presence alone radiated immense power and an air of mystery. Sina, a seventh circle archmage like Alejandro, was one of the continent's few. Her true identity remained known only to Riyun's father, making her an enigma. She looked at him with disdain, questioning if he had grown arrogant from defeating one goblin. She reminded him that magic training was different from swordsmanship. Riyun calmly admitted he knew his past limitations. Arkan's curse had stolen his talent, leaving him unable to feel mana or excel in any skill. But then, his eyes gleamed with a new light. He announced that this was true only until yesterday. He then asked a pivotal question: what if he could feel mana now? Seina's eyes widened, her composure shattered. His unexpected revelation left her utterly speechless, completely changing the dynamic between them. The young master, Alejandro, revealed his extraordinary ability to perceive mana, even sensing the intricate mana-formed dragon Saina had conjured. Saina, his loyal retainer, was visibly shocked by Alejandro's sudden and profound understanding, a stark contrast to his previous self. He calmly explained that he had simply opened his eyes, now able to see the mana that formed the image before them. Saina was still processing how he could possibly understand mana at such a deep level, even identifying the dragon despite her complex enchantment. She had even added a mechanism to make the dragon appear as something else, yet he had seen right through it. Her mind raced, wondering how he could have possibly overcome the family's ancient curse, which prevented mana manipulation. Saina recalled teaching Alejandro the basics of mana sensing, but nothing that would explain this rapid, profound advancement. Alejandro, still composed, called out to Saina, his voice steady despite the intensity of the moment. He confessed that while he could now sense mana, he still couldn't utilize the family's traditional mana cultivation methods. That was precisely why he still needed her guidance and assistance. Saina explained that mana could only be used if it resided within a person, and cultivation was essential for growth. She then realized the implications of his request. Assisting with mana cultivation meant delving deep into his very being. Saina warned him that she would effectively hold his life and death in her hands during such an intimate process. Alejandro, however, was unfazed, playfully asking if she intended to kill him. He pointed out that in his current state, he couldn't even resist her if she chose to harm him. Still, Saina was the only one he trusted enough to ask for such a delicate and vital task. He remembered how she had protected him to the very end in his past life, even as her own mana dwindled and her body broke. Saina had been the one retainer who shielded him until her last breath, a memory that solidified his unwavering trust. Alejandro looked at Saina, his eyes full of conviction, stating that he trusted her more than anyone else. With his trust firmly placed, Saina accepted, announcing that they would begin the Blue Earth cultivation method. This method, passed down only through the direct lineage, was a powerful and ancient technique. Saina was surprised that Alejandro, having only been taught the theory, could immediately grasp mana guidance. She focused, beginning the Blue Earth cultivation method, a technique she had used extensively in Aedeon to boost her stats. Saina instructed Alejandro to focus intently as she initiated the process, readying him for what was to come. She warned him that the pain he was about to experience might be severe, testing his resolve. Alejandro, ready for the challenge, affirmed his understanding, preparing himself for the ordeal. Saina emphasized that he must not make a sound or struggle, no matter how intense the pain became. She also told him that if the pain became too difficult to bear, he simply needed to strongly think of stopping. As the cultivation began, Alejandro felt the searing pain course through his body, a familiar agony. He remembered the words he had spoken. "I told you, I trust you." He would not give up now. Alejandro understood the gravity of Saina's instructions and the importance of enduring the pain. Suddenly, a system notification flashed, signifying the activation of Arkan's curse. The curse immediately began to scatter the mana within his body, as expected. Saina watched, recognizing Arkan's curse, just as the family head had described it. However, Alejandro had anticipated this, knowing the curse would activate. Saina then infused a bit more mana into him, pushing against the curse's influence. Another notification appeared, confirming the activation of Arkan's curse once more. The curse continued its relentless assault, activating repeatedly to disperse the mana. Saina observed the struggle, Arkan's curse attempting to sweep away the mana, and her own mana striving to overcome it. The outcome of this intense battle within Alejandro's body was becoming increasingly clear. Saina grimaced, realizing that even the mana of a 7th circle great mage like herself couldn't entirely overcome this highest grade curse. Alejandro, however, wasn't relying on Saina to overpower the curse directly. He planned to apply the training method he learned in Aedeon, a different approach entirely. He would allow the curse to activate, letting it rupture the mana within him. Then, at the precise moment the mana scattered, he would limit the range to inside his own body. By doing so, he would trick the curse, ensuring the mana remained contained within him. Saina watched, surprised, as the scattered mana did not escape Alejandro's body as it should have. A system notification confirmed that Alejandro was resisting Arkan's curse. Despite the curse activating repeatedly, Alejandro's unique method kept the mana contained. The notifications continued, signaling both the curse's activation and his successful resistance. Alejandro felt an intense heat, a burning pain along the path where the mana moved through him. He vowed that he wouldn't lose, his resolve hardening against the agonizing sensation. This kind of pain was nothing new to him. He had endured it thousands of times in his past life. He declared himself Aedion's master player, a title that carried the weight of countless battles and trials. His understanding of mana surpassed anyone else's, a knowledge deeply ingrained in his very soul, not just his body. The intense struggle within him continued, a silent war against the ancient curse. He thought of Arkan, the demon king responsible for the curse, a being he had never personally encountered. Alejandro scoffed at the idea that a curse from a demon king, not even the god of Aedion, could stop him now. Despite the pain and the fading consciousness, he clung to his determination. He reassured himself and Sina that everything would be fine, even as his senses blurred. He then saw a vivid memory of his past life, a harrowing scene of torture and experimentation. They had caught him, a member of the Sermin family, as a test subject, reducing him to this broken state. The torturers casually discussed cutting off his arm the next day to test regeneration, a chilling prospect. They decided it was a shame, but they might just dispose of him, planning to deal with him quickly before returning to the Patton family. Suddenly, a figure appeared, swiftly cutting down the torturers with a blade. The intruders, cloaked and masked, moved with deadly efficiency, their blades flashing. The torturers, bleeding and dying, cried out in alarm, realizing they were under attack. Alejandro, battered and bleeding, looked up, seeing his savior. It was Alejandro, the one who had come to save him. He apologized for being late, his face grim, but his eyes filled with a desperate hope. The young master, overwhelmed, gratefully acknowledged Alejandro's presence. He then woke up, gasping, the vivid dream fading, leaving him disoriented. Alejandro wondered if the cultivation had succeeded, his mind still reeling from the dream. He felt a strange mix of emotions. He should have been overjoyed, but the memory of the dream dampened his spirits. He woke up grinning, faking joy for the maid outside. Inside, his mind raced back to a method called mana tempering, and to one cold fact he hadn't said out loud yet. A masked woman, sharp-eyed and fierce, turned toward him. Word of his failure had already reached her, and she wasn't about to let it go quietly. An old man with a long white beard stood near the window, his face tight with disapproval before he'd even heard the details. A fist landed near his head, light but pointed. The room's way of saying nobody believed him yet. Flames seemed to rise around the woman's fierce expression. She wasn't asking him to explain. She was daring him to prove it. Her sharp gaze cut through him, lit gold and burning, waiting for an answer he didn't have. The sky outside glowed soft and starry, a quiet contrast to the storm building inside that room. The old man staggered back, stunned. Whatever he'd just sensed had shaken him to the core. Sweat dripped down his face. His hands trembled as he forced his nervous grin to hold steady just a little longer. The old man's whole body shook, gripped by something between fury and disbelief. A young maid stood framed in a grand doorway, paused before stepping into the hall ahead of her. Worry sat heavy on her face. Today, like every day lately, the young master hadn't come out of his room. A faded portrait loomed behind her, a reminder of who this family used to be and how far they'd fallen since. Another maid asked the same tired question. The answer, as always, was no. A butler and a maid crossed paths in the hall, both worn thin by a house that kept losing people. Someone muttered that he barely listened to the night captain anymore, proof to them that something in him had changed for good. The two maids traded a look. Whatever had shifted in him, it scared them more than it reassured them. She insisted it wasn't true, that deep down, he still wanted to live up to what everyone hoped for. Outside, they didn't just doubt him. They called him the family's doom, a label sharper than any insult. Blast cracked behind him in his mind. 12 years old, and already wearing a title built only out of disappointment. More staff were leaving. The household bled people the same way it bled coin, quietly and without end. She watched it happen, helpless, wondering how long loyalty alone could hold a sinking house together. Dinner sat untouched while he wiped his mouth, appetite gone the moment he noticed the meal's quality slipping again. His grin returned, but colder now, calculated. This was no longer the boy who knew nothing. The maid stood frozen behind stacks of paperwork, the old steward buried under work nobody else could finish. In his mind, drifting back to memories of someone else's life, the assassin's instinct still lingered like smoke. He held his breath, willing his enemy to relax. Patience was the whole plan. Beyond the estate, the family's missing head and the brothers who searched for him still hadn't returned, leaving the household hollow. The matriarch stood between two grim retainers, her closed eyes carrying weight no one else in the room dared name. He sprawled across his bed, savoring a freedom built entirely on lies he told everyone around him. The maid burst in, alarmed by the noise, and what she found waiting on the other side of that door. She cried out for the night captain, desperate, certain this couldn't wait one more day. He lay frozen, eyes wide, caught mid-deception with nowhere left to hide it. He shoved himself under the blanket again, hoping stillness alone might convince her she'd seen nothing. She rushed in anyway, and what she saw next would be impossible to explain away. He grinned despite the panic, hands raised toward his own throat in mock surrender, buying himself time to think. She grabbed him, stunned, unsure if the boy in front of her was even the same person anymore. His glasses had slipped, eyes wide with fierce purple light. Something about him had clearly changed. She cradled him close, relief washing over her. Whatever this was, she refused to let go of him now. They carried him out together, swept toward the hall, toward whatever truth waited beyond that door. The night captain bellowed for him, ready to drag answers out by force if needed. The training ground sword work continued as always. Feel mana once, and it gets easier to find again. His glare hardened. 3 months of secret training had taught him patience he never had before. Alone at night, he trained upside down, sneaking in extra work nobody back home knew about. 2 versions of himself overlapped, one pale and one solid, the line between bodies blurred by a skill built for deception. A message blinked open, stamina and strength both rising, the price of every hour spent grinding in silence. He bolted, mumbling an excuse about the restroom, while inside his sword sat steady, glowing faint in the snow. Alone for a moment, he let the disguise drop, mana curling green around him like static finally let loose. His status window flared open, demanding to be checked before anyone noticed he'd slipped away. The numbers told the story plainly, level 3, strength rising, a curse marked quietly beside his name. He grinned wide, fierce and proud, 3 months of secret effort finally adding up to something real. He carried the baby close through the hall, already planning his next move with cold, practiced focus. 2 figures stood ahead, deep in conversation that hadn't reached him yet, but clearly would. A steward arrived in formal red, bowing low and apologizing for breaking up the training session uninvited. A scroll passed between them, sealed and important. The kind of message that changes plans. Reading it, his expression shifted. Whatever this invitation meant, it wasn't simple good news. Somewhere distant, another figure watched coolly, already several steps ahead in a game he hadn't realized he was playing. His jaw tightened, fist raised, the moment the letter's meaning finally landed. The last piece of House Sermin's downfall clicked quietly into place, a puzzle nobody else could see yet. Riyun Sermin, a young master from a crumbling noble family, began his journey to the royal castle, still half asleep in his carriage. His attendant, Truno, gently woke him, noting how long he had slept since they departed. Riyun joked about his other attendant, Colin, who had kept him up late changing outfits for the grand entry. Truno, however, was more serious, mentioning how difficult it had been to prevent Colin from following them on this important trip. Riyun understood the gravity of their situation, especially since his elder brother, Alejandro, could not accompany him. His sister, Saina, was also away, having received a sudden summons from their mother. Truno explained that a massive monster outbreak had unexpectedly erupted, drawing Alejandro to the border. This unfortunate timing meant that the Sermin family, already weakened, had no strong representatives available for the kingdom's event. Riyun's gaze hardened. He recognized that he himself had orchestrated this precise set of circumstances. He had carefully laid the groundwork for his family's apparent decline, subtly manipulating events from behind the scenes. Truno acknowledged the difficult circumstances, especially since their family head now had to attend personally. The grand entrance of the royal castle awaited, a place of power and influence. Riyun disembarked from the carriage, met with a formal welcome, though he knew the true sentiments hidden beneath the polite greetings. Kyle Darren, the second prince of the Darren kingdom, offered a welcoming smile. Prince Kyle, however, carried an air of subtle superiority, carefully observing Riyun. Riyun returned the greeting, thanking him for the kingdom's hospitality, his expression calm. He knew this. Hospitality was merely a facade, thin and easily seen through. From the moment they entered the royal castle, Riyun could feel the kingdom's people watching his every move. Their gazes were filled with concern for the crumbling Sermin family, a palpable sense of pity and curiosity. Rumors of his family's decline were spreading swiftly, and he heard whispers calling him Riyun Sermin, the rumored hopeless trash. Even from the nobles, he sensed expressions of hidden mockery and disdain, a subtle but constant undercurrent. Everything was going exactly according to his intricate plan, unfolding just as he intended. He played along, feigning shyness and awkwardness, offering a meek hello to those who passed. Truno, meanwhile, was growing increasingly embarrassed by his young master's act, covering his face in dismay. Others in the hall exchanged discreet, knowing glances and suppressed laughter. Riyun, however, merely offered a manipulative smile, embracing the role of the pitiable young master. 5 days had passed since their arrival, and Riyun had remained holed up in his room, feigning reclusiveness. The pre-birthday celebrations were in full swing at the castle, a vibrant scene of mingling nobles and lavish food. Riyun's escorts, who had arrived early to interact with other envoys, were growing restless, bored of their forced inactivity. One of the guards lamented their missed opportunities, frustrated by the young master's prolonged absence. Just as the captain was called, a bowl of soup flying in his excitement, a surprising announcement came. Riyun himself appeared, now in a different outfit, announcing his intention to attend the banquet that very day. The guards at the table, who had been complaining moments before, looked up in disbelief and excitement. They high-fived each other, overjoyed at the prospect of finally joining the festivities. Truno looked on, dismayed by the guards' lack of decorum and their immediate agreement to Riyun's request. The escorts readily agreed, dismissing the need to report Riyun's sudden change of plans, eager for the fun ahead. Riyun, meanwhile, walked confidently, his guards hurrying behind him, their complaints now quelled. He had spent the last few days training in his room to his heart's content, undisturbed by others. From his window, he looked out at the grand castle, a stage for his unfolding plot. His eyes narrowed, a cold determination in their depths. Today, that guy was coming. It was Sons Patton, the second prince of the Patton family, a rival he had been anticipating. The crowd murmured with excitement and anticipation as the new arrival made his grand entrance. Sons Patton strode in confidently, exuding an air of self-importance and arrogance. He scanned the room with a smug expression, observing the reactions of those around him. Truno's face tightened with concern, watching the interaction unfold with growing unease. Sons Patton approached Truno, recognizing him as Steward Truno Hilde. He feigned surprise that the Sermin family had arrived first, his tone dripping with condescension. Then, with a challenging smirk, he asked about the renowned Riyun Sermin. Truno's face twitched with barely contained anger, realizing the insult hidden in Sons' words. Sons Patton spoke of the ruin of Sermin, openly discussing Riyun's story and the family's supposed downfall. He recounted tales of Riyun, a mage who had reached the 5th circle at 15, now running wild with the family's expectations. The whispers spread throughout the banquet hall, people gossiping about the Sermin family's decline. Truno clenched his fist, incensed by the public insult to his family's honor in their own home kingdom. But before he could act, Riyun himself appeared, a radiant light drawing all eyes to him. Truno's jaw dropped in shock, utterly unprepared for Riyun's sudden and dazzling appearance. Riyun looked elegant and refined, completely contradicting the rumors of his family's ruin. He offered a confident, sparkling smile, captivating the nobles who had moments ago mocked him. People admired his dignified appearance, wondering where the ruin they had heard about actually was. Sons Patton, seeing Riyun steal the attention meant for him, clenched his fists in fury. Sons Patton, his face a mask of rage, confronted Riyun, stepping close to him. Riyun, however, remained unfazed, meeting Sons' glare with a slight, knowing smile. Truno looked on, distressed, as people murmured about the unfolding confrontation. Sons Patton began to speak of Riyun's brother, Lars, and the stories he heard from him about Riyun. Sons Patton's eye twitched with barely controlled anger as he continued his taunts. He brought up Riyun's time at the academy, how he quit after only a few months but was still famous for his odd behavior. Sons recounted tales of Riyun helping a bullied classmate, implying these were acts of foolish weakness. He also mentioned Riyun resolving issues for a molested student, twisting the noble act into something shameful. Riyun, with a chilling smile, put a finger to his lips, shushing Sons Patton, cutting off his taunts. His blue eyes gleamed with an almost inhuman intensity, a silent promise of what was to come. Truno, distressed and fearing the consequences, tried to intervene, urging Riyun to calm down. He gently held Riyun's arm, attempting to pull him away from the escalating tension. Riyun looked down at Sons Patton, his expression unreadable, a silent challenge in his gaze. He pushed past Truno, ignoring his pleas to stop glaring, his focus solely on Sons. Riyun's menacing smile grew wider, blue energy faintly flickering around him, a prelude to his next move. Sons Patton's face contorted in pure, unbridled rage, the insults and the stolen attention pushing him to his limit. He looked up, furious, the red glow in his eyes reflecting his boiling anger. Riyun watched Sun's Patton's fuming form, his own subtle smile deepening, knowing his plan was working perfectly. This was only the beginning. The real storm hasn't hit yet. Riyun Sermin, a young noble, had just set a trap, and the first victim was already reeling from the impact. Sun's Patton, full of rage, walked through the empty halls, his mind replaying the humiliating events of the previous night. He had heard the rumors from Brother Lars, words that cut him to the core, spreading through the academy like wildfire. The truth of his expulsion, a secret he had desperately tried to silence with his family's power, was now public knowledge. He recalled Lars's knee pain and the shameful way he had been forced to serve him, a memory that still burned with indignity. The memory of that deep humiliation, a secret he vowed would never be known, resurfaced with a painful, undeniable clarity. Sons. Patton had crossed a line, using magic to harm a fellow female student, a commoner no less, in a moment of reckless cruelty. Lars, seeing the girl he cared for targeted, confronted Sons with an icy fury, his magic swirling around him. Sons had simply thought it would be cute to show affection to a commoner student, not realizing the depth of his transgression. Lars, eyes glowing with power, demanded that Sons kneel and beg for forgiveness with all his heart, his voice a chilling threat. The threat was clear. If Sons refused, Lars would cast aside his family name and end him, leaving him with nothing. With nowhere left to turn, Sons was forced to kneel, his pride shattered before everyone, his body trembling in submission. The memory of that forced submission, that agonizing scream of defeat still echoed in his mind, fueling his present rage. He knew he had to proceed with his plan, to silence Lars's younger brother and ensure his past never haunted him again. Sons covered his face, a desperate resolve hardening his expression as he considered the gruesome end awaiting his target. Back in the present, a knock came at the door, signaling the arrival of a new player in his unfolding drama. The door slowly opened, revealing the figure he had been waiting for, a key piece in his scheme. The steward of the Sermin family, Truno Hilde, stepped into the room, his presence commanding and somber. Sons looked up, his expression a mix of apprehension and calculated anticipation, wondering what the steward would say. The steward's gaze was sharp, assessing the young noble before him, his thoughts unreadable. Meanwhile, our young master, Riyun Sermin, sat calmly, reflecting on the events of the night he had orchestrated. He had meticulously executed his plan during the recent party, his actions already bearing fruit, unseen by most. The steward of the Sermin family approached him, a slight, knowing smile on his lips, hinting at deeper understanding. Riyun listened intently as the steward began to speak, his own plans hidden beneath a calm, composed exterior. The steward expressed his surprise at Riyun's unexpected brilliance, a stark contrast to his rumored image. Riyun had successfully shed his trash image, establishing himself as a clever, albeit talentless young family head. He had also ensured Sun's Patton bit the bait perfectly, just as he had intended, drawing him into his web. Riyun's behavior at the banquet had been astonishing, exceeding all expectations and captivating his audience. The steward admitted that Riyun's actions had rekindled a spark of hope for the Sermin family's future, a hope long lost. He questioned Riyun's strategy, wondering why he had chosen discord with other nobles over building alliances. Riyun's steady gaze held a deeper meaning, a resolve that belied his youthful appearance and apparent recklessness. The steward, still processing the implications, found Riyun's brazenness refreshing, a welcome change from the norm. Riyun's confidence was unwavering, his plan unfolding exactly as he had envisioned it, step by calculated step. However, the steward's expression grew stern as he reminded Riyun of his grave and unforgivable sins, a dark stain on his past. He had committed those sins for the sake of the Sermin family, which allowed the steward to grant him forgiveness for now. Riyun's face hardened as the steward spoke, the weight of his past lingering in the air between them. He needed to know how much the steward truly understood about his deeper, more intricate machinations. The steward's knowledge of his past actions, even the unavoidable ones, was unsettling, a dangerous variable. Riyun was offered a chance, a path forward that required his careful consideration and shrewd judgment. He was to listen closely and make his own judgment, just as he always had, with no guidance from others. Riyun's mind raced, analyzing the steward's words and the implications of this unexpected opportunity, a new twist in his game. The steward, overwhelmed, could barely comprehend the depth of Riyun's intricate planning, his genius unfathomable. Just what kind of young master was he, to orchestrate such a complex web of events with such precision and foresight. The steward covered his face, a mix of disbelief and dawning understanding washing over him, a profound realization. He let out a heavy sigh, the gravity of Riyun's genius slowly sinking in, changing his perception entirely. Even now, a profound joy welled within him, a hope he hadn't dared to feel for the Sermin name in years. Riyun, seeing the steward's reaction, knew exactly what choice he would make, the outcome already decided. He addressed Steward Truno, his voice steady, as they continued their journey into the deepening night. They had already passed the capital, venturing further into the unknown, leaving familiar lands behind. The steward wondered how Riyun could smile like that, knowing what was about to unfold, what dangers lay ahead. But it wasn't a smile. It was a chilling expression, brimming with a vicious, palpable killing intent. Suddenly, the carriage halted, a jarring stop that signaled immediate trouble on the dark, desolate road. The guard questioned the sudden stop, his face etched with concern, sensing danger in the stillness. Then, a horrifying realization dawned upon him, a silent scream of alarm as he saw the truth. The driver, poisoned, collapsed, his last breath a bloody gasp, a clear sign of a sinister attack. Arrows rained down, infused with mana, targeting the carriage with deadly precision. A knight on horseback cried out, announcing an enemy attack, his voice cutting through the sudden chaos. Mages scrambled to erect barriers, protecting the carriage from the onslaught, their spells flaring to life. The knights fought back fiercely, outraged by the attack on the Sermin family, their blades flashing in the night. They demanded their attackers reveal themselves and kneel, but the assault continued relentlessly, arrows still flying. The captain, a formidable warrior, warned his allies not to approach the carriage without permission, guarding his charge. But it was too late. The young master was gone, vanished without a trace from the supposedly secure carriage. The captain's face contorted in disbelief, realizing the gravity of this impossible disappearance. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. La Serwin, the young heir to a declining noble house, found himself bound and helpless, caught in a trap he had orchestrated himself. His captors, cloaked figures with ominous glowing eyes, moved with a cold efficiency that hinted at a deeper, more sinister purpose. Soon, a series of system messages flooded his vision, announcing the activation of blackout spells and a sensory anomaly that warped his perception. He hung upside down, his body already feeling the strain as another message confirmed. Physical deterioration was rapidly taking hold. His mind raced, wondering how much time had truly passed under the influence of the numerous status ailment magic spells cast upon him. He knew his family's guards must be in absolute chaos by now, searching frantically for their missing young master. In his previous life, this very kidnapping had led to the Serwin family's downfall, as they poured all resources into finding him, collapsing their finances. But this time, he would leverage this incident, manipulating it to perfectly suit his own intricate and ambitious goals. The head manager, Truno Hilde, looked on with a mix of shock and dread as Last spoke of engineering a feigned downfall. Last knew the Serwin family situation was already precarious, teetering on the brink of ruin. If he were to openly strive for the family's restoration now, the other noble houses, already threatened by their potential resurgence, would surely unite to restrain them. The current Serwin family, weakened and vulnerable, simply could not withstand a concerted attack from an alliance of rival houses. That was why he had deliberately allowed the rumors of his family's weakness to spread, hoping to make his enemies lower their guard. Yet, even with that deception, the Patton family remained a significant threat, known for their ruthless ambition to crush any rival, even a fledgling one. He pictured the smug face of Sons Patton, knowing the man would not hesitate to stomp out any remaining ember of the Serwin lineage. Lass understood that even if his cunning rumor bought him some precious time, the Patton family would never truly leave him in peace. If they wouldn't, then he would simply have to use their aggression to his advantage, turning their moves against them. He sensed that Sons Patton had already taken his bait, eager to exploit the perceived weakness of the Serwin family. With his return from the capital imminent, if Sons Patton was scheming something, this was the perfect moment for his plan to unfold. Having an internal collaborator, someone within the Serwin family itself, would make his intricate scheme even more effective. Truno's face was a mask of internal conflict, torn between loyalty and a desperate hope for the future. Lass knew this incident would force Truno to choose. Would it mark the final, irreversible peak of the Serwin family's downfall, or ignite the signal flare for their revival? As the magic power within him resisted the status ailments, the Azure Earth's pill technique flared, actively fighting off the debilitating spells. He opened his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips, recognizing that everything, up to this very point, was proceeding exactly as he had planned. He offered Truno a silent apology, acknowledging the difficult path he was forcing upon his loyal manager. Truno, carrying his young master, moved with a heavy heart, following the instructions he had been given. Move according to the plan, Truno, last thought, his voice echoing in the manager's mind. That is the only way for you to be forgiven. Suddenly, his magical resistance surged, causing his magic power to increase, breaking through the shackles of the status ailment. All of his core stats instantly reached level 20, and with that crucial milestone, his sense stat finally unlocked. Good, he thought, a confident grin spreading across his face. With this, the first growth condition has officially been met. The night deepened, casting long shadows over the ancient house as the stage was set for the next act of his grand design. Outside the estate, under the pale moonlight, the cloaked figures gathered, awaiting the exchange. Sons! Patton stepped forward, a patronizing smirk on his face, addressing Truno and the bound young master. He never imagined Truno would actually bring Las out himself, fulfilling his part of their treacherous deal. Since a deal was a deal, Sons Patton reminded them, Truno Hilda, the head manager of the Sermin family, had agreed to sell off his young master. Truno's face tightened, protesting that Sons Patton's words were far too much, cutting deeper than mere insults. Sons, Patton merely scoffed, comparing Truno to a disloyal dog barking at its master, advising him to silently accept the consequences of his betrayal. He then produced a rolled scroll, declaring it to be verified information obtained directly from the Asan family's intelligence network. Truno, desperate, questioned the reliability of the information from such a notorious source. The Asan family, a noble house from the Drea continent, was renowned not just for assassination but also for their information trading business. He assured Truno that the Asan family never dealt in false information, guaranteeing the authenticity of the scroll. Inside the scroll were eyewitness accounts of the Sermin family's missing direct descendants, the very prize Truno sought. Sons, Patton pointed a taunting finger at Las, revealing that this information was Truno's true reason for betraying the Sermin family. Truno had sold off his incompetent young master, Las, in exchange for the whereabouts of his older brothers, who were supposedly more capable leaders. Even though Truno knew the Asan family held this vital information, he lacked the means to acquire it, allowing the Patton family to swoop in. The Patton family, with their superior financial power, had preemptively struck, setting an exorbitant price that Truno couldn't possibly match. Sons, Patton then dismissed Truno, declaring his job as a trader was done. Truno, his voice filled with desperation, reminded Sons Patton of his promise, to which Sons Patton replied with a sinister smile. He assured Truno that he would indeed return his precious young master to the Sermin family, without fail. Truno rode off into the night, leaving Las alone with his captors. One of Sons Patton's companions asked if they should simply deal with Truno now, eliminating him, but Sons Patton declined, knowing Truno's life was forfeit anyway once he returned to the Sermin family as a known culprit. He needed Truno to return, for all the family's preparations for his great plan were now complete. Las clenched his fists, realizing he had endured the sight of that traitor's face and this humiliation for this very moment. The moon cast its cold light over the scene, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. Sons Patton approached Las, his voice dripping with condescension, asking if the young master understood his grim situation. He grabbed Las roughly by the hair, forcing him to look up, his eyes wide with a mix of pain and defiance. Las's eyes glowed with an eerie green light, signaling an inner power stirring beneath his weakened state. Sons, Patton laughed, finding the sight of the Sermin family's direct descendant in such a pathetic state utterly amusing. He then kicked Las with brutal force, a cruel reminder of his family's utter powerlessness. Jin, a young mage with a dark past, stood ready to enact the long-awaited revenge against his captor. Sons Patton, the man who had wronged him, unleashed a powerful green magic, enveloping himself in a protective aura. Our boy watched, a cold smile playing on his lips as he thought of the long years he had waited for this exact moment. Sons Patton, still enveloped in green energy, looked on in confusion and growing fear as his spell failed to deter his opponent. Our boy stepped forward, the magic circle beneath Sons Patton's feet glowing intensely, signaling a deeper trap at play. Under the watchful eye of the full moon, a dark, old building stood, the perfect stage for the unfolding drama. Inside, Sons Patton found himself bound by heavy chains, his green mana still swirling uselessly around him. He cried out in disbelief, Realizing his magic was doing nothing, his powerful spells rendered completely ineffective. His hands, still glowing with green energy, desperately tried to conjure a spell, but the words wouldn't form. Our boy simply looked at him, a hint of disdain in his voice, asking if this futile display was merely to buy time. He then grabbed son's Patton's face, a chilling smirk on his own as he asserted his dominance. Our boy leaned in close, his voice low and menacing, calling the mage a moron for his earlier attempts. He reminded Sun's Patton of his previous warning, a prelude to the current predicament. With a dangerous glint in his eye, our boy declared that son's Patton talked far too much. Soons, Patton gasped, clutching his throat as the green energy around him intensified, but not in a way he intended. A muffled cry escaped his lips, his face contorted in a silent scream of pain and frustration. He desperately gripped his neck, the invisible force strangling his voice, trapping his magic within. My throat, he thought, the words echoing only in his mind, unable to escape. Panic surged through him as he realized, my voice isn't coming out. His most potent weapon was gone. Our boy calmly explained the nature of his trap, a silence magic circle. He elaborated that with this circle, all of son's Patton's high-tier magic was now completely sealed away. With a cold gaze, our boy posed the question, a mage who cannot chant spells, what do you think? Son's Patton's eyes widened in horror, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and furious desperation. He tried to cast the spell without chanting, a small pink firebolt forming in his palm, a desperate attempt to retaliate. Firebolt without chanting, he thought, hoping this basic spell would somehow break through. Our boy observed the mage's futile efforts, knowing the limitations of such magic. He knew that casting magic without chanting was only effective up to the third circle. Furthermore, our boy understood that son's Patton in his current state could not even use lethal magic. Son's Patton, still attempting to fight back, revealed the true nature of his presence, stating his kidnapping was ordered by the Patton family head. He launched another pink magic bolt, hoping the threat of his family would force our boy to back down. Or, he cried out, implying dire consequences if his demands were not met. Our boy met his gaze with an unyielding stare, reminding son's Patton that he would want his captor alive after all. As expected, our boy noted, son's Patton was resorting to second circle magic, far below his true capabilities. That is your mistake, our boy declared, a subtle shift in his aura. The pink magic bolt struck our boy's leg, a direct hit that should have caused damage. A sound of impact echoed through the chamber, yet our boy remained unfazed. Green glowing squares shimmered around our boy's leg, absorbing the magic with ease. A system message popped into view, confirming, resisted the firebolt magic. Our boy's eye glowed with green power. Son's Patton, undeterred, channeled more energy, a larger firebolt crackling in his hand this time. He unleashed the spell with a desperate roar, pouring all his remaining strength into the attack. Our boy calmly asked if this was a third circle magic attempt, his voice devoid of concern. He then stated, with finality, that Sun's Patton had already squandered his last opportunity. Our boy stood firm, his expression cold and determined, ready to counter the next move. Do you think I'll just sit there and take that? He challenged, preparing his own counterattack. Blue magic circles erupted around him, a powerful light gathering in his hands, ready to strike back. With a decisive motion, he unleashed a powerful blue bolt of energy. The blue magic shot forward, striking son's Patton mid-spell, interrupting his attack. Son's Patton looked on in utter shock as his own magic was completely nullified. Huh! He gasped, realizing the true extent of our boy's power. Our boy explained his unique ability, mana interference. His eye glowed with an intricate blue magic circle, showcasing the source of his disruptive power. He clarified that if magic of a preset level activated, his ability would disrupt it immediately. It's useless, whatever you try to do now. Moron, our boy declared, extinguishing any last hope for son's Patton. Son's Patton slumped, defeated, the blue interference magic swirling around him, rendering him powerless. Our boy then casually pulled a gleaming dagger from his sleeve, a new threat emerging. Soons! Patton's eyes widened in alarm, a silent scream of terror escaping his lips. Our boy approached the bound mage, the dagger glinting in the dim light. Surprised? He asked, a cruel smile on his face. He revealed that breaking chains of this level was nothing to him now, his true power still hidden. And, our boy continued, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper, 2 magic circles aren't the end, he revealed, as more blue energy surged around him, terrifying Sun's Patton. Then, with a single word, paralyze, he sealed the mage's fate. Blue lightning surged from our boy, striking Sun's Patton, locking him completely in place. Kuaak. Sun's Patton screamed, his body seizing from the paralyzing shock. Triple AAK, he shrieked again, falling to the ground, twitching as the lightning coursed through him. The dagger slipped from Sun's Patton's limp hand, clattering to the stone floor. Our boy stood over the defeated mage, a cold smile on his face, suggesting they would talk when he woke up. Since the roles are reversed this time, he concluded, the true tables turned. The dark, imposing structure loomed, a testament to the night's grim events. After some time, Sun's Patton stirred, groaning as consciousness slowly returned. Our boy, still holding the dagger, looked down at him, asking if he was finally awake. He explained that Sun's Patton had slept for a while, and he had considered waking him sooner. By the way, you have a nice dagger, don't you? Our boy said, a sinister glint in his eye as the chains rattled. Sun's Patton struggled against the chains, his eyes wide with a renewed fury and terror. You, he snarled, his voice miraculously returned. Riyun Sermin, a player from a ruined noble family, found himself facing a brutal choice between survival and honor. This was a world where hidden powers moved in the shadows, and every family held secrets that could either build empires or bring them to ruin. He knew, as the old saying went, that true power lay not in isolation, but in the unbreakable bonds forged through shared purpose. His family's direct subordinate, a formidable warrior known only as the Finger of the Patton family, stood ready to execute any command. A powerful aura of purple energy surrounded the finger, hinting at the immense magical might at his disposal. The young master, Sun's Patton, screamed in agony, his face contorted with pain and covered in blood, insisting something was real. His cries echoed through the chamber, a raw, desperate sound that spoke of unimaginable suffering and a terrifying truth. A sharp crack filled the air as Riyun struck again, the impact sending sprays of blood across the already gruesome scene. He continued his brutal assault, the magic circle on Sun's chest pulsing ominously with each agonizing blow. The air crackled with dark energy as glowing symbols flared around Sun's, amplifying his torment with every passing second. Sun shrieked, a guttural sound of pure anguish as his body was enveloped in a searing magical fire. Riyun watched, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he continued to inflict excruciating pain upon the young master. He spoke calmly, his voice devoid of emotion, urging Sun's to keep howling, to embrace the torment he had brought upon himself. Riyun then made a chilling promise, stating he would not touch him again today, honoring a twisted agreement between them. Sun screamed Riyun's name, a desperate plea lost in the inferno of pain that consumed him. His face was a mask of pure agony, tears mixing with blood as the magical flames continued to lash at his body. Riyun, surrounded by a serene cyan glow, surveyed the torture chamber. He mused aloud, wondering if it was time to welcome his next guest. He considered the arrival of the Patton family elite, knowing their impending presence meant no room for error in his elaborate scheme. Every detail had to be perfect. A single mistake could unravel everything he had meticulously planned to ensure his family's survival. The weight of his mission pressed down on him, demanding absolute precision and an unwavering resolve. 1 week later, the sun set over a distant, ancient-looking building, marking the arrival of the formidable Patton family elite. The Finger of Patton, leading his squad, paused before the structure, questioning if this was indeed their destination. His subordinate confirmed their location, noting the imposing silence that hung heavy in the air. The Finger then expressed his frustration, recalling that it had been a full week since Sun's Patton had kidnapped the Sermin heir and entered this very place. There had been no contact from the young master, forcing them to alert the family head to the troubling silence. Another elite member questioned if there had been no other way to approach the situation during the entire week. The Finger responded sharply, explaining that they had been strictly monitoring all passages, leaving no stone unturned. He let out a frustrated "disc," a clear sign of his growing impatience and concern for Sun's. It would be troublesome, he thought, if the young master had caused an irreversible accident while lost in his cruel games. He gripped his ornate magic staff, its glowing tip a testament to his power and resolve. The family head's order was absolute. The Sermin heir had to be brought back alive no matter the cost. With a determined look, the Finger declared his intention to go in alone, prioritizing his mission above all else. He blasted open a magical barrier with a surge of purple energy, preparing to breach the heavily guarded entrance. One of his subordinates hesitated, questioning the Finger's decision to proceed without backup. The finger cut him off, asserting that the family head's orders superseded everything, even the sacred bloodline of the Patton family itself. He then shattered the entrance with a powerful burst of magic, clearing a path into the shadowy depths of the building. He reiterated his intention to go in alone, dismissing any offers of assistance from his subordinates. They would only get in his way, he stated firmly, instructing them to remain outside and await his return. His footsteps echoed through the eerie silence of the corridor as he advanced deeper into the unknown. The air grew heavy with an unseen presence, each step taking him further into the perilous labyrinth. He continued his descent, the ominous atmosphere growing more oppressive with every turn. A strange feeling washed over him. An ominous presence lingered, yet he could detect no trace of mana. Suddenly he saw it, glowing magic circles etched into the floor, an obvious trap laid out before him. He stepped forward cautiously, his instincts screaming danger as he sensed the activation of the hidden spell. A powerful magical barrier erupted, trapping him within its shimmering purple confines. This was the worst possible outcome, he realized. Concluding that something dire must have befallen Son's Patton, he quickly activated a detect trap spell from his staff, its light illuminating more hidden magic circles on the floor. He realized these were connected magic circles, part of a complex trap system designed to ensnare intruders. The enemy knew the intricate structure of this place intimately, he surmised, confirming their high level of skill. They had meticulously laid traps in every single path, ensuring no easy escape or passage. He wondered who could be behind such an elaborate setup, the Sermin family or an unknown third party. A double barrier then sprang into existence, further reinforcing his capture and limiting his options. He was now firmly caught, surrounded by intersecting lines of light, but he refused to be detained. Whoever his adversary was, he decided, he had no time for games. His mission was too critical. With a renewed burst of determination, he prepared to break free from the intricate magical prison. He declared his intention to make his opponent regret challenging a warrior of the Patton family. He finally arrived in a gruesome chamber, the floor slick with fresh blood. More blood stained the cold stone, painting a horrifying picture of recent violence. Before him, Son's Patton knelt, chained and gravely wounded, his body a testament to unimaginable suffering. Son's was barely conscious, his chest a bloody mess, emblazoned with a painful magic circle. The finger rushed forward, his heart pounding at the sight of his young master's brutalized state. He cried out, "Young master," his voice filled with urgency and concern. He reached out, his magic surging as he prepared to release Sons from his torment. He managed to break the chains, but then saw the full extent of Sons' injuries, a chilling realization dawning on him. Riyun Sermin, a determined player, pushed through immense pain to secure a crucial victory that would redefine his path. Our boy, battered and bruised, stood over the fallen Patton's finger, the powerful archmage whose defeat marked a turning point. A strange, glowing symbol pulsed on his chest, a testament to the brutal battle he had just endured, radiating faint power. His face, though streaked with blood and sweat, held an unyielding resolve, eyes gleaming with a fierce, quiet triumph. He knelt, clutching his injured side, the exhaustion finally setting in as the enemy's form slowly dissipated into the air. Without hesitation, he grabbed the shimmering blue potion and poured it over his head, hoping for a swift recovery. The liquid burned as it touched his wounds, a searing agony that made him grit his teeth and squeeze his eyes shut. A deep groan escaped his lips, the pain sharp and intense, but he knew this was a necessary step in his grand design. Finally, he rose, arms outstretched, a triumphant cry echoing as the last vestiges of his wounds began to mend. System messages flooded his vision, confirming his quest's completion and announcing a significant increase in his level. He stared at the notifications, a mix of satisfaction and confusion crossing his face, wondering about the sudden quest. The system proudly displayed his new status, Riyun Sermin, now level 15, a massive leap from his previous standing. While defeating the powerful ache naturally led to a level up, he couldn't shake the feeling that the quest played a larger role. He turned his attention back to the remnants of his defeated foe, knowing there was another urgent task he needed to complete. Our boy prepared a ritual, laying the vanquished archmage on a stone slab, surrounded by an ominous red glow. As he began, intricate glowing lines traced themselves across his skin, a magical circuit forming to accelerate his future plans. He understood that a circuit was etched into the soul itself, allowing him to harness his own mana, even in another's body. With his hands pressed together, power surged through him, an intense concentration of mana for the ritual ahead. He closed his eyes, pouring all his energy into the prepared circuit, knowing the immense sacrifice it demanded. The system confirmed his level had dropped by 5, but in return, he had successfully advanced to the assassin's hidden job, Shadow. A faint smile touched his lips. It was a success, but he knew this was only the first step in a much grander scheme. He stood amidst a swirling blue aura, ready to try again, his resolve unwavering despite the cost of the previous attempt. Once more, he engaged in the arcane process. The blue energy intensified around him as he pushed his limits. He gazed at the next job card, Death's Hand, the necromancer's upper job, obtainable through specific mana and class requirements. Out of his 2 attempts, one had succeeded, securing him a powerful new class to aid his clandestine objectives. His original strategy had only accounted for this much, but the unexpected surge in his level offered a new opportunity. After defeating Patton's finger, his level had soared beyond his wildest expectations, opening doors to even greater advancements. He closed his eyes, envisioning the ultimate prize, the hidden job of Ghost, a power beyond his initial reach. A brief moment of surprise flickered across his face, a chibi version of himself reflecting the unexpected turn of events. He clenched his fist, remembering that Ghost was a top-tier job, attained by those who mastered both assassin and necromancer skills. Surrounded by swirling energies, he understood the immense synergy between those 2 powerful classes, a combination for true dominance. His eyes glowed with fierce ambition, knowing the power of the Ghost job was what allowed Adion to become the strongest. A guttural scream tore from his throat as purple energy erupted around him, his soul wounded by the intense magical strain. His whole body felt as if it were being torn apart, and a chilling thought crossed his mind. Was this 3rd advancement impossible? Blood welled in his eyes, a vivid crimson tear tracing down his cheek, reflecting the agonizing struggle within him. He saw an apparition of his past self, reaching out from a distance, reminding him of the severe backlash if he failed. His heart pounded in his chest, a frantic rhythm accompanying the image of his original body restrained on a bloody altar. Yet, a fierce determination burned, knowing that success would dramatically accelerate his entire grand scheme. There was no room for hesitation. He had to push through, no matter the pain, no matter the risk to his very soul. The path to Ghost was fraught with danger, demanding not just skill, but a soul of immense size and resilience. He recalled a woman, fierce and bloodied, who had once declared she would offer her very soul for the Ghost job. Her tear-streaked face, etched with pain and resolve, mirrored the sacrifice he was now willing to make. His own jaw tightened, a silent vow to obtain the upper job of Ghost, even if it meant risking everything. Swirling purple energy enveloped him, a vortex of power confirming his soul possessed the immense size required. A system notification flashed, announcing the opening of a hidden job, the culmination of his relentless efforts. The card shimmered before him, a symbol of the profound power he was about to unlock, his destiny within reach. "Please," he pleaded, a desperate whisper escaping his lips, urging the system to grant him the coveted job. His eyes, wide with hope and exhaustion, were fixed on the glowing card, anticipating the final outcome. The system confirmed his advancement to Phantom, the upper job of Ghost, a title of unparalleled power. He stared at the Phantom job card, a spectral figure representing his new, formidable abilities as a master of shadows. "Phantom?" he whispered, a hint of surprise in his voice, realizing this was a job even the mighty Adion had never achieved. He gazed at the ethereal form of Phantom, a job he had never encountered in all his research, even among the strongest. He mused that since it was an upper job of Ghost, its abilities would likely share many similarities with the original. With his newfound power, he returned to the Archmage's body, ready to execute the original plan he had set in motion. Surrounded by swirling purple energy, he began the final ritual, aiming to strengthen his necromancy with his new Ghost passive. The Archmage's face contorted as purple lightning crackled around him, the raw mana flowing into the conversion process. He smiled, knowing that killing the Seven Circle Archmage had been a crucial step, providing the perfect material for his goal. The system activated Lich Creation, purple light engulfing the Archmage's body, transforming him into an undead servant. His eyes glowed with anticipation, hoping the precious material would endure the demanding process and yield the desired outcome. A system notification appeared. Lich Creation failed, but it immediately activated Special Undead Creation instead. His eyes widened in shock, an unexpected turn of events, yet he remained poised for whatever creature would emerge. The outcome was a powerful undead, a unique creation far beyond the simple Lich, defying the usual requirements for such a feat. The special undead, cloaked in shadowy armor, solidified before him, a testament to his mastery of forbidden arts. A final system prompt appeared, asking if he wished to name his new, formidable creation, a true servant of his will. With this unique being at his command, our boy had secured a powerful new ally, ready for the battles that lay ahead. Riyun Sermin stood before his newly created special undead, a chilling testament to his dark power. He was then prompted, in a quiet moment, to give a name to this terrifying creation. Suddenly, a violent explosion ripped through the scene, sending shockwaves through the air and startling his followers. One of the hooded figures, his face contorted in fear, could only stare at the chaos unfolding. The rest of the group watched in stunned silence as the purple energy dissipated, revealing the devastation. Through the lingering smoke, a figure emerged, his bare feet treading heavily on the scorched earth. It was young Master Sun's Patton, battered and bleeding, carrying the unconscious Riyun Sermin out of the wreckage. His eyes glowed with a furious red light, reflecting the intense pain and betrayal he had just endured. He turned to a subordinate, his voice raw with fury, demanding an explanation for what had transpired. His face was a mask of rage as he recounted the treachery that had led to his current wounded state. He explained that a member of the Patton family had betrayed him, but he had managed to bind the culprit with an artifact. Mounting a horse, he announced his departure with Riyun, instructing his men to stall for time. With a chilling smile, he promised immense rewards for those who could successfully buy him time. He then rode off into the night, leaving his men to face the consequences of his actions. Back in a grand hall, Lord Phyllis of the Patton family received a troubling report, his expression grim. Phyllis, a powerful 7th Circle mage, was a man of authority accustomed to order and control. He held the document, his eyes scanning its contents, a growing unease settling over him. His eyes began to glow with a dangerous red hue as he absorbed the shocking information within the report. He questioned his kneeling subordinate, his voice laced with suspicion about who knew the truth of that night. The subordinate stammered a nervous reply, clearly terrified of his lord's growing anger. Without hesitation, Phyllis struck, his rage boiling over as he eliminated the witness. He stood over the fallen man, the blood staining the floor, acknowledging the severity of Sun's Patton's disappearance. His thoughts turned to the broader implications, knowing the potential for disaster if the truth got out. He walked past the dead subordinate, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He glanced back, a silent warning to the remaining subordinate about the consequences of betrayal. Suddenly, the Sermin family head burst into the encampment, his presence a clear challenge to the Patton forces. He moved with a surge of blue energy, his power radiating outwards, ready for confrontation. His face was etched with fury, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, demanding answers. Under the pale moonlight, he challenged Phyllis, daring him to approach any closer. With a roar, he declared his intent to kill them all, calling them scum for their actions. He accused the Patton family of starting a war by encroaching on their territory without warning. Pointing to the charred remains of the border region, he highlighted the suspicious timing of the fire and Riyun's disappearance. Phyllis, now revealed as the powerful maid Sena, listened, her expression unyielding, refusing to back down. The Sermin family head's anger intensified, his face contorted in a grimace of pure rage. He readied himself for battle, a faint blue glow emanating from his hand, signaling his resolve. Sena, still in Phyllis's body, responded with a surge of pink energy, mirroring his readiness for conflict. The two powerful mages faced each other, their respective forces arrayed behind them on the brink of war. Sena, with her signature red hair, unleashed a powerful burst of fire, her magic blazing fiercely. The subordinate, witnessing the escalating tension, worried that a full-blown war was imminent. Sena, with fire still swirling around her, ordered the Sermin family head to remain silent unless it concerned the search for Sun's Patton. She later walked through a desolate, snowy landscape with her subordinate, determined to find the young master's trace. Using the Sermin family's unique blue earth cultivation method, she began her search, green energy swirling around her hands. The method resonated with faint traces left by Sun's Patton, guiding her through the wilderness. Deep within the forest, a vibrant green pillar of light erupted, signaling a discovery. Both Sena and her subordinate gasped, astonished by the sudden appearance of the powerful energy column. Suspended within the green glow was Sun's Patton, his body held captive by the strange energy. A chilling message was emblazoned upon his form, a self-confession that he was a kidnapper. Sena stared at him, her expression a mix of shock and confusion, trying to comprehend the scene. Her subordinate asked if there was any further trace of Riyun, the kidnapped young master. Sena, however, noticed something else. A hidden letter, glowing faintly in the green light. As she began to read, the spirit form of Son's Patton appeared beside her, explaining his intricate plan. He revealed his initial thought of taking over Son's Patton's body to destroy the family from within, but realized the risk. He pointed out that the Patton family head, an 8th circle mage, would easily detect a soul transfer. He then explained how a war between the families could erupt if he returned as Riyun, a conflict the Sermin family couldn't afford. Therefore, he chose the third option, leaving an explanation only Sino would understand. The letter burst into flames, its message delivered, leaving behind only ashes. Elsewhere, a young boy named Ryan ran through the bustling town, unaware of the dramatic events unfolding. A guild member called out to him, informing him that the leader was looking for him at the guild. Ryan, surprised, asked if it was Lady Sina who sought him. His curiosity piqued. He ran with renewed determination, the weight of the young master's fate resting on his young shoulders. Ryan, the dragon of Drea, was now poised to embark on a journey that would reshape his destiny. Ryan, a young man burdened by a mysterious past, found himself drawn into the secretive, dangerous world of assassins, a place where his fate would truly begin. His journey had brought him to this pivotal point, a player about to make his real debut in a game far grander and more perilous than he knew. Madara Uchiha's ancient words echoed in his mind, a constant reminder that true power lay not in isolation, but in the strength of unity and purpose. Time, however, moved on relentlessly, and 3 months later, the world had seemingly returned to its usual rhythm, masking the hidden currents beneath. Patton, the bustling capital of the Painstroy Kingdom, was a city where whispers and shadows held as much sway as official decrees and royal pronouncements. Rumors, like a persistent breeze, swept through the streets, speaking of a tense standoff between the powerful Patton and Sermin families, stirring public concern. The kingdom's urgent mediation had settled things for now, but the underlying cause remained a mystery to many of the common folk, fueling endless speculation. Among the curious onlookers, a young man with striking blue hair moved with a quiet intensity, listening intently to the gossip, his gaze sharp and observant. The whispers grew louder, detailing how a traitor from the Patton family had kidnapped the last bloodline of the once proud Sermin family, a shocking betrayal. In the end, the Sermin family had accepted compensation, a move that puzzled many, especially given the gravity of the abduction and its implications. It was a strange outcome indeed, especially since neither the culprit nor the kidnapped son had been found, leaving many questions unanswered and a lingering unease. Adding to the family's woes, their head, the revered gold dragon, had been missing for a long time, further weakening their position and influence. The once great Sermin family was clearly in decline, their former glory now a fading memory in the minds of the city dwellers, a sad testament to their fall. Our young man, meanwhile, moved with a different kind of purpose, acquiring his sustenance with practiced ease from an unsuspecting vendor in the busy market. Indeed, the once mighty Sermin lineage had completely fallen from grace, a shadow of its former self, ripe for exploitation by those who watched from the dark. The city's underbelly, however, held its own kind of power, a world of secrets hidden from the public eye and common understanding, where different rules applied. A certain guild operated in these shadows, its presence known only to a select few who truly understood the true nature of its work and its far-reaching influence. This was the Martin Assassin Guild's Patton branch, a place where information was currency and lives were mere commodities, traded for the right price. It seemed the Sermin family valued compensation more than the fate of their last remaining bloodline, a cynical truth in this city of power and betrayal. Within the guild's opulent walls, the branch manager, Sapphire, observed the flow of information with a keen, discerning eye, missing nothing. She mused over the latest developments, her expression one of quiet contemplation, yet boredom still flickered in her gaze, craving something more. To her, these were merely old stories, lacking any real intrigue or challenge worthy of her considerable attention and sharp intellect. Her gaze was sharp, betraying a mind that craved something more substantial than common gossip, something with real stakes and unpredictable outcomes. Sapphire, a second-grade assassin and the Patton branch manager, found herself listening to the grizzled veteran, Uncle Duns, as he shared the latest news. Duns, however, had a more recent and unsettling piece of news. Sermin's general manager, Truno, had been executed, a fact that surprised even Sapphire. The air in the room seemed to thicken with the weight of this revelation, a moment of silence before further details emerged, deepening the mystery. It was revealed that Truno had conspired with the Patton traitor, making his swift and brutal fate an inevitable consequence of his actions. Duns recounted how Alejandro, a rare sword master, had personally carried out the execution, leaving no room for doubt or appeal in the matter. A swordmaster, one of the few on the Drea continent, performing a summary execution was truly astonishing, even for a seasoned assassin like her. Just then, the outer door creaked open, signaling a new arrival, momentarily breaking the tense atmosphere within the guild's common room. The young man from the market, Riyun, stepped into the guild, his presence noted by those within the bustling common room, drawing all eyes. "Welcome, Riyun." Duns greeted him warmly, a hint of respect in his voice for the enigmatic youth who carried himself with such quiet confidence. Riyun returned the greeting, asking if the branch manager was available for his visit, his tone calm and businesslike, wasting no time. His journey had brought him to this pivotal point, a player about to make his real debut in this dangerous game of shadows and secrets. The path ahead was shrouded in mystery, yet he walked it with unwavering resolve, ready for the next challenge that Martin would present. He had arrived, ready to face whatever challenges awaited him within these secretive walls and the formidable manager, his purpose clear. Today, she knew, was finally the day for something truly significant to happen, something to break the monotony of guild affairs. Riyun sat patiently, his demeanor calm, awaiting the next step in his unusual request, his eyes fixed on Sapphire, who held his fate. Sapphire, with a mischievous glint in her eye, held up a sealed letter, its red wax seal a promise of change and a new beginning. She questioned if Riyun truly understood the profound meaning behind the simple parchment she held in her hand, testing his insight. Riyun's eyes, sharp and intelligent, fixed on the red wax seal that marked its importance, a silent acknowledgement of its hidden power. This was a letter recommending him as a formal guild member of Martin, a rare and coveted honor that few ever achieved so swiftly. A subtle, knowing smile played on his lips, hinting at a deeper understanding of the guild's inner workings and his unique place within them. Still, one final test remained, a combat challenge to prove his worth beyond mere recommendation and into the ranks of true assassins. She acknowledged the truth of his statement, recognizing his exceptional progress and the unique path he had forged to reach this stage. For him, she wondered if this final test might even be meaningless, given his extraordinary talent and rapid ascent through the ranks. Martin was the fourth largest assassin guild on the Drea continent, a formidable organization with stringent entry requirements and high standards. Her eyes glowed with fierce pride as she spoke of the remarkable talent Riyun possessed, a true prodigy in their midst, unparalleled in recent memory. He had reached the final test in just 2 months at the Patton branch, an unprecedented feat in the guild's long history, a record broken. A great talent had indeed been born in their branch, setting records for speed and youth that would be spoken of for years to come. Riyun, despite the accolades, maintained a humble front, acknowledging her superior rank as a second-grade assassin, never letting his guard down. She saw through his feigned humility, recognizing the slyness beneath his calm exterior, a trait she found amusing and somewhat intriguing. His expression had certainly improved since they first met, a sign of his growing confidence and comfort within the guild, a subtle transformation. The memory of their first meeting, a rainy night, came back to her with vivid clarity, a night that changed everything for the guild. It had indeed been 2 months since that strange encounter, a meeting that still intrigued her with its unusual circumstances and unexpected client. He had appeared quietly at the little-known assassin guild, a hooded figure in the night seeking something profound and utterly unexpected. Then, he had suddenly presented a huge sum of money, an assassination request unlike any other she had ever received, a bizarre proposition. His eyes, one green and one glowing with an ethereal light, held a chilling determination as he made his demand, his resolve unshaken. He had requested an assassination, and the target was himself, a task that utterly baffled her at first, yet piqued her curiosity. He knew the guild accepted requests as long as money was involved, a principle he exploited to gain entry and immediate attention. He noted that once she saw the immense fee, her attitude had shifted, treating him like a valued guest, not a mere client, an astute observation. She playfully denied her change of heart was solely due to the money, claiming her feelings had guided her decision to take on his case. She had a strong intuition that she wouldn't encounter such a unique client again, a feeling she trusted in her unpredictable line of work. The sheer oddity of a beggar-like kid offering a fortune for his own assassination was undeniably captivating, a riddle she had to solve. Such a unique proposition was impossible to ignore, sparking her deep interest in the young man's motives and the secrets he held. He had insisted on checking the letter alone, a condition she had surprisingly accepted, sensing a deeper game at play, a calculated risk. He asked her to call him when the test was ready, then departed, leaving her to ponder the mystery he presented, a puzzle she couldn't resist. Duns, who had been observing, questioned if she had truly accepted the boy based on a mere feeling, his skepticism clear and unconcealed. Carl, a shadowy figure, appeared, reminding her of the rigorous process for guild entry, which Ryan had certainly undergone with unusual speed. In reality, Riyun had completed all the assassin training, usually 5 to 10 years, in just 1 month, a true prodigy of the highest order. She confirmed his investigation into Riyun's background was thorough, as expected, ensuring no detail was missed regarding the mysterious youth. Carl reported Riyun had no surname, blue hair, green eyes, and was raised by an unknown master who later disappeared without a trace. His deep motivation, however, stemmed from a personal quest to find his master, who had vanished without a trace, driving his every action. This revelation left Sapphire with a profound sense of unease, realizing the true depth of the young man's hidden agenda and his powerful resolve. The Assassin's Guild had just welcomed a prodigy, but the real game, driven by Riyun's vengeance, was only beginning. Riyun, a young trainee assassin with a mysterious past, stood on a moonlit rooftop, ready to face the most crucial test of his burgeoning abilities. Their instructor, a seasoned figure with piercing eyes, looked down at him and 2 other trainees, the gravity of the upcoming trial hanging heavy in the cool night air. The instructor's voice cut through the silence, explaining the objective and the target they were assigned for this high-stakes assessment. Alok, a merchant known for his wealth and influence, was their mark, and the instructor provided a detailed briefing on his habits and defenses. They quickly relayed what they knew about the target's habits, hoping it would give them an edge, especially his nightly visits to his young concubine. The other trainees listened intently as the instructor continued to lay out the parameters, emphasizing the difficulty of the mission. One of the trainees, Pala, spoke up, sharing the critical detail about Alok's nightly routine and how it might create an opening. Her words hung in the air, a small glimmer of hope in an otherwise daunting task, as the instructor absorbed the information. He acknowledged her thoroughness, commending her for gathering such useful intelligence despite only knowing the target's name. Yet, he quickly pointed out the precariousness of their plan, questioning if the target would follow his routine on the exact day of their test. The trainees stammered, realizing the flaw in their strategy. Relying on a single routine was too risky without a backup plan. The instructor then reminded them that Martong, their guild, constantly gathered intelligence for precisely these unpredictable situations. He then turned his gaze to Ryan, asking him to reveal any information he might have uncovered about the target. Riyun met his eyes, a subtle defiance in his stance, and questioned why he should share his findings with his competitors. His blunt refusal shocked the other trainees, who exchanged wide-eyed glances, surprised by his audacity. He calmly articulated his reasoning. Since only one of them would pass the test, there was no logical reason to cooperate. The instructor, surprisingly, agreed with Ryan's cold logic, calling it the correct answer to the true nature of their profession. He explained that while individual skill was important, understanding when to leverage or discard others was paramount for an assassin. The other trainees looked on, their faces betraying a mix of confusion and dawning realization at the harsh truth of their path. With a decisive gesture, the instructor then gave the command, signaling the official start of their perilous mission. The trainees dispersed, each going their own way, the instructor watching them vanish into the night with a knowing look. Later, the instructor gathered a larger group of seasoned assassins, his expression serious as he outlined the new unexpected commission. This new task, involving a significant number of higher-grade assassins, was unusually complex and carried a substantial reward. He glanced at Ryan, who stood among the assembled assassins, a hint of a challenge in his eyes as he delivered the terms. The instructor detailed the time limits and the location for this demanding assignment, underscoring its urgency. He revealed the hefty bonus for success, but then, with a mischievous glint, he also laid out a peculiar condition for failure. The condition was that Ryan would be registered as a special grade trainee at their Fenton branch, an honor that baffled the other assassins. They openly scoffed at the seemingly impossible time frame, believing the task to be utterly laughable given the constraints. Days passed, and the assassins returned, their faces grim and defeated, admitting their collective failure to the instructor. The instructor, however, simply smiled, a subtle understanding playing on his lips as he saw Pala, one of the original trainees, emerge from the shadows. Pala, disheveled and clearly shaken, recounted her escape, explaining how the target's guards had mysteriously turned on each other. The instructor then declared the test officially over, his gaze once again falling on Riyun, who stood silently beside him. Meanwhile, Riyun had already begun his own part of the test, a silent masked figure moving with practiced ease across the rooftops. He succeeded in infiltrating the target's mansion, bypassing every alarm and mechanical trap with the quiet precision of a ghost. Inside, he encountered more mercenaries than anticipated, a minor deviation that would require a slight adjustment to his plan. He deliberately allowed himself to be seen, drawing the attention of the guards, knowing this was the key to his intricate strategy. This calculated move ensured that the guards would chase him, precisely as he had intended, allowing his true plan to unfold. He observed the guards rushing past him, their shouts echoing through the halls, completely unaware they were playing right into his hands. He knew that by drawing them away, he had created the perfect opening for the real events to come, his confidence unwavering. The target, Alec, panicked by the assassin's presence, frantically ordered his remaining guards to lead him to the safest place in the mansion. They rushed him to his main wife's bedroom, a place he believed to be impenetrable, unaware of the deeper trap being set. The main wife, already seething with resentment over his concubine, was shocked and enraged to find assassins in her home. She confronted Alok, her voice trembling with fury, accusing him of bringing this danger upon them because of his reckless behavior. Alok stammered, trying to deny her accusations, attempting to assure her that the room was equipped with perfect safety devices. Riyun, from his hidden vantage, observed the escalating drama, noting how the defenses were indeed stronger than he had anticipated. He also registered the increased number of mercenaries, a detail he had factored into his elaborate scheme. The remaining mercenaries, having been redirected by Ryan's earlier distraction, converged on Pala, who was still trying to find an opening. Riyun realized the signs he felt were just 5 ordinary soldiers, not the main body of guards, a critical piece of information. He prepared for a frontal breakthrough, knife in hand, ready to make his dramatic entry and execute the next phase of his plan. Alok, seeing the masked figure burst into the room, cried out in alarm, terrified by the sudden intrusion. The wife, already distraught, watched as the assassin moved with unnatural grace, further escalating the chaotic scene. She then noticed Alok's panicked movements, his desperation betraying a deeper secret she was about to uncover. Her eyes widened in horror and understanding as Alok's lies crumbled under the pressure, revealing a painful truth. She confronted him, her voice laced with bitter realization, accusing him of squandering their family's money on his concubine. Alok, cornered and exposed, tried to deny it, weakly claiming the funds were for business, a lie that only fueled her rage. But the wife knew the truth. He had taken money from her family, not for business, but to lavish gifts on his new lover. Driven by a sudden overwhelming surge of betrayal and pain, she grabbed a knife, her eyes blazing with a newfound, terrifying resolve. With a guttural scream, she plunged the knife into Alok, her husband, ending his life in a brutal act of desperate vengeance. Riyun, the masked assassin, watched the scene unfold, his mind cold and calculating, the outcome exactly as he had orchestrated. The wife collapsed, the weight of her deed crashing down on her, the blood-soaked knife still clutched in her trembling hand. She stared at her dead husband, her face a mask of shock and horror, unable to comprehend the monstrous act she had just committed. The mercenaries rushed in, too late, their shouts of, "Madam, what is the matter?" echoing through the now silent, blood-stained room. Riyun, still hidden, observed the chaos, noting that the target of their commission had been killed, but not by their hands. He considered the implications, wondering if this unexpected turn of events constituted a success or a failure for the mission. He also noted the absence of Riyun, who had seemingly vanished, adding another layer of mystery to the complicated situation. The instructor, having heard the full report, confirmed that Alec had indeed been killed by his main wife. He then turned to the other trainees, asking them why Riyun was standing before him now, implying he hadn't been with them during the mission. The other trainees looked bewildered, realizing Riyun hadn't even gone to the mansion with them in the first place. Pala, still recovering from her ordeal, confirmed that the mercenaries had inexplicably started fighting amongst themselves, allowing her escape. The instructor, clapping his hands together with a satisfied smile, declared the test officially over, much to the confusion of the others. He then revealed the shocking truth: the assassination was not a failure, because Riyun had succeeded in completing his commission. The other trainees gasped, utterly stunned by this revelation, unable to grasp how such a thing was possible. The instructor explained it was all thanks to Riyun's extraordinary skill, a power far beyond their comprehension. He gestured towards Riyun, who now stood with an eerie glow in his eyes, revealing the true nature of his abilities. The world of assassins was a brutal one, and for Riyun, a young trainee, passing his final test meant navigating a labyrinth of secrets and manipulation. The older, bearded mentor Duns stared at him, his face etched with a mix of anger and disbelief, as Riyun laid out his shocking methodology. Duns demanded to know if Riyun had truly orchestrated Alok's own wife to become the instrument of his death. Riyun simply looked back, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, as if the answer to such a question was self-evident and hardly worth voicing. He leaned in, his gaze sharp and unwavering, promising to reveal the full extent of his intricate scheme to the stunned group. The two other trainees, a blonde and a brunette, exchanged wide-eyed glances, their expressions a mixture of horror and grudging respect for the audacity. Riyun raised a hand, making it clear that the ultimate solution to their assignment lay hidden within the troubled marriage of Alok and his primary wife. He unveiled a mental image of the target, Alok, surrounded by various women, hinting at the merchant's indulgent and problematic lifestyle. Duns, still trying to grasp the implications, pressed him to elaborate, needing a full, clear explanation of how such a twisted plan could have succeeded. The brunette trainee muttered, anticipating Riyun's smug response, knowing he would likely answer with that same annoying look that questioned the need for any explanation at all. Riyun's expression confirmed her suspicion, a subtle, competent smirk that conveyed his absolute certainty in his own genius. He began by explaining that he had proactively gathered intelligence on every potential target in the city, like a master chess player mapping out every possible move. The blonde trainee exploded, incredulous that he would investigate someone without knowing they were the actual target, essentially previewing the entire exam. Riyun calmly showed them images of Alok with his latest mistress, a woman who seemed unaware of the sinister machinations swirling around her. He then revealed that Alok's main wife, Kelly, harbored a profound resentment towards her husband, a deep-seated grudge that Riyun had expertly exploited. The sheer depth of Kelly's hatred, and Riyun's cold calculation in leveraging it, sent a wave of shock through Duns and the other trainees. Riyun explained that Alok had relentlessly pursued mistresses, callously disregarding Kelly while simultaneously using her family's wealth to fund his lavish lifestyle. He then illustrated his clever ruse, instructing Kelly to hire additional mercenaries to strengthen Alok's security, creating a false sense of danger. This elaborate charade was designed to make Alok believe he was under threat, driving him to seek refuge in what he thought was the safest place possible. Riyun, with a chillingly calm demeanor, confirmed that Alok had indeed fled directly into his main wife's room, precisely as the plan dictated. He suggested to Kelly that she frame the assassination attempt as a plot by the mistress and her lover, convincing her it would bring Alok back to his senses. Drenched in alcohol and despair over her husband's betrayal, Kelly readily embraced the scheme, desperate for any chance to reclaim his affection. However, just before the plan was set in motion, Riyun slipped Kelly one final, devastating piece of information, ensuring her complete emotional breakdown. Kelly's face twisted in a mixture of fury and betrayal as she absorbed the truth, a rage that would soon consume her completely. The final blow was the revelation that all the money Alok claimed was for business funds was actually taken from Kelly's family to lavish on his new mistress. Duns's eyes widened in utter shock, the full, horrifying scope of Riyun's manipulation finally dawning on him with a jolt. The brunette trainee stood frozen, her face pale with horror, realizing the calculated cruelty behind Riyun's flawless execution. The trainees, in their chibi forms, hilariously wondered if they had somehow become entangled in the mistress's romantic affairs, their minds reeling from the twisted plot. Duns, still processing the intricate web of deceit, asked about the civilian woman, Kelly, and the immense guilt she would now carry. Riyun, with a slight knowing smile, admitted that he had offered Kelly an additional form of help to ensure the plan's success. He revealed a hidden flask, explaining that he had secretly mixed a potent potion crafted through alchemy into the alcohol delivered to Alok's house. To avoid any unintended casualties among the guild members, he also laced the mercenaries' drinking water with drugs, ensuring their judgment would be clouded. The mercenaries, affected by the powerful concoction, turned on each other in a chaotic brawl, exactly as Riyun had foreseen and intended. Riyun confirmed that the chaos among the mercenaries was indeed part of his meticulously crafted plan, a final touch to guarantee the outcome. The blonde trainee could only stare, her face a mask of shocked realization, as the full extent of Riyun's dark genius unfolded before her. The brunette trainee gasped, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe, grasping the sheer depth of Riyun's calculated ruthlessness. Duns, surrounded by the ghostly, bloody images of Kelly and Alok, conceded that everything had unfolded precisely according to Riyun's chilling foresight. He then officially congratulated Riyun on passing the test, acknowledging the unconventional yet undeniably effective method of assassination. Riyun, ever the pragmatist, was reminded that he would also receive an additional charge from Kelly, eager to cover up her husband's true cause of death. He calmly explained that it was a secret, known only to them, that Alok was killed by Kelly, allowing the guild to maintain the facade of a successful assassination. The blonde trainee's jaw dropped, utterly speechless at the revelation of the hidden truth and the guild's complicity in maintaining the deception. Riyun's face transformed into a dark, satisfied smile, a chilling testament to his profound understanding of human nature and its darkest impulses. Duns, after a moment of stunned silence, acknowledged that Riyun's level of word processing was truly respectable, even if morally questionable. The two other trainees, still reeling from the events, quickly departed, leaving Duns and Riyun alone on the rooftop. Duns turned to Riyun, his expression serious, indicating that he had something important to discuss with the young assassin. He asked Riyun if he truly understood the gravity of what he had done, the profound impact on Kelly's life, forcing her to live with such a burden. Duns asserted that the guild raised assassins, not monsters, emphasizing the importance of retaining a shred of humanity despite their brutal profession. Riyun, however, retorted that until he uncovered the full truth about Alok's character, he too had viewed Kelly as just an ordinary, grieving woman. He unveiled the grim reality. All of Alok's previous mistresses had met a violent end, systematically disposed of by Kelly herself. Duns's expression hardened, realizing the depth of Kelly's dark past and the true nature of the man Riyun had helped eliminate. Alok, it turned out, was not just a philanderer but a ruthless individual who ruined countless lives through drugs, loan sharking, and illegal gambling operations. Riyun clenched his fist, a flicker of something akin to anger in his eyes, revealing the emotional toll this dark knowledge had taken on him. Duns explained that Kelly, though not directly involved, had used her family's considerable influence to cover up the disappearances of the mistresses. Riyun, surrounded by the spectral images of Alok's victims, argued that the guild's primary objective was the assassination itself, not the moral complexities of the target or client. He questioned whether an assassin should even consider such ethical dilemmas, or if their conscience simply ceased to matter once money was exchanged for a life. Riyun maintained that Kelly never explicitly stated she didn't want her husband dead by her own hands, implying her actions were a form of complicity. Duns, his face etched with a profound sadness, found himself struggling with Riyun's cold, unyielding logic, unable to reconcile it with his own moral code. Riyun, with a chilling intensity, declared that regardless of the methods or emotional fallout, the undeniable fact remained: an assassin was involved in Alok's death. Duns, looking out at the city, offered a final piece of advice. If Riyun wished to maintain his humanity, he must grow his power and change the system from its very root. Riyun stood on the rooftop, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, contemplating Duns's words, a silent resolve hardening in his gaze. He turned back to Duns, his voice firm, arguing that as long as they operated under the Assassination Guild's rules, nothing would ever truly change. Duns watched him go, the weight of Riyun's words hanging heavy in the air, leaving him to ponder the true cost of power within their unforgiving world. Riyun, a young assassin with a quiet determination, had just achieved a significant step in his journey, finally becoming a formal guild member. This was a crucial milestone that promised new opportunities. The moment was official, marked by a guild elder presenting him with a sacred scroll, confirming his hard-earned rank as a 5th-grade assassin. It was a recognition he had worked tirelessly for. A powerful surge of vibrant energy washed over him, a clear sign of his growth and the successful completion of his challenging initiation quest. His inner strength was undeniably growing. His fellow guild members watched, a mix of awe and respect on their faces, witnessing his sudden and impressive advancement within their ranks. He had clearly earned their admiration. After the ceremony, the guild official, a woman with fiery red hair and a confident smile, began explaining the next steps and the conditions for higher promotions. She laid out the traditional path. Our boy, however, had other ideas. He cut her off, his eyes sharp and his finger raised, ready to make a bold claim that would challenge the established norms. He was not one to wait. The woman paused, visibly taken aback by his unexpected interruption as he listened intently to the detailed conditions for promotion. Her expression shifted from pleasant to surprised. He stood firm, a quiet but undeniable challenge in his gaze as she outlined the traditional requirements for achieving a higher rank. His resolve was unshaken by her authority. A ripple of surprise and confusion went through the other observers, unsure how to react to Ryan's unexpected assertiveness in such a formal setting. This was highly unusual behavior. An unspoken tension hung heavily in the air between them, their expressions locked in a silent, intense exchange that spoke volumes without a single word. The confrontation was palpable. The official's mind raced, trying to understand Ryan's brazen confidence and the audacious plan she suspected he was formulating. She was clearly caught off guard by his directness. Even the more experienced assassins in the room looked stunned, clearly not expecting such a direct and public confrontation from a newly minted 5th grade member. It was unprecedented. The branch manager, a seasoned veteran with a grizzled beard, watched the unfolding scene with a thoughtful, almost knowing, expression. He seemed to understand Riyun's intent. His eyes narrowed slightly, processing the situation and carefully considering his next move in the brewing conflict. He recognized the potential, both good and bad, in Riyun's actions. Riyun, despite his outward calm, held a powerful intensity in his gaze, suppressing a deeper emotion that threatened to boil over. His control was remarkable under pressure. He recalled his journey, the countless nights of stealth, the precise use of poison, and the cunning strategies that had brought him this far. His methods were unconventional, but effective. He then turned to the official, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, catching her completely off guard with his audacious declaration. He was ready to push the boundaries. Her initial surprise quickly turned into a visible frustration, her eyes darkening with annoyance at his apparent audacity and disregard for protocol. She was not used to being challenged. He pointed directly at her, asserting his immediate claim to the next rank, leaving no room for doubt or dismissal. His confidence was almost unnerving in its directness. The hall was now filled with hushed murmurs as the two stood face to face, a public challenge to the guild's traditional hierarchy, now openly declared. Everyone watched with bated breath. The official's anger flared, her eyes glowing with a fierce red light, reflecting her rising indignation at his perceived arrogance. Her composure was beginning to crack under his pressure. Our boy met her gaze with unwavering confidence, a small, knowing smirk playing on his lips, showing no signs of backing down. He was fully committed to his bold move. A visible purple aura of intimidation began to emanate from the official, a clear display of her power and authority, trying to make Ryan reconsider his challenge. She was pulling rank. She pointed at him, accusing him of disrespecting the guild's long-standing traditions and the hard-earned efforts of countless other members. Her words carried the weight of the institution. The other assassins shifted uncomfortably, feeling the weight of the official's displeasure and Riyun's continued defiance. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension and unease. She continued her lecture, stressing the crucial importance of earning respect and promotions through conventional, painstaking means. There were no shortcuts in their world. Her eye narrowed, scrutinizing Ryan intently, trying desperately to find a crack in his composure or a definitive sign of weakness. But he remained unyielding. She eventually turned away, attempting to dismiss his request, suggesting he was simply tired from his first mission and not thinking clearly. It was a polite dismissal, but a dismissal nonetheless. But Riyun's resolve only hardened, and he firmly refused to withdraw his application, causing her to glance back with a hint of concern mixed with her frustration. He was unyielding. He began to walk away, his decision final, leaving the official standing with a sense of unease and a slightly raised hand, as if wanting to call him back. The confrontation was far from over. It was then that the branch manager stepped in, placing a calming and reassuring hand on the official's shoulder, signaling his intent to intervene in the escalating dispute. The manager positioned himself between them, his seasoned presence commanding immediate attention from the murmuring crowd. He was about to speak, and everyone listened. The official looked at him, surprised by his unexpected intervention, wondering what arguments he intended to put forward in Riyun's defense. Her expression conveyed her uncertainty. The manager exchanged a brief, knowing glance with Ryan, a subtle, almost approving smile on his face, indicating his support for the young assassin. He had a plan. The official, still stern and unconvinced, listened as Ryan allowed himself a small, triumphant smirk, sensing the tide might be turning in his favor. He had anticipated this. The manager, with a confident and knowing wink, spoke up, ready to defend our boy's unconventional yet effective approach to his duties. He saw potential where others saw insolence. He argued that true assassination skill wasn't solely about raw physical ability, but also about cunning, strategy, and the effective use of all available resources. Riyun embodied this. Two of the younger guild members looked on, their faces a comical mix of confusion and concern, trying to grasp the complex dynamics at play. This was beyond their understanding. The general sentiment among the other assassins was one of growing worry, sensing the gravity of the manager's words and the potential implications for their guild. Rules were being bent. The official placed a finger on her chin, contemplating the manager's unexpected argument, a new and unsettling thought beginning to form in her mind. She weighed her options carefully. She eventually agreed to allow the test, but not without a stern warning, pointing a finger directly at Ryan. This wouldn't be an easy path, and she made that clear. A sly smile then crept onto her face, hinting at the true, treacherous nature of the challenge ahead. It was a test designed to push him to his absolute limits, and perhaps beyond. Ryan met her gaze, shaking her hand firmly, his determination clear as he accepted the perilous trial that lay before him. He was ready for whatever she threw his way. Later that evening, in a much quieter moment, Ryan joined his friends at a bustling tavern, the intense tension of the day now a distant memory. It was time to relax. One of his companions looked tired, leaning on her hand, hinting at the demanding life they all led, even in moments of attempted rest. The grind was constant. A cheerful tavern maid brought them their drinks, including Ryan's preferred milk, adding a touch of simple normalcy to their otherwise extraordinary lives. A brief respite. As he drank, Ryan casually inquired about guild rules, specifically whether a formal member was permitted to leave the branch territory for a time. His question seemed innocent enough. He sipped his drink thoughtfully, his eyes betraying a deeper plan beneath his casual question. He was laying the groundwork for his next unannounced move. The manager, who happened to be present, looked at Ryan with a hint of surprise, suddenly realizing the full implications of his seemingly innocuous question. He saw the wheels turning. A knowing smirk then spread across the manager's face. He understood Ryan's cunning, his desire to prepare in secret away from prying eyes. He appreciated the young man's resourcefulness. Ryan wiped the milk foam from his lips, a sly, confident look in his eyes, ready to embark on his next unseen challenge that would surely change everything. The real work was about to begin. Protagonist Ryan enjoyed a fleeting moment of peace, savoring the quiet company of an older man and a drink. He knew this rare luxury would soon vanish, as his life as a fourth-rank assassin was about to become an endless stream of dangerous missions. He soon departed from the village, leaving behind the warmth of the tavern and the familiar faces for the cold, uncertain path ahead. His journey had truly begun, taking him away from any semblance of a normal life. The weight of his assassin rank pressed heavily upon him, a constant, undeniable reminder that continuous, high-stakes requests awaited his attention. He stood on the precipice of relentless duty, facing an unavoidable destiny. Ryan acknowledged the immense difficulty of his next target, a powerful branch leader, understanding that such a mission would offer no time for rest or personal reprieve. His resolve hardened with a subtle, knowing smirk, ready for the challenge. He felt an urgent, compelling need to complete his current, personal task before the relentless demands of his assassin rank fully consumed him. His path now led him towards a notorious place known only as the Dark Zone, a land of death. The journey unexpectedly led him to witness a grand procession of luxurious carriages and mounted knights, a magnificent sight. It hinted at the arrival of a high-ranking noble family traveling the same treacherous road. Among the impressive retinue rode a company of valiant knights, their polished armor gleaming under the pale moonlight. A striking pink-haired knight, radiating authority, led the charge at the forefront of the group. The pink-haired knight appeared stern and vigilant, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with an air of practiced caution. The procession moved slowly along the path, maintaining a disciplined formation. Suddenly, his sharp eyes fell upon a lone figure slumped by the roadside, causing him to instantly pause his horse and observe the unexpected interruption with a wary expression. He halted his mount, his voice cutting through the night as he called out, questioning the identity of the person who dared to appear in their path. His tone was firm, demanding an answer. Ryan, feigning a serious injury, responded with a weak, stumbling sound, playing the part of a helpless, vulnerable traveler. His leg was visibly bandaged, adding to the convincing facade. He subtly adjusted his hood, revealing just enough of his face to appear innocent and in desperate need of assistance. It was a calculated move, designed to elicit sympathy from the passing nobles. Ryan then pleaded with the knight, asking if they could extend their generosity and take him to the nearest village. He cited his injured leg as the reason for his inability to travel alone. The knight looked surprised by the audacious request. He further emphasized his dire situation, explaining with a seemingly innocent plea that if the sun were to set, he might truly perish out there in the wilderness. His teary-eyed expression sold the lie. The pink-haired knight visibly bristled at Ryan's unyielding persistence, his jaw clenching in clear annoyance at the unexpected and inconvenient interruption to their journey. He angrily pointed a finger at her boy, his voice sharp with indignation, calling him a bold little brat for daring to stop their noble procession in such a manner. Ryan, however, managed to suppress a secret smirk, a flicker of amusement in his eyes, knowing his deception was unfolding exactly as planned, even as the knight fumed with frustration. The knight then sternly warned Ryan of the grave crime of stopping a noble's carriage, his voice sharp with the authority of his station, implying severe consequences for such an act. Ryan calmly countered the accusation, pointing out that their steady hoofbeats suggested they weren't on urgent official business. Otherwise, he reasoned, they would have taken the main road, not this secluded path. The knight was momentarily taken aback. He then continued his elaborate act, clasping his hands together and looking up with a pitiful, innocent expression, further solidifying his vulnerable facade to disarm the knight's anger. The knight, along with his loyal horse, was utterly flustered by Rion's unexpected reasoning and unwavering plea, a comical display of annoyance and confusion spreading across his face. Before the knight could formulate a response, a soft, distinct knocking sound came from within the noble carriage, drawing everyone's attention away from the standoff. A clear voice from inside the carriage gave a direct order to Kennel, the knight, instructing him to put the child, Riyun, into the carriage without further argument or delay. Kennel looked profoundly conflicted, caught between his personal annoyance and the undeniable command from the noble within the carriage. He knew he had to obey. To Kennel's utter dismay, Ryan now rode cheerfully behind him on horseback, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. His meticulously crafted plan had achieved complete success. An older knight from the retinue smiled knowingly from behind, finding the entire situation amusing, while Kennel's face showed pure, unadulterated exasperation at the turn of events. Riyun subtly looked over Kennel's shoulder, his eyes holding a victorious glint, observing the knight's mounting frustration. He was enjoying the fruits of his cunning. Kennel's fury reached its peak as Ryan, now riding comfortably with them, smiled brightly, completely oblivious to the knight's boiling anger. The young boy seemed utterly carefree. Inside the luxurious carriage, Lady Sainten Rose traveled, surrounded by the remnants of the opulence of her fallen noble family, a stark contrast to her current predicament. Ryan, now an accepted part of the procession, reviewed his mental map, confirming he had successfully infiltrated the Rose family's retinue. His strategic placement was secured. Kennel, the pink-haired knight, rode diligently beside the carriage, fulfilling his role as escort to the noble lady, his annoyance momentarily set aside for his duty. Kennel continued to ride, his ears open, listening intently to the conversations unfolding around him, perhaps discussing the young lady's precarious plight or the family's future. Our boy, Ryan, observed everything with a calm, confident smirk, his true intentions and cunning intellect hidden beneath a seemingly innocent and vulnerable exterior. Kennel, meanwhile, wore a troubled expression, perhaps sensing the underlying tension or the immense weight of their journey into exile. The future seemed uncertain. Ryan, now in a more relaxed setting during a temporary stop, subtly gathered what information he could from his new vantage point, piecing together the family story. He looked serious, a faint blue glow behind him as he confirmed his true purpose. This entire encounter was a meticulously planned infiltration, not an accident of fate. The procession continued its arduous journey under the cover of night, its path laden with unspoken dangers and the heavy burden of exile. Rion's focus sharpened on the tragic circumstances of the Rose family, particularly the assassination of their family head, which he now understood was crucial to his mission. The group made camp for the night, the crackling fire casting long shadows, offering a brief, much-needed respite from their arduous journey and the constant threat of pursuit. Kennel and another knight conversed with worried expressions, likely discussing the young lady's precarious situation and the devastating fall of their once proud family. Ryan sat by the campfire observing the knights and the young lady, silently piecing together the fragmented history and political machinations behind the Rose family's downfall. He sat by the carriage, deep in thought, contemplating the tragic fate that had befallen Lady Sainten Rose and her once prominent family. The weight of their sorrow was palpable. Under the serene full moon, Ryan looked up, his mind racing with the implications of the Rose family's vulnerability and the larger political struggles at play in the kingdom. The scene shifted to reveal the origin of the Rose family's knights, who were granted their status out of unwavering loyalty during the family's exile, symbolizing their profound devotion. Two family banners, one bearing the elegant rose and the other a fierce, predatory bird, stood as powerful symbols of the clashing factions whose bitter conflict had brought ruin upon the Rose family. The core of the tragedy was starkly revealed. The Rose family head had been brutally assassinated, a dark deed Ryan now attributed directly to the cunning and ruthless Sermin family. Kennel, the pink-haired knight, found himself embroiled in a fierce battle, surrounded by red, chaotic energy. It was a testament to the constant dangers the family faced during their exile. Ryan watched the noble carriage in the dark, an observant shadow, as Lady Sainton Rose's forced exile continued, her fate and the future of her family hanging precariously in the balance. Lady Sainton Rose slept peacefully in the carriage, unaware of the watchful eyes of Kenil and Riyun, who stood guard. Their shared vigil hinted at future alliances and conflicts yet to unfold. The young lady, adorned with a delicate rose emblem on her hat, remained a poignant figure, an innocent caught in the brutal crossfire of powerful family rivalries and political intrigue. The cunning Sermin family had orchestrated the assassination to meticulously conceal their secret dealings. A shocking revelation that promised a storm of retribution was coming, and nobody was safe. The young merchant found himself entangled in the plight of Sainton Rose, a noble lady in exile, whose weary slumber spoke volumes of her family's desperate situation. Her peaceful, if troubled, expression in sleep highlighted the innocence and vulnerability he had observed, making her current predicament all the more unjust. Our boy sat by the flickering campfire, his gaze distant, as a complex web of political intrigue and personal danger began to unravel in his keen mind. He watched the small group, including the exiled lady, gathered around the fire, their simple meal a stark contrast to the dark forces gathering against them. Quietly, he ate his own portion, observing the dynamics of the group and piecing together the fragments of information he had gathered since joining them. A subtle smile played on his lips as he recalled the chilling gaze of the Ayani family's second son, a look that had sparked his initial suspicions. The knights, unaware of the lurking threats, cheerfully raised their mugs, toasting to House Sermin, their loyalty unwavering despite their ignorance. One of them, a kind-hearted soul, offered him more soup, treating him as a mere child on their journey, completely missing his true capabilities. He accepted the bowl, reflecting on how their simple kindness felt out of place amidst the serious undercurrents, almost a distraction from the real purpose of his presence. A small, mischievous grin escaped him, a quiet acknowledgement of their well-meaning but ultimately naive assumptions about his role in their company. His thoughts, however, were far from soup, pinpointing the true source of their woes, not House Sermin's internal struggles, but the machinations of House Patton and the Ayani family. The grim reality of their exile, Captain Kenil had revealed, was not a simple misfortune, but a deliberate and calculated move by powerful adversaries. This entire plot, he realized, had been meticulously orchestrated, gaining legitimacy only through the Dairon Kingdom's reluctant approval. Captain Kenil explained how House Sermin had sacrificed their last vestiges of wealth, pouring everything into securing this temporary, fragile support. But the most troubling detail remained the chilling way the second son of the Ayani family had regarded the young lady, a predatory look that spoke of deeper malice. The banner of the Ayani family, entwined with the sinister influence of House Patton, now appeared in his mind's eye, a symbol of their combined treachery. He knew their enemies wouldn't be content with merely exiling the Rose family head. Their ambitions likely extended to the complete eradication of the entire lineage. The young merchant had seen similar ruthlessness before, knowing that even Guruta Ayani, barely 20 years old, already had a reputation for brutality, with multiple assassination requests filed against him. He had always refused such contracts, for the man was known as a truly vicious individual, preying solely on the defenseless and the impoverished. The thought of such a monster targeting Sainton Rose sent a cold shiver down his spine, confirming the immediate and profound danger she faced. He quickly concluded that this was no time for leisurely camping. The gravity of the situation demanded swift and decisive action. Moving with the agility of a shadow, he confirmed the presence of pursuers, realizing the tail they had picked up was indeed attached. For a moment, he considered a direct confrontation, wondering if simply eliminating them would solve the immediate problem. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Given their numbers and the route they had taken, the message of their location had almost certainly already been delivered. A sly smile spread across his face, realizing a more cunning approach was needed, setting intricate traps to significantly impede their relentless pursuit. He instructed the knights to remain and rest, quietly taking charge of the situation without revealing the full extent of his intentions or capabilities. While the others enjoyed a brief, uneasy reprieve, he spent the night working tirelessly, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. By dawn, he had meticulously laid enough traps along their path, confident they would effectively slow down any immediate pursuers. His efforts had also yielded valuable intelligence, completing the information gathering he had set out to achieve. Their journey together was drawing to a close, their paths diverging at the next town, marking the end of his temporary alliance. He received a small payment from Captain Kenil, a gesture he casually referred to as soup payment, maintaining his facade as a simple traveler. From the carriage window, Senton Rose offered a heartfelt farewell, her gratitude sincere for the safety and companionship he had provided. Captain Kenil, still somewhat perplexed by the young man, confirmed his destination, Dasum village, a place perilously close to the dark zone. He voiced his concern, questioning what business a young person like him could possibly have in such a dangerous border village. Our boy simply smiled, easily maintaining his cover, explaining that he merely acted as a traveling merchant, seeking opportunities wherever they arose. He elaborated on his feigned intentions, claiming he planned to acquire monster materials in Dasum and then sell them for profit in Patton. The captain, accepting his explanation, acknowledged their diverging paths, concluding that this was where their brief journey together would end. As he turned to leave, Captain Keno made one last gesture, a small item offered with genuine warmth. He explained that Dira, one of their injured, was not fully recovered and presented a potion, a thoughtful gift from Sainton Rose. The young merchant accepted the small, corked bottle, its contents glowing faintly, a testament to its potency and value. He uncorked the bottle and took a long drink, feeling the powerful effects of the potion course through his body, invigorating him. Sainton Rose's words echoed in his mind, expressing profound gratitude that they had found a moment of peace thanks to him. Her sincerity was undeniable. She truly believed he had been a savior, and her gratitude was a heavy, unexpected weight. He offered his thanks in return, confirming his departure, knowing the time for pretense was over and the real work lay ahead. Captain Kinel, ever the protector, extended an offer of future assistance, promising their continued presence in the continent should he ever need help. But he politely declined, understanding that involving them further would only place them in greater peril, something he could not allow. Sainton Rose, however, defended her captain, assuring him that despite his gruff exterior, Kenil was a genuinely good person at heart. She insisted that even without direct orders, the captain would have instinctively found a way to offer aid, driven by his inherent decency. Her gentle teasing about Kenil's gruffness underscored her fond regard for him, a small, human moment amidst their dire circumstances. Kenil, perhaps a little miffed by the rapid departure, called out, questioning his haste, unaware of the storm brewing just behind them. Soon after, our boy spotted them, 6 figures on horseback, the pursuit team, their presence confirming his earlier suspicions. He quickly assessed their numbers, noting that 2 of them appeared to be ordinary mercenaries, likely expendable foot soldiers. 2 more were sword beginners, posing little threat but adding to the overall force, making a direct assault less appealing. The presence of a wizard, however, was a significant problem, a nuisance that would demand more careful handling. The final figure, cloaked and hooded, was clearly a noble, his face obscured but his demeanor radiating a chilling authority. His identity was unmistakable. Guruta Ayani, the second son of the Ayani family, the vicious predator he had warned about. The young merchant realized his initial plan of relying on traps had failed. The pursuit team's skill level was unexpectedly high. The image of Sainton Rose, captured and at the mercy of a sinister figure, flashed in his mind, a stark reminder of the stakes involved. The potion, a generous gift, now seemed ironically excessive for mere soup payment, yet it had become crucial for what lay ahead. He had consumed the valuable elixir, a high-grade potion worth a small fortune, binding his fate even more tightly to hers. With a determined expression, he channeled his power, summoning a formidable ally, a demon named Kornake, to face the overwhelming threat. If he tried to outrun the horses, more innocent lives could be lost, so he chose a different path, unleashing a force that would change everything. Kenil, a young knight, was about to begin his first job, unaware of the dangerous path that lay before him. His inner strength, a formidable green aura, hinted at a hidden power he carried, yet to be fully unleashed. This new beginning was marked by a name that felt both fresh and heavy with expectation: Kornak. On a dusty road, a grand carriage, escorted by a small retinue of knights, moved swiftly through the desolate landscape. Leading the charge was Kenil, his pink hair a striking contrast against his armor, his gaze fixed on the journey ahead. The group maintained a tight formation around the carriage, a clear sign that whatever they carried inside was of immense value. Suddenly, Kenil called out to his men, his voice sharp with urgency, telling them they were speeding up. He looked back, a flicker of surprise and concern crossing his face as he realized the true reason for their accelerated pace. A fellow knight quickly informed the lady within the carriage that they needed to speed up, warning her to endure the shaking. Kenil turned to the knight, his brow furrowed with worry, asking why the sudden change in their travel plans. With a grim resolve, Kenil announced the reason for their haste: they had pursuers closing in fast behind them. He knew these were no ordinary bandits, of powerful beings, imbued with mana, were relentlessly tracking their every move. Pointing ahead with a desperate urgency, Kenno declared that the border, their only hope of safety, was now within reach. His voice cracked with a new intensity as he urged his men to hurry, knowing every second was critical. Turning to his trusted companions, Chaku and Gayan, Kenil prepared to give them a difficult life-or-death order. He instructed them to take the lady and run to the border, no matter what, if their pursuers managed to catch up. Kenno believed that once they reached the border, even the formidable Ani family would be powerless to touch the lady. A sturdy wooden gate, the border itself, appeared on the horizon, promising a sanctuary from their relentless chase. He explained that the Ani family wouldn't dare attack the lady under the watchful eyes of Dairon's border guards, avoiding open conflict. With a deep breath and a look of grim determination, Kenno ordered his men to run, declaring he would stay to buy them time. As the pursuers closed in, Kenno dismounted, dust erupting around him as he braced for the inevitable confrontation. Chaku and Gayan watched their commander with wide eyes, a mix of fear and admiration on their faces. They quickly affirmed Kenil's plan, agreeing to meet him at the border, leaving him to face the overwhelming odds alone. Kenno knew in his heart that the Ani family's knights were far beyond his current skill, admitting his own knighthood was merely luck. Yet, despite his inner doubts, a fierce pride swelled within him as he remembered his allegiance. He was a knight of the Rose family. The enemy appeared, a formidable group of mounted knights led by a cloaked figure whose presence radiated menace. The leader, his eyes glinting from beneath his hood, observed Kenil with a chilling curiosity, a silent question in his gaze. Kenil stood his ground, raising his sword, his voice echoing across the plain as he commanded the approaching knights to stop. He challenged them, demanding to know their authority for chasing the Rose family's carriage, his defiance unwavering. The cloaked leader, unimpressed, simply smirked and ordered Kenil to retreat at once, a clear warning in his tone. Kenil, his face contorted in a snarl, doubled down on his threat, vowing to mercilessly cut off their heads if they didn't fall back. The leader merely chuckled, a dry, dismissive sound that conveyed his utter lack of concern for Kenil's brave words. Mocking Kenil's bold pronouncement, the leader echoed his words, asking if he truly intended to cut off heads. The leader, surrounded by his knights, regarded Kenil with an air of superiority, making it clear he saw him as insignificant. He questioned Kenil's confidence, wondering if he believed himself important just because he bore the title of knight. As the leader spoke, his hood fell back, revealing an older man with long, white hair, whom Kenil instantly recognized as Guruta Ani. Guruta Ani, a cruel smile playing on his lips, taunted Kenil, hinting at a deeper knowledge of his true, hidden identity. He then casually declared his true objective. Everyone would die, he said, except for a woman named Santine. With a final, chilling command, Guruta Ani ordered his men to capture Santine before she could reach the perceived safety of the border. Kenil's eyes widened in horror, realizing the full, deadly intent behind their pursuers' actions, a desperate cry escaping his lips. Ignoring Kenil completely, Guruta Ani's knights spurred their horses, rushing past him toward the fleeing carriage. Kenil screamed, desperate to stop them, but his efforts were futile against their overwhelming numbers and speed. One of the knights struck him down with ease, sending Kenil sprawling in the dust, defeated and unable to protect Santine. Just then, a mysterious hooded figure appeared, shimmering with magical energy, revealing himself as a powerful mage. Kenil, despite his pain, recognized the sheer power radiating from the newcomer, realizing he was a mage of at least the second circle. Guruta Ani, unfazed by the mage's appearance, simply told his men to relax, assuring them a fellow knight would handle this new opponent. Looking down at the fallen Kenil, Guruta Ani coolly stated that his presence wouldn't change Kenil's fate, he would still die here. The true story of the fallen noble's player was about to unfold, revealing the intricate web of power and betrayal. Kenil watched in disbelief as Commander Siso, the former leader of the Rose Knights, stepped forward to confront the mage. Kenil shouted, demanding to know why Siso, his former commander, was now fighting against them. Siso, his face hardened, replied with a cynical smirk that his reasons were obvious. He was doing it for money. He reasoned that there was no point in starving to death when the Rose family itself had already fallen into ruin. Siso then declared that this unexpected battle was a rare form of entertainment, urging everyone to make it enjoyable. Kenil, aghast at Siso's words, cried out, questioning whether his former commander had no sense of chivalry left. Siso, with a bitter laugh, told Kenil that the world had changed, and his old ideals no longer held any meaning. He firmly believed that the concept of chivalry had completely vanished from Fainstroy, leaving only pragmatism in its wake. Siso launched into an attack, his blade flashing as he moved with practiced ease, quickly overpowering Kenil. He struck Kenil down again, his words cold and sharp, telling the young knight to simply give up now. Siso stood over Kenil, his expression devoid of pity, a stark reminder of how much he had changed. He even tried to persuade Kenil, suggesting that with war on the horizon, he could still find a new master and serve them. Kenil, bleeding and defiant, refused Siso's offer, angrily telling him to stop spouting such nonsense. Gruta Ani watched the exchange with a detached interest, a knowing look in his eyes as he assessed the situation. He then ordered Siso to finish Kenil quickly, confident that Santin would have been captured by now. Siso raised his sword for the final blow, a faint apology on his lips, signaling the end for his former subordinate. His sword arced downward, a swift, decisive strike meant to silence Kenil forever. But just as the blade was about to connect, a sudden burst of green energy erupted, blocking the attack, and Siso cried out, demanding to know who dared intervene. A powerful mage now stood between Siso and Kenil, enveloped in a swirling green aura, her arrival changing the tide of battle in an instant. The scene opened on a blood-splattered carriage, a grim testament to a recent brutal struggle. Guyan, a knight clad in orange and purple armor, surveyed the aftermath, his gaze fixed on a new arrival. From the wreckage, Saintine Rose, the last of her noble lineage, walked with quiet, desperate determination. Her loyal knights, wounded and weary, tried to shield her, but her resolve to save them was unwavering. She held a small dagger to her own throat, prepared to sacrifice herself if it meant saving her people. Her eyes, filled with a mix of fear and defiance, showed the immense pressure weighing heavily on her. The opposing knight, a cruel smile on his face, conjured a miniature horse that grew into a charging beast. Saintine Rose watched in horrified silence as the magical horse materialized and charged directly at her. Before she could react, the knight seized her from behind, his dagger pressed coldly against her skin. Her remaining loyalists tried desperately to intervene, but they were quickly overwhelmed by the enemy forces. The young noble cried out, trapped and helpless in the knight's cruel grasp, her hopes fading. Suddenly, a swift and powerful attack tore through the air, sending shockwaves through the scene. A cloaked figure, moving with impossible speed, launched a devastating assault on the knight holding Saintine. Saintine Rose could only stare in wide-eyed disbelief at the sudden, violent turn of events. The aggressive knight reeled back, stunned and bleeding profusely from the unexpected strike. The mysterious figure stood over the fallen knight, his presence radiating an undeniable, deadly power. He then turned his attention to Saintine Rose, his expression hidden beneath his hood, but his intent clear. She looked at him, confused, as he revealed his true purpose, asking if she wanted to commission an assassin. The mention of a Martong assassin sent a jolt of fear and recognition through the young noble. Desperate, she offered him a meager sum of 30 gold for his powerful and unexpected services. He considered her offer, a subtle smile playing on his lips, but found it far too insufficient. He explained the true cost of the enemies they faced, including a powerful mage, far exceeding her initial offer. The full extent of the opposing forces, including a formidable mage, loomed large, a truly dire threat. Our protagonist made it clear that if the payment wasn't right, he had no reason to stay and fight. Saintine Rose realized the gravity of the situation, her entire desperate plan resting on this critical negotiation. With a deep breath, she made a desperate vow. Everything she possessed was on the line for her family. He listened, his gaze unreadable, as she laid out her entire future, offering it all to him. Her face contorted with raw emotion, pleading for the very survival of her family and legacy. She screamed her desperate plea, offering him anything and everything he desired to save them. A predatory smile spread across his face, his eyes glowing with an eerie green light as he made his decision. He accepted, his resolve hardening as Maina pulsed around him, ready for the intense battle ahead. The fallen knight, still recovering, glared at him, refusing to accept his earlier humiliating defeat. Our boy prepared his dagger, a deadly glint in his eye, poised to strike once more. He moved with lightning speed, a whirlwind of green energy surrounding him as he attacked. A powerful surge of energy erupted, striking another of the enemy knights with devastating force. The knight was thrown back by the impact, his body collapsing violently against the carriage. Our boy stood victorious over his latest opponent, his presence dominating the chaotic battlefield. Saintine Rose watched, utterly stunned by the brutal efficiency and power of the assassin. He turned, a confident smirk on his face, ready for the next challenge, his gaze unwavering. The remaining knights, their swords drawn, braced themselves, their expressions grim, for the inevitable confrontation. Our boy's hand glowed with mana, ready to unleash more of his deadly green-tinged power. The first knight, barely conscious, struggled to rise, fueled by a desperate, burning rage. He roared in defiance, refusing to yield despite his painful and significant injuries. Our boy simply glanced back, unimpressed by the knight's empty bravado and threats. He effortlessly dodged a lunging attack, his movements fluid and impossibly precise. He moved around the knight, positioning himself with expert precision for another decisive strike. The knight, now bleeding from the nose, was clearly struggling to keep up with the assassin's speed. Our boy faced down the remaining knights, a calm intensity in his posture, ready for their next move. The knights launched a desperate, coordinated attack, hoping to overwhelm him with their sheer numbers. He weaved through their simultaneous strikes, a blur of motion too fast for the eye to follow. Our boy remained utterly calm, even as multiple blades converged on him from all sides. His body began to glow with green energy, a clear sign of his unleashed, formidable power. He activated his body domination ability, amplifying his physical prowess to an inhuman level. Then, body acceleration kicked in, transforming him into an unstoppable, uncatchable force. Our boy moved too fast for the eye to follow, a green streak across the chaotic battlefield. The knight could only gasp in shock and terror as the assassin closed in for the final blow. The knights were sent flying, unable to withstand his newly empowered, devastating assault. Our boy's eyes, glowing with fierce green energy, promised a swift and brutal end to the conflict. Kenil, a player from a fallen noble house, moved with lightning speed, a blur of green energy tearing through the ranks of his pursuers. They barely had time to react to the sudden, overwhelming assault. His eyes gleamed with a chilling resolve, a faint smile playing on his lips as the magical energies surged around him, binding his targets. The enemy commander stared in disbelief, his face contorted in pain and confusion as the strange magic began to take hold. He had been caught completely off guard, realizing too late that this fight was far more complicated than he had anticipated. The other pursuers could only watch in growing horror, their weapons useless against the invisible forces at play. Kenil's gaze was fixed on the man, his finger extended as if to deliver a final, precise blow directly to his senses. The commander thrashed violently, his mind reeling from the sudden sensory overload, struggling to comprehend the nature of the attack. A guttural scream ripped from his throat as the curse took full effect, blood erupting from his body in a sickening spray. One by one, the elite pursuers collapsed, their forms contorted and lifeless, victims of a power they couldn't even begin to understand. He looked down at the fallen, a cold satisfaction in his gaze, knowing they were finally experiencing the kind of despair the Rose family had endured. This was the culmination of countless battles, the story of a player rising from the ashes of a fallen noble house. Captain Guyan, bloodied but unbowed, walked with a purposeful stride, having seemingly fended off the relentless pursuers. The remnants of the Rose family gathered, their faces etched with relief and exhaustion, grateful to have survived the ordeal. Lady Sainton, overcome with emotion, wept tears of profound relief, seeing her people safe after such a harrowing escape. Our boy, Kenil, stood silently, his calm demeanor belying the chaos he had just navigated to ensure their survival. Chaku and the other guards were astounded, questioning how Captain Guyan could have possibly fended off such a formidable force on his own. Guyan, however, quickly silenced their doubts with an irritated gesture, clearly not in the mood for their questioning. He then revealed the truth, pointing to the captured wizard and Garuta, who were floating helplessly, restrained by an unknown magic. Everyone's attention turned to the mysterious figure standing apart, wondering who this powerful new ally could possibly be. Leon, the mysterious mage, continued to maintain his intricate spell, his hands glowing with the same eerie green energy. The powerful magic pulsed, and the small shadowy figure above him seemed to be a key component of his intricate technique. Sainton watched, mesmerized by the display of power, as Leon skillfully manipulated the magical energies before them. Kenil, recognizing the mage, asked why he was present, having expected to meet him at a different location entirely. Both Kenil and Sainton exchanged surprised glances, realizing that Leon's unexpected appearance was far from a mere coincidence. This new individual, an assassin from Martin, was a cold, efficient killer, now covered in the blood of his recent victims. He had dispatched the wizard with brutal efficiency, leaving no doubt about his lethal capabilities. The betrayer, battered and desperate, pleaded for his life, offering an exorbitant sum for his freedom. He was willing to pay anything, even triple the agreed price, if Leon would just spare his miserable existence. Sainton watched with a mixture of anger and disgust, recognizing the man's treacherous nature. Leon's face hardened, his eyes glowing with an ominous green light, signaling the end of the betrayer's desperate pleas. With a swift, merciless strike, Leon eliminated the betrayer, a clean, decisive execution that left no room for negotiation. He stood over the lifeless body, the green energy still swirling, a stark reminder of the deadly efficiency of Martin's assassins. A faint plume of smoke escaped his lips as he smirked, entirely unfazed by the brutal act he had just committed. He then turned to Sainton, giving her a competent wink as if to remind her of the quality of service she had just witnessed. With his eyes gently closed, the shadowy figure above him seemed to grow more defined, hinting at a deeper power. He made it clear that Martin was not a guild to be trifled with, emphasizing the importance of their reputation and payment. Sainton's expression remained composed, but a flicker of apprehension crossed her features as she acknowledged his implicit threat. Leon stood over the growing pile of bodies, completely unfazed, while Sainton observed him with a newfound caution. Her initial relief was now tinged with a deep sense of unease, realizing the true nature of their deadly benefactor. He simply looked down, a subtle smile playing on his lips, confident in the understanding that had passed between them. With a renewed resolve, Sainton clenched her hands, understanding the gravity of the situation and the necessity of their agreement. Leon then gave them instructions, detailing how to proceed and what to say if questioned by border guards. Gayen and Chalker exchanged amazed looks, struck by the assassin's absolute confidence and lack of hesitation in his plan. The captain and his men nodded in unison, affirming their trust in Leon's words and their commitment to his instructions. Leon cast a final, knowing glance at Kennel before turning away, his task seemingly complete for now. A subtle smirk played on his lips, and a spark of green energy flickered in his eye, hinting at the true depth of his power. Then, with a sudden burst of green light, Leon levitated into the air, preparing to vanish as mysteriously as he had arrived. In a blinding flash, he vanished completely, leaving the astonished group to wonder if they had truly seen him at all. Gayen, utterly bewildered, could only stammer out a question, unable to comprehend the assassin's sudden disappearance. Kennel, however, sensed there was more to Leon than met the eye, a suspicion that piqued Sainton's curiosity. The creature Leon had summoned was unlike any undead they had ever encountered, its eyes glowing with an intelligent green light. Kennel realized that this was no ordinary minion. It possessed a unique quality that set it apart from typical animated corpses. Though brief, the creature had communicated in human speech, a chilling detail that defied all conventional understanding of necromancy. This formidable being had moved with incredible speed and power, easily overwhelming their skilled opponents. The wizard, a powerful foe in his own right, had been dispatched with shocking ease, barely putting up a fight. Even the skilled assassin from Martin had fallen before its might, a testament to the creature's overwhelming strength. Sainton's mind raced, piecing together the extraordinary events, a profound realization slowly dawning upon her. Kennel, too, felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the true implications of Leon's incredible abilities, surrounded by the eerie glow of spectral skulls. This level of power, this command over sentient undead, could only belong to one legendary figure. It was the legendary necromancer, Veda, or perhaps his most formidable disciple, whose presence promised a storm yet to come. Our boy, Leon, was a player from a fallen noble family, now caught in a world under siege, where whispers of necromancy could change everything. The gravity of his situation and the potential for immense power were just beginning to unfold. The whispers among the knights spoke of a legendary necromancer, Veda, a figure whose immense power still resonated throughout the land, making him a myth whispered in hushed, reverent tones. The knights exchanged uneasy glances, the profound implications of such a powerful connection weighing heavily on their minds, making them wonder about the true nature of their savior. Veyra, a beautiful realm untouched by time, now faced annihilation as rifts bled nightmares into its lands. From these, eclipse gates poured creatures of shadow and flame, threatening to consume all that was good. Champions were called from distant worlds, branded with the mark of the soul, their strength destined to grow with every battle. Our hero, a player from a fallen noble family, was among them, tasked with saving Veyra. This world, however, was no mere game. The challenges were brutal, demanding a relentless spirit and a will to push beyond conventional limits. Our hero found himself descending deeper into the earth, wondering just how far he had already come down into the abyss. Even at this incredible depth, a faint light persisted, an unexpected beacon in the otherwise crushing darkness. He mused that he must have reached a point where the sun's rays could no longer penetrate the Earth's thick crust. Still, that persistent, distinct glow was slowly being swallowed by a darkness far more profound and ancient. From this suffocating gloom, grotesque monsters would sometimes burst forth, creatures no mortal could hope to handle. For generations, humans had bravely defended the Drea continent, with the noble Sermin family at the forefront, diligently studying the Dark Zone. This unique place defied all logic, acting as a deep dungeon, a towering structure, and a vast ocean all at once. Its confusing, maze-like layout made navigation impossible, prompting the Drea continent to establish clear boundaries for its distinct zones. The first 6 floors of this labyrinth were theorized to exist, yet no one had ever managed to discover them. Floors 7 through 12, however, had been successfully located and even extensively explored by adventurers. It was widely understood that the higher the floor number, the closer one was to the surface and the weaker the monsters residing there. For instance, the 12th floor was teeming with a variety of common yet dangerous creatures. Goblins, mutated beasts, and even fierce orcs roamed freely, making it a challenging but manageable hunting ground. Our hero effortlessly cut through them, his movements swift and precise, leaving a trail of defeated foes behind him. He continued his relentless assault, clearing the path with efficiency and deadly grace, showing no mercy to his enemies. On the 12th floor, one could expect to encounter a mix of goblins, mutated beasts, and even formidable orcs. He recalled his past, fortunate to have extensively studied this very place during his time in the Sermin family. This area, he realized, was undoubtedly the most optimal location for him to rapidly increase his level and power. Instead of chasing scattered monsters across the vast Drea continent, a more efficient strategy was at hand. A place where monsters congregated densely would be far more beneficial and ideal for any player seeking to level up quickly. For our boy, this particular spot was truly the perfect hunting ground to hone his skills and gather resources. Deep within the Dark Zone, traditional compasses and maps were utterly useless, their magic failing to guide anyone. The only reliable method for navigation in this treacherous underworld was through the sensitive manipulation of mana. A system notification confirmed his progress, indicating that his experience had significantly increased. The 12th floor, despite its monsters, essentially served as a training ground for beginners in the grand scheme of things. Few people ever ventured down here, and thanks to the confusing maze-like layout, encounters with other players were rare. This isolation meant he could freely experiment with powers he had never before had the opportunity to unleash. It was time to fully utilize the necromancer abilities he had been forced to hold back from using in the outside world. With a surge of dark energy, he activated his signature spell, Raise Dead. The first creature to rise was merely a bottom-tier undead goblin zombie, but its purpose was clear. As long as it could serve as a reliable meat shield, protecting him from attacks, it was more than enough for his current needs. A surge of power confirmed that his Death's Hand skill had successfully activated, enhancing his summoned minions. The undead he raised would now grow stronger, and their duration in the world would significantly increase. He felt a deep satisfaction. This was exactly the kind of progress he needed to make. A place overflowing with monster corpses was undeniably the perfect environment for him to continuously utilize and improve his Death's Hand ability. A sly smirk crept onto his face as he pondered the possibilities, ready to unleash his growing power. Shall I relieve some stress? He wondered. His army of undead goblins surged forward, a relentless tide of reanimated corpses, eager to follow their master's commands. The chaotic sounds of battle, a mix of KYAAAAK and KIEEEK, echoed through the cavern as his forces clashed with the living monsters. Undead goblins clawed and tore through their brethren, the air filled with the guttural cries of KHRRIAAA. He observed the carnage, concluding that on the 12th floor, there genuinely posed no significant threat to him or his growing army. The number of undead under his command had now swelled to approximately 30 bodies, a formidable force in its own right. Yet, he wondered if 30 or so was truly the extent of his current capabilities, or if he could push further. In his prime, he had commanded tens of thousands of undead, a stark contrast to his current smaller legion. Undead were much like puppets on strings, their movements and actions directly controlled by his will. Each one demanded his constant attention, and their very existence continuously drained his precious mana reserves. His mental fortitude remained strong, honed by years of experience, but his persistent lack of mana was proving to be his biggest obstacle. He had come to the Dark Zone not only to level up and gain experience, but also, crucially, to replenish his dangerously low mana supply. To achieve that vital goal, he knew he would need to confront and defeat the formidable Floor Guardian. This powerful entity was known in Aedeon as a boss monster, a creature of immense strength and magical energy. He looked at the towering beast, his resolve firm. He had no choice but to hunt that thing down. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, a deep fatigue that settled in his bones as he breathed heavily. Our protagonist, Devon, a summoned champion, found himself in Veira, a beautiful realm on the brink of collapse from invading forces. He was now deep within the 12th floor's Dark Zone, facing its monstrous guardian, an orc giant berserker. This beast was infamous throughout Sermin, known only by one chilling and terrifying name. It was called the Human Slayer, a fearsome opponent that filled all who encountered it with dread. Seeing it in person, our boy immediately understood why it struck such terror into the hearts of many. He acknowledged the immense, raw power radiating from the creature, a truly formidable foe. This was truly a monster, a force of destruction that threatened to crush everything in its path. The very presence of the Human Slayer exuded a palpable fear, a suffocating aura. Devon was exposed to the orc's fear, his stats temporarily dropping under the immense pressure. But he successfully resisted the effect, channeling his inner strength through the blue earth circulation method. He had come fully prepared for this encounter, anticipating every move the beast might make. The 12th floor's environment was a maze of ruins and treacherous paths, perfect for his chosen strategy. In such a confined and dangerous space, one thing was paramount for survival and victory. He needed mobility, quickness to dodge and weave, and he had just the right solution for it. He summoned a zombie wolf, a reanimated mount from an orc chieftain, to serve as his swift steed. This spectral wolf was his chosen method of rapid movement, allowing him to dart around the battlefield. The mana infusion kept the zombie wolf active, a temporary but vital tool in his arsenal. He knew the effect would vanish once the mana ran out, but he planned to make the most of it. It was more than enough time to deal with the Human Slayer, to wear down its formidable defenses. The orc, however, seemed confused by his elusive tactics, struggling to pinpoint his exact location. It looked around frantically, trying to track his movements, its frustration growing with each passing second. No wonder even in Sermin, it took a party of seasoned knights and mages to hunt this creature. The more agitated the orc became, the more openings it would inadvertently create in its defense. He deliberately scattered traces to provoke it further, drawing out its rage to expose its weaknesses. But his attacks were too shallow, barely scratching the monster, failing to inflict significant damage. It was likely because his assassin level was still too low, not yet potent enough to bypass its tough hide. The Human Slayer retaliated with a curse-type skill, Wound Aggravation, its power seeping into the air. Purple energy pulsed around the orc as it cast the spell, a malevolent aura of dark magic. Devon's blood began to turn purple, a clear sign of the curse taking hold, its venom spreading. The orc, confident in its power, urged him to stop struggling and simply die, its voice booming. The monster then entered berserk mode, blocking all pain and unleashing a tremendous surge of power. He realized fighting the Human Slayer head-on simply wouldn't work. A direct confrontation was suicide. Instead, he chose a different approach, one that relied on numbers and dark arts. He would use Raise Dead, a necromantic spell to bolster his forces. This was part of his undead enhancement strategy, a grim but effective method of combat. He had previously failed to create a special undead like Cornucay, a powerful, unique minion. But he had discovered another way to strengthen them, a ritual of sacrifice. This felt more like a proper raid now, a coordinated assault rather than a solo fight. He had found a new method to grow his power, harnessing the souls of the fallen. He began the soul sacrifice, using a knight's soul to empower his undead. The undead were strengthened, and he could temporarily use the knight's abilities, gaining new skills. Next, he used a mage's soul, pouring its essence into his creations. Through this sacrifice, Cornucay's abilities were permanently strengthened, evolving beyond its previous limits. Cornucay had awakened part of the knowledge it possessed while alive, gaining a dark wisdom. Now, it was time for his command, to unleash his newly empowered forces. He looked at Cornucay with a grim determination, its form now imposing and ready. He ordered Cornucay to finish the Human Slayer, to bring down the mighty beast. Cornucay and the other undead swarmed the orc, a tide of spectral warriors. Cornucay even used a skill that spewed deadly poison when undead died, an insidious tactic. The orc was taking heavy damage, its roars echoing through the cavern as it struggled. The human slayer was holding out, but the poison was clearly taking its toll, weakening its resolve. Its berserk state would soon weaken, leaving it vulnerable to a decisive blow. He knew undead were consumables in the end, meant to be sacrificed for greater power. The moment its berserk weakened due to the poison, he knew he would strike the final blow. Now was the time, the perfect opportunity to end this grueling battle. Cornuke was ready, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. Cornuke unleashed a powerful attack, a burst of green and purple energy. It was a fiery, explosive strike, enveloping the human slayer in its destructive force. The human slayer was engulfed, its roars turning into pain screams. The battle reached its climax as flames erupted around the giant orc. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. The world of Vera was bleeding, a realm on the brink, when ancient rituals tore the very fabric of reality. From another world, a young man was pulled through, bewildered by the glowing message welcoming him as a summoned one. He stood on new ground, facing a vast, dangerous landscape, as the system confirmed his arrival in the perilous world of Vera. The air crackled with raw power as a fierce female mage, an enemy of this realm, unleashed a torrent of destructive fire magic. Our boy, the summoned player, met her ferocity with his own, his hand glowing with arcane green energy, ready to strike back. The battle raged, and the mage continued her relentless assault, her spells illuminating the chaotic battlefield with deadly light. A monstrous bull-like creature, the human slayer, roared with primal fury, its massive form engulfed in flames, a formidable foe. Explosions rocked the ground as our hero stood his ground, channeling his magic amidst the chaos, determined to survive this onslaught. Another terrifying beast, a lion-man hybrid, joined the fray, its eyes burning with aggression, adding to the overwhelming odds. The enemy mage, with a chilling smile, pressed her attack, her mastery of fire clearly evident as she conjured more destructive spells. After a brutal clash, our boy emerged victorious, standing over a fallen foe, his spear bloodied, the first major hurdle overcome. Yet, the fight was far from over. A formidable group of enemies, including the female mage and the human slayer, still stood against him. The mighty human slayer, now weakened and battered, collapsed to its knees, its powerful form finally succumbing to the player's relentless attacks. The beast let out a final, pained gasp, its life force ebbing away, a testament to the brutal strength required to defeat it. Our hero, now surrounded by newly summoned skeletal minions, observed the human slayer, recognizing its legendary status. He focused his will, casting a green spell, his eyes closed in concentration, preparing a new offensive against the remaining threats. The green magic pulsed outward, striking the enemy minions, disrupting their forms, weakening their resolve in the ongoing battle. The mysterious female mage, now appearing in a spectral purple form, watched with a smirk, seemingly unfazed by the player's progress. Despite its injuries, the human slayer let out another guttural roar, refusing to yield, its immense power still clinging to life. Our boy continued his focused assault, channeling his green energy, aiming to finally put an end to the formidable guardian. Blue magical energy surged from his hands, striking the human slayer with renewed force, pushing the beast closer to its final defeat. With a powerful surge, he extended a glowing blue hand towards the monster, preparing to unleash a unique ability. The energy flowed from the human slayer into our hero, a visible transfer of life force, making him stronger with each pulse. As the human slayer faded into blue light, a system message confirmed a gain of 3 health, replenishing his strength. Another message appeared, indicating he had also absorbed 1 mana, boosting his magical reserves from the defeated foe. The system then informed him he had reached the maximum absorbable amount for his current level, a clear indicator of his growth. A triumphant notification declared he had successfully hunted the human slayer, marking a significant milestone in his journey. The purple energy around him intensified, signaling a level increase, his power growing with each victory on Vera. With this new power, a message informed him that his phantom's ability could now extract the human slayer's very soul. He looked at the fading form of the legendary beast, a new, intriguing possibility opening up before him. A mesmerizing purple aura now surrounded the vanishing monster, indicating the unique energy of its powerful soul. The system confirmed the soul extraction of the human slayer was successful, a rare feat achieved by our hero. He wondered about this unexpected ability, questioning if monsters of the Dark Zone truly had no souls, or if this guardian was different. Despite the low 57% success rate, the opportunity was too great to pass up. He knew he had to attempt the perilous soul extraction. With intense focus, he initiated the soul extraction. his expression a mix of determination and anticipation. Purple energy swirled around the human slayer's fading form, the ritual of extraction in full swing, pulling at its essence. The monster's soul, a shadowy, powerful entity, began to visibly separate from its corporeal form, drawn towards our hero. A triumphant notification flashed. Soul extraction of the human slayer was successful, filling him with a surge of accomplishment. Yet, a moment of confusion washed over him. The monster's physical body inexplicably remained, defying the usual rules of the world. He stared at the intact corpse, perplexed, knowing its soul had undeniably been absorbed, leaving a strange anomaly. He pondered the mystery, wondering why the body hadn't vanished as expected, a deviation from all he knew about monsters. Normally, a defeated monster's body would dissipate and later regenerate, preparing for the next challenger, but this one stayed. A new worry set in. If the body remained, the elite knights of the Sermin family, guarding the Dark Zone, would surely notice this unusual event. The weight of his family's fallen legacy pressed upon him, a constant reminder of the high stakes in this unforgiving world. Far away, a disciplined squad of knights, their armor clanking, marched through the dark passages of the dungeon. Their leader, a stern female knight named Jen, pointed the way forward, her gaze sharp and resolute. The knights advanced steadily, their formation tight, moving deeper into the mysterious and dangerous labyrinth. Jan's eyes widened in shock as they stumbled upon a scene of devastation, a clear sign of a fierce battle. These were unmistakably the remnants of a brutal fight, scattered debris and scorch marks painting a grim picture. The knights questioned if the information about the human slayer being hunted was actually true, given the evidence before them. Jan estimated at least 30 combatants were involved, judging by the scale of the destruction. She observed the precise attack patterns, noting they were clearly well-trained elites, even including powerful mages. A sense of disbelief washed over her. How could such a large, organized force have entered this restricted area unnoticed? These were not random strikes, but calculated, experienced patterns, indicating seasoned hunters of monsters. Her subordinate noted that the traces suggested extensive experience in hunting formidable creatures like these. Yan concluded that the battle was undoubtedly the work of humans. A shocking revelation in this monster-ridden zone. It seemed undeniable now. The human slayer, a guardian of this floor, had indeed been hunted down by a human force. The absence of the floor guardian was already causing a dangerous ripple effect, with 12th floor monsters beginning to riot. Yan quickly ordered her knights to devote all their forces to prevent the monsters from breaching their floor's boundary. As chaos threatened to spill over, the knights stood ready, their minds filled with a single urgent question: just who were these mysterious hunters? Heen, a young man from another world, found himself pulled into a realm bleeding with suffering and chaos. For centuries, Vera had known only despair, and in Eridor, the last human kingdom, a fragile hope flickered. Ancient mages, desperate to save their dying world, began a perilous ritual. Their forms were shadowed, their faces grim as they poured all their power into the summoning. The air crackled with raw magic, forming a dazzling blue circle on the floor. Each mage focused intently, their staffs glowing with stored energy. A powerful surge erupted from the center of the circle, tearing at the very fabric of reality. The energy pulsed outwards, threatening to consume everything. The world around them distorted, blurring into streaks of light and shadow. The mages struggled, their combined might barely containing the raw power unleashed. The fabric of reality itself began to tear, creating a shimmering portal. The mages watched with bated breath, their faces etched with a mix of fear and desperate anticipation. Through the swirling vortex, a figure began to materialize. The princess, witnessing the event, looked on with wide, tear-filled eyes, her heart pounding with a mixture of dread and hope. The summoned hero, a young man with dark hair, looked utterly bewildered. He glanced around the ancient chamber, his expression a mixture of confusion and shock as he took in the scene. The mages and the princess stared at him, their faces a mix of relief and urgency. Could this truly be the hero they had desperately sought from another world? The princess, overwhelmed with emotion, reached out to him. Her voice, filled with an urgent plea, begged him to save their world, calling him hero. Hin, still reeling from the sudden shift in reality, could only stare back blankly. The princess's words echoed in his mind, leaving him utterly speechless and confused. A holographic message appeared before him, welcoming him as the summoned one and declaring his entry into the world of Vera. The magical interface shimmered with blue light. He was prompted to select a class: mage, warrior, cleric, or hunter. Our boy, still processing everything, instinctively reached out to press the next button. The system quickly moved to a tutorial on legendary pets, showcasing powerful beasts he could tame. Hein, eager to get past the introductions, tapped Next once more. Next came the Stats plus Loot tutorial, explaining attack, defense, stamina, and how to acquire legendary gear. Hein, seeing the familiar game-like interface, pressed Next again. The tutorials continued with dungeons plus guilds. Then, event rates plus encounters. Hein navigated through them, his mind racing with the implications of this new world. Finally, the system declared his journey was beginning and presented him with a Start Adventure button. Hein, with a deep breath, tapped the glowing prompt. The world of Vera opened before him, a vast landscape under a bright sky. Hein stood at the precipice of his new adventure, a lone figure in a strange new land. The chapter's title, Player of a Fallen Noble Family 25, flashed across the screen, a stark reminder of his past life and the current stakes. This was a story of rebirth. Suddenly, a system message appeared, merging the path of the necromancer and the path of the soul into a single quest. Hein's eyebrows furrowed in surprise. Another message immediately followed, declaring Veda's legacy as his main quest. Hein stared at the glowing text, a single word escaping his lips. Main? The system continued, converting the path of revenge into a main quest as well. Hein felt a pang of recognition, his thoughts instantly turning to the mysterious Veda. Then, the path of the assassin was converted into a job quest, adding another layer to his unfolding destiny. The system was reorganizing his entire existence. Finally, a sub-quest for the Path of Revenge appeared, Rebuild the Sermin family. This task, deeply personal, seemed to tie his past directly to this new reality. A clear objective was given for the Path of the Assassin. He needed to obtain Martin's 4th rank assassin qualification. The path ahead was becoming clearer, if more complex. Hen observed the system's renewed functionality, realizing it had grown and now behaved just like it did in Aedeon, his previous world. He wondered why the change had come now. A new world quest appeared, Veda's Legacy Begins. Veda's Legacy raised the human slayer as an undead. The words hung in the air, ominous and intriguing. Hein was struck by the sheer coincidence, questioning the connection between the human slayer and this Veda, especially since it was a world quest. He recalled that killing a god in Aedeon had been his only other world quest. The weight of this new challenge settled upon him, hinting at its immense importance. To unravel the mystery and find answers, our boy knew he had no choice but to complete the quest. His resolve hardened, ready to face whatever lay ahead. He extended his hand, beginning the necromantic ritual. Purple energy swirled around him, coalescing into a powerful summoning circle. The ground rumbled as the energy intensified, a monstrous form slowly taking shape within the vortex. The air grew heavy with dark magic. Hein uttered the command, "Raise dead," his voice strained with effort. The ritual demanded immense power, pushing him to his limits. The beast roared, its form still shrouded in purple energy. It was a chaotic, unholy birth, a creature rising from the depths of death. Hen cried out, "KGHHH," as his mana was drained at an alarming rate. The summoning was far more taxing than he had anticipated. His mana continued to deplete like crazy, forcing him to his knees. The sheer energy required for this resurrection was immense, threatening to overwhelm him. From the swirling purple abyss, a hulking, armored figure began to emerge, its form radiating dark power. The summoning was reaching its terrifying climax. Hein stared, dumbfounded, at the imposing figure, a skeleton berserker. He had expected an undead creature on Kornak's level, not this formidable being. The system confirmed his success. "You have succeeded in Veda's legacy. Raise the human slayer." A new quest immediately followed. A new quest begins. Complete the human slayer. The task, however, came with a daunting prerequisite. Hein observed the incomplete skeleton berserker, then glanced at a status window. He realized the hero's soul was needed to complete it. He was frustrated by the terrible efficiency, lamenting how much mana it had absorbed, yet it remained unfinished. This was proving to be a costly endeavor. Despite its incomplete state, the skeleton berserker proved incredibly useful. It tore through the normal monsters with surprising ease, demonstrating raw power. Hein acknowledged its utility against weaker foes, but the main problem lingered. It required a constant supply of mana to sustain. This constant mana drain made raising other undead impossible for him, severely limiting his necromantic potential. He needed a more sustainable strategy. Still, he found a way to use the skeleton berserker properly. Kornak, his mage familiar, could handle long-range attacks, providing crucial support. In close combat, the skeleton berserker functioned as an effective tank and warrior. This dual strategy allowed them to clear areas efficiently. Using these two together reminded him of hunting in parties back in Aedion, a familiar comfort in this unfamiliar world. The synergy was undeniable. A system message chimed, indicating that Death Hand's level had increased. This meant his mastery over his undead abilities was growing. Another notification followed, informing him that his mana had increased by 3 points. This small gain was a welcome relief, offering a glimmer of hope for his mana issues. Hen couldn't focus solely on hunting. He had another, more personal reason for being in Beira. His brothers were out there, and he needed to find them. He activated the Blue Earth Tempering Method, a skill from his family. Green energy enveloped him, spreading outwards as he sought any sign of his kin. He continued to activate the method, hoping for resonance, a connection to his brothers. But the vastness of the Dark Zone yielded no immediate results. According to information from the Asan family, his brothers had last been seen in this very dark zone. The intel was precise, yet the trail was cold. He remembered his brothers, vibrant and full of life in his memories. He vowed to find them, no matter what challenges this world threw his way. He continued his search, recalling the Asan family's intel that his brothers were deeper inside the 9th floor. His lack of resonance now seemed natural. The real problem was whether his current strength could handle venturing into the 10th floor or higher. The deeper he went, the greater the danger. Suddenly, he felt it, a surge of energy. The Blue Earth Tempering Method is resonating? The unexpected connection sent a jolt through him. Riyun, a young man from a fallen noble family, had faced nothing but contempt, but a dark power now stirred within him. He found himself overwhelmed, gazing at his mother, Celine, who appeared before him like a shimmering vision. Her eyes held a deep sadness, a silent question about the changes she saw in her son after so much time apart. Riyun offered a gentle, knowing smile, understanding the ethereal nature of her presence. Cherishing this precious reunion, he recalled the lonely days of his youth, staring at her portrait, feeling the absence of a mother often away from home. Back then, he had sat alone in the cold winter snow, feeling the sting of abandonment and the weight of his family's decline. He had seen her face so few times in his life, and that scarcity had fostered a deep, bitter resentment within him. Now, standing before her, Riyun felt a profound shift in his understanding, a warmth replacing the old resentment. He had finally recognized the immense burden his mother carried, the desperate struggle she endured for their family's survival. A green, hexagonal barrier shimmered into existence, its soft hum enveloping the clearing, isolating them from outside ears. With the barrier now set, his mother, Celine, turned to the others present, allowing them to speak freely and without fear. Riyun's gaze fell upon Zhang, the loyal knight, noticing the heavily bandaged arm that marked a recent injury. Zhang, ever dedicated, explained his wound had come from protecting Riyun, a duty he had embraced without hesitation. The steward, Truno, explained his role in the hidden shelter, working in secret with Lady Sena to avoid their enemies. Zhang and Saina's unyielding loyalty to the Sermin family was clear, yet Riyun carried the heavy weight of his own perceived inadequacy. Celine, watching her son, acknowledged his cleverness, recognizing the strategic mind at work behind recent events. Riyun, caught off guard by her praise, felt a blush creep up his neck, a rare moment of vulnerability in his new demeanor. His mother's expression grew serious, her eyes glowing with an inner light as she posed a direct and probing question. She asked if he had truly been the one to strike at the Patton family, specifically inquiring about their leader's lost finger. Her query continued, wondering if he had also been the one to deliver Son's Patton, a crucial captive, into Sena's hands. Riyun met her gaze with unwavering resolve, confirming that every calculated move had indeed been part of his intricate scheme. A confident, almost smug smile touched his lips, a green glow in his eye reflecting the power he now wielded. Celine's eyes widened slightly, a subtle flicker of surprise crossing her face at the sheer ruthlessness her son now possessed. With Son's Patton as irrefutable proof, a powerful leverage, they could finally force the Patton family into mediation. The outcome was significant. Not only had they secured a truce, but they had also received a substantial amount of gold as compensation. The Patton family, humiliated by the kidnapping of their own child, had been forced to suppress their rage and accept the terms. Selena looked at Riyun with a mix of awe and sorrow, questioning if this cunning, ruthless strategist was truly her son. Riyun stood tall, a spectral blue image of his true self appearing behind him, proclaiming his full identity as Riyun Sermin. A soft smile finally graced Celine's lips, tears welling as she accepted this changed yet familiar part of her. She remembered the day he was born, a tiny, helpless infant, a memory that solidified his place as her own. With a profound sense of relief, Celine offered a silent prayer of thanks to the goddess Aldraci for his return. Her expression then shifted, a purple aura surrounding her as she pointed at him, sensing something unsettling within his spirit. Celine had detected a chilling aura of death emanating from him, recognizing the telltale sign of a necromancer. Her eyes narrowed as she absorbed the implications, understanding the formidable combination of a swordmaster and a paladin. Riyun smiled, knowing that against her, a holy knight, half-hearted excuses about his new powers would not suffice. His plan had begun the moment Sun's Patton abducted him, a carefully orchestrated signal flare igniting his grand design. That particular event had served as the signal flare, marking the precise moment his intricate plan had been set in motion. He explained that Truno, Sina, and even Jungdro were all indispensable pieces in carrying out his grand scheme. For his plan to succeed, he needed all of them to grasp the depth of his transformation, to act without reckless abandon. He promised to tell her everything, starting from the very beginning, ensuring she understood every step of his journey. Celine looked at him intently, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes as she asked about the dream he mentioned. Riyun's expression grew somber as he recounted the dream, more a revelation of the Sermin family's impending downfall. The vision was so vivid, so potent, it felt like a future that truly could have unfolded had events progressed unchecked. In the dream, their lands had burned. The Dayron kingdom and all noble houses had abandoned them to their fate. Patton's ruthless scum had then killed their people, including dear Colin, leaving a trail of devastation. He himself was captured by the Patton family, enduring the horror of their imprisonment. His mother and younger sister, Maria, had also been taken prisoner, sharing his grim fate. Sena and Alejandro had fought desperately to save them, pushing their abilities beyond human limits, but Alejandro was pierced by arrows. Riyun had suffered years of brutal torture and horrific experiments at the Patton family's hands. The dream ended with his own agonizing death, a vision so stark it had branded itself onto his soul. It was through this terrifying vision that he had truly understood who he was, what he must do, and the full extent of his capabilities. Young Riyun's face was etched with a deep, painful resolve, a green aura swirling around him as he finally understood. He had realized who he truly was, and what difficult path lay ahead for him. An elder, his brow furrowed with worry, looked on as Riyun spoke. This was no longer the innocent babbling of a child's imagination, but something far more profound. Even the usually composed, masked woman observed him with a slight, pained smile. His words felt less like a dream and more like the grim account of a soldier who had just returned from a brutal battlefield. His mother, Celine, watched him, a faint green light around her, her expression a mix of sorrow and wonder. The raw fear and vividness in his story resonated deeply within her. Celine's gaze was thoughtful, her blue eyes distant as she processed his revelation. She now understood the full extent of what he was truly capable of, and that was all she could grasp for now. She looked down at Riyun, a somber blue light shimmering in the air around them. A single question hung unspoken between them, a heavy weight in the quiet space. Could his wild tale truly be real? Our boy, Riyun, stood beside a glowing blue version of his younger self, a vision from his past. Had that powerful dream truly become the catalyst for all the strange events unfolding around them? The elder, his face now bearing a sly, calculating grin, nodded. He affirmed that yes, this was indeed the path of German, a lineage of power and purpose. The masked woman, with a blue, shadowy creature looming behind her, added her thoughts. Without this newfound strength, he could never have managed to strike down Patton's powerful finger, nor face them within this dark zone. Celine regarded Riyun with a gentle, expectant look. The pieces were falling into place, and she waited for him to reveal his next move, his true intentions. Riyun met her gaze, his expression firm and unwavering. She wanted to know his strategy, his vision for the future. What were his plans from here on? Celine looked at him, a slight, knowing smile playing on her lips, her hand thoughtfully at her chin. He needed to be sure of her support. Did she truly believe him? She looked back at Riyun, a hint of skepticism in her eyes, even as he offered a small smile. Could a story so grand and unbelievable truly come from a mere child? Celine's face hardened, her voice firm and resolute. She stated that he was no longer a child, implying the weight of his words and the maturity of his insights. Riyun's side profile showed his unwavering resolve. This was a grave decision, one that would be carried out by the person destined to bear the heavy future of the Sermin family. He then pointed, his face fierce and determined. He declared that he, along with everyone present, would support her with all the power they possessed. Celine looked down at him, her expression softening into a thoughtful acceptance. She uttered a quiet, "Very well," acknowledging the gravity of his commitment. The masked woman and the old man exchanged shocked glances, the full weight of the situation dawning on them. There truly was no turning back from this path. The old man, visibly distressed, yelled at Riyun. He insisted that this was a course of action his mother, the family head, could never possibly allow. Riyun, however, simply turned to him, a faint, challenging smile on his face. He calmly told the old man to speak his mind, to voice his protest. The old man, standing with Celine and the masked woman, delivered his demand. He insisted that they must abandon the name of their prestigious family. Celine's hand flew to her chest, her face a mask of anger and disbelief. Give up their family name? The thought was an outrage, a betrayal of their heritage. Riyun's eyes widened in surprise, a sharp sound effect accompanying his shock. The idea of relinquishing their name was an unexpected blow to him as well. Images of powerful armored figures and a menacing red banner flashed through the air, embodying the very essence of a prestigious family. To lose such a name meant losing all that power. The old man pleaded with Riyun, calling him young master in a desperate tone. He feared the consequences of such a drastic action. The old man, the masked woman, and another man with golden hair all looked deeply worried. If they gave up their name, the Sermin family would be reduced to an ordinary house, stripped of its esteemed status. Riyun, gesturing calmly, acknowledged their concerns. He knew that regaining their prestigious title would be an impossible task for the current Sermin family. Celine reached out a hand, her expression wistful. She explained that a prestigious family wasn't just a name. It was authority backed by immense, tangible power. She continued, emphasizing that such a family could stand above nations, wielding the power to decide the fate of the entire world when humanity faced utter catastrophe. Riyun's boots struck the ground, an action beat signifying his resolve. He knew a prestigious family also held unique authority in matters involving other dimensions beyond Rhea. Riyun looked at Celine, his face intense, while she appeared pained. She could barely believe what she was hearing. Was he truly telling them to abandon their sacred name? Riyun's determined face, with a hint of a smile, left no room for doubt. He simply stated, "You must," his conviction unwavering. Celine's eye reflected Riyun's image, a grim realization dawning. The enemy, Patton, would undoubtedly seize this opportunity and start a full-scale war. Riyun explained his reasoning, pointing firmly. He believed Patton and their allies knew the Sermin family's current weakened condition better than anyone else. He continued, saying that the enemy would see it as a worthwhile gamble, a chance to usurp their position and become the next greatest prestigious family. The old man looked shocked, while Riyun's expression was tinged with sadness. The elder's main concern was the fate of the Sermin family itself. Riyun, along with the old man, the masked woman, and the golden-haired man, all wore grim faces. The question hung heavy in the air. If war truly broke out, could they even hope to win? Celine's eyes showed the harsh truth. She knew that once a conflict erupted between prestigious families, even entire kingdoms dared not intervene. Celine, Riyun, the masked woman, and the old man all looked distressed. Without a kingdom to back them, they would surely lose everything, unable to put up any real fight. Celine's hand went to her chest, her face etched with pain. The only viable, albeit painful, solution was to abandon their prestigious name and seek shelter under a kingdom's protection. Riyun offered a small, hopeful smile, looking up. He argued that they must receive the full protection of the continent's established order and laws. Celine, now drawing her sword with a look of fierce resolve, turned to him. She stated that for such a drastic move, her decision, as the family's mother, was absolutely necessary. Riyun's smile faded, his eyes closing in a mix of sadness and disbelief. He quietly asked if she was truly serious about this, the weight of her words heavy. A chibi version of Riyun reacted with wide-eyed panic to a massive sword. He internally protested that this wasn't about running away or simply giving up. Celine, mid-swing with the glowing sword, explained his true intent. This was a tactical retreat, a clever move designed to lure their enemies into a carefully laid trap. Celine's eye reflected Riyun's pleading image. He desperately urged her to think about it carefully, to consider his strategy, his mother. Celine's face was stern, her sword held high, as she issued a warning. Whatever decision they made, they could not afford to take too long. Riyun turned back to the others, a new demand forming on his lips. He revealed that there was one more crucial thing they needed to do. The old man and the masked woman looked utterly surprised. Riyun's unexpected request was to bring his younger sister, Maria, back to the family quickly. The old man, holding his own sword, questioned Riyun's timing. With the Sermin family in such turmoil, why would he want to bring the young lady back now? The old man and other family members stood solemnly. Maria, they explained, was his mother's only remaining hope, a vital part of their future. Celine looked fierce, clutching a dagger, her internal conflict evident. She admitted that she already had certain expectations for what only Maria could achieve, but Riyun's eye was resolute. He countered that bringing Maria back was what would truly benefit her and the best way to uncover her deepest desires. A quest screen appeared, signaling a new challenge, Celine's recognition. Riyun's words hung in the air. He could only say this much for now. The future of their family and Maria now rested on this quest. Riyun, a young man from a fallen noble family, faced a daunting challenge from his mother, Celine, to prove his resolve. His eyes held a fierce determination, ready to face whatever came his way, knowing this moment was critical. Celine stood before him, sword raised, her expression stern as she declared his responsibility would be his alone. With a surge of green energy, he began to channel his own unique power, preparing for the impending clash. He stood ready, daggers in hand, a blue aura swirling around him, reflecting his unwavering commitment to his path. His mother transformed, manifesting the ethereal form of a magnificent blue dragon, embodying her paladin power as the silver dragon. Riyun's gaze sharpened, understanding that he needed to adapt his defense instantly to match his mother's chosen power. Celine shifted, her form now radiating a golden sword master's aura, signifying her mastery over mana. He quickly analyzed her power, his mind racing to adjust his strategy to the mana-based attack he knew was coming. His mother unleashed a powerful strike, a blinding flash of golden energy slicing through the air with incredible speed. Riyun's eyes widened, barely able to track the swiftness of her attack, realizing its immense force. The golden blade flashed past him, a blur of pure energy, demonstrating the raw power of a true sword master. He reacted instinctively, the speed of her attack overwhelming, barely registering how quickly it had moved. Riyun threw himself into a defensive stance, the golden strike forcing him to block with desperate urgency. The impact reverberated, sending shockwaves through the air as his mother's mana clashed with his own defenses. Celine watched, her expression shifting to one of surprise and concern as she witnessed his unexpected resilience. She lowered her sword, a mix of awe and worry on her face, questioning the nature of his sudden defense. Riyun's face glowed with a faint blue light, revealing the activation of his unique spectral ability. He fully embraced his power, transforming into spirit form, a basic ghost skill he had cultivated over many years. Despite his defense, the strike still found its mark, leaving him wounded and bleeding, the price of standing firm. His mother rushed to him, her eyes wide with horror as she saw his injury, her maternal instincts overriding her resolve. She held him close, two loyal retainers watching from a distance, their faces etched with a shared concern. A soft, healing light emanated from her, mending his wounds as he received the system's confirmation of his success. A faint red mark remained on his chest, a testament to the blow he had endured and the trial he had passed. The small scar was a permanent reminder, not of pain, but of his mother's deep love and her unwavering belief in him. Celine looked at him tenderly, her voice filled with emotion as she spoke his name, a recognition of his strength. She embraced him fully, a silent acknowledgement of his capabilities and his chosen path, accepting his future. He had gained her recognition, and with it, a small surge of experience, marking his progress. Mother and son sat together in a quiet, glowing forest, a peaceful moment after the intense trial, planning their next steps. He presented her with a letter, detailing his intent to relinquish their prestigious family status and the actions required. Celine read the document carefully, understanding the gravity of his decision and the implications it held for their name. He discussed the situation with a trusted confidant, explaining the challenges of keeping Alejandro informed. Alejandro and a maid looked on, their faces filled with worry, demonstrating their deep care for the young man. His confidant agreed, noting that Alejandro's emotions were always plainly visible, making discretion difficult. Alejandro, the Knight Commander, was indeed a man of such transparent loyalty and kindness, incapable of resentment. The family gathered, waving goodbye as Riyun embarked on his new journey, a bittersweet farewell. He waved back, a lone figure setting out from his past, ready to forge a new future for himself. The winding path stretched before him, signifying the long road he had to travel, away from noble obligations. He arrived at a nondescript building, the Martin Information Branch, a hub for those who operated in the shadows. A woman inside presented him with a scroll, announcing a new letter had arrived from the Patton branch. He took the scroll, his expression serious as he anticipated the next mission that awaited him as an assassin. The room buzzed with hushed conversations and rustling papers, the atmosphere thick with anticipation for the promotion test. He studied the scroll, confirming it held the instructions for his 4th rank promotion test and new mission details. The scroll's ancient script detailed his next quest: assassinate Mage Goma within the Dairon Kingdom's territory. He considered Mage Goma, a powerful figure he had heard whispers about, now his designated target. Mage Goma, a formidable sorcerer, was known for creating a dark dungeon and causing chaos in the region. The information painted a grim picture. Mercenaries and adventurers who had sought to stop Goma had vanished without a trace. He arrived at Khaled, a desolate village, its entrance shrouded in an eerie, unsettling dust. He walked through the deserted streets, the silence heavy, broken only by the crunch of his boots on the dusty ground. 2 pairs of eyes watched him from a darkened window, the villagers wary of any newcomer. He passed a woman holding a child close, a stark reminder of the innocent lives affected by Goma's presence. An old woman emerged from a doorway, her face etched with worry, warning him to leave this cursed place. He listened calmly to her words, processing the desperate plea from the village elder. Her eyes held a deep, sorrowful glow as she spoke of a fog of death that had settled over Khaled. He took in her chilling words. All the males, both adults and children, were mysteriously vanishing. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. The world of Vera was a realm steeped in despair, where ancient evils and untold suffering had bled across the lands for centuries. In a desperate bid for salvation, mages in Eredor performed a forbidden ritual, tearing at the very fabric of reality to summon a hero from another world. Our protagonist, a young man from a mundane world, found himself abruptly thrust into this new reality, greeted by a system message confirming his arrival. Immediately, he was presented with the first choice of his new life, a class selection screen offering paths like mage, warrior, cleric, or hunter. The system quickly ran him through the basics, outlining legendary pets, character stats, loot, inventory, and the mechanics of dungeons and guilds. After a final tutorial on event raids and boss encounters, the system declared his journey officially begun, dropping him into the vibrant yet perilous world of Vera. Stepping into this new world, he understood that the path ahead would demand immense effort and resilience, a stark reality that resonated deeply within him. His arrival in a small village was quickly noticed, as a voice from the shadows immediately questioned his presence and origins, making it clear he was not welcome. Turning, he saw an elderly woman, her gaze sharp, who seemed to instantly recognize him as someone not belonging to their quiet community. Her face, etched with worry lines, held a deep sadness, as if bearing the weight of all the village's unspoken fears and tragedies. Our boy listened intently, his expression unreadable beneath his hood, absorbing the unspoken anxieties that permeated the air around the old woman. The old woman, Granny Sermin, wasted no time, sternly advising him to leave the village if he valued his life. Granny Sermin's pleas grew more frantic as the innkeeper, a blonde woman, began to pull her away, attempting to silence her urgent warnings. The innkeeper, with a forced smile, quickly interjected, trying to dismiss the old woman's words as the ramblings of a grief-stricken mother. Granny Sermin fought back, desperately trying to break free from the innkeeper's grip, her voice strained as she repeated her dire warnings. "Mother, please stop," the innkeeper pleaded, her voice laced with a mixture of exasperation and a desire to keep the village's secrets hidden from the newcomer. With a swift, decisive motion, the innkeeper pulled Granny Sermin further away, effectively cutting off any more warnings she might have offered him. The innkeeper returned, her composure perfectly restored, now holding a scroll that seemed to be an official document, subtly trying to regain control of the situation. Our boy, however, remained unconvinced. His eyes narrowed as he watched her, sensing the deception beneath her calm exterior. He looked up, his gaze piercing through the pretense, a quiet resolve hardening his expression as he considered the unfolding situation. As night descended upon the village, 2 mysterious cloaked figures watched from a rooftop, their silent presence hinting at other, unseen forces beginning to stir. Back at the inn, the blonde woman offered him food and drink, her hospitality now seeming overly insistent, a subtle attempt to keep him close. He couldn't shake the image of Granny Sermin's distraught face, remembering her desperate warnings about the disappearing men. He sat quietly, observing the innkeeper, piecing together the contrasting narratives he had heard since his arrival. She then pointed out the inn to him, assuring him it was a good place to stay, her earlier distress completely banished. He noted the innkeeper's drastically different demeanor compared to the old woman's desperate warnings, finding it deeply unsettling. It almost seemed as though she didn't want him to leave, a thought that made him even more cautious about her true intentions. Whispers began to circulate about Martin, a notorious assassin guild known for their ruthless efficiency, a name that sent a shiver down the spines of many. Our boy decided against rushing headlong into the unfolding situation, understanding that relying solely on initial, unverified information was a grave rookie mistake. The innkeeper lamented the immense cost of hiring such a renowned guild, revealing that the desperate villagers had pooled their meager resources for this last-ditch effort. Outside, 3 cloaked figures approached the inn, their silent arrival signaling the imminent arrival of the hired help. The heavy wooden door creaked open, announcing the entrance of the very individuals the villagers had placed their hopes upon. A group of 4 entered, led by a burly man in a red cape, followed by a mage and 2 other companions, their presence commanding immediate attention. The innkeeper watched them expectantly, while our boy remained in the shadows, quietly observing the new arrivals and their demeanor. Among them was a striking red-haired mage, her gaze sharp and intelligent, a powerful figure even among her capable companions. The leader, a confident man, called out to the innkeeper, demanding food to sate their hunger after their long journey. 2 other mercenaries, clearly annoyed, grumbled about having to travel to such a remote, backwater village for work. Our boy noticed the silver badges on their chests, recognizing them as a sign of their considerable skill and experience within the mercenary ranks. Then, a new figure entered, a young woman in a red dress and dark cloak, her eyes scanning the room with an almost childlike curiosity. The 2 grumbling mercenaries watched her approach, their expressions shifting to one of mild confusion at her unexpected entrance. She moved with an air of confidence, passing by the mercenaries who still seemed unsure of her identity or purpose. To his surprise, she approached his table and sat down, her presence a sudden, unexpected intrusion into his quiet observation. He cast a quick glance at her, then deliberately turned his attention away, hoping to discourage any interaction. She promptly removed her hood, revealing a young woman with striking pink hair, and introduced herself as Ravina. Our boy was taken aback by her sudden familiarity, her bold introduction catching him completely off guard. Ravina merely offered a knowing smile, as if she held a secret that he was not yet privy to. He quickly retorted, his surprise turning to annoyance, reminding her that he hadn't invited her to join him. Undeterred, she leaned closer, her voice a soft whisper asking if his name was Leon, revealing she already knew who he was. He suddenly realized she was no mere traveler. This was Sapphire, the guild assistant specifically sent from Martin to aid him on his perilous mission. Our boy was stunned by her sudden revelation, quickly realizing the full implications of her presence and the unexpected pivotal role she was meant to play. Ravina seemed to relish his surprise, a playful glint in her eyes as she absorbed his speechless reaction, clearly enjoying the moment. Our boy quickly covered her mouth, issuing a sharp hush command to silence her, desperate not to draw any further attention to their private conversation. Meanwhile, the mercenaries grew impatient, wondering aloud why their client was taking so long to appear. He gave Ravina a stern, pointed look, silently reinforcing the critical need for discretion, especially with other skilled individuals now sitting so close by. The mage and her companion remained vigilant, their expressions unyielding, focused on their mission rather than the idle chatter. The blue-haired mercenary complained about the sacrifices they had made to be there, hoping this mission would be worth their time. They spoke of their company, the Steel Shield Mercenary Company, seeing this dungeon as their first big break, a chance for fame and promotion. Ravina, however, wore a chilling smile, knowing these eager mercenaries had no idea the true terror awaiting them within that dungeon. He was just a regular guy, suddenly pulled into a bleeding world, tasked with saving it from certain doom. The realm of Vera was steeped in darkness, its very foundations shaking under the weight of an ancient evil. For centuries, this world had suffered, its people clinging to a fragile hope that dwindled with each passing day. Creatures of nightmare roamed freely, their shadows stretching across the land. Rifts tore open across the sky, pouring chaos into every corner of the world. No place was safe from the encroaching darkness, and despair began to settle in the hearts of many. In Eridor, the last bastion of humanity, a flicker of hope remained, fueled by ancient prophecies and desperate prayers. A lone woman, a beacon of grace, watched with a heavy heart. She knew the legends spoke of champions, mighty warriors who would rise to defend the realm. Their silhouettes were etched into history, a promise of salvation. Deep within sacred halls, wise mages gathered, their combined power focused on a perilous ritual. They sought to invoke a miracle, a desperate plea to forces beyond their understanding. The air crackled with raw magic, the ritual circle glowing with an intense, otherworldly light. Their efforts were immense, their hopes resting on this single, powerful act. But the fabric of reality itself began to tear, the ritual spiraling beyond their control. The mages recoiled, overwhelmed by the sheer force unleashed. A portal, shimmering with unstable blue energy, ripped open in the center of their chamber. It was a doorway to somewhere, or something, entirely unknown. The mages stared, their faces a mix of awe and terror, as the gateway pulsed with raw power. They had succeeded, but at what cost? The ethereal woman watched, her eyes filled with a profound sadness, yet a spark of anticipation. She had foreseen this moment, but its reality was far more intense. Through the swirling vortex, a young man appeared, his expression utterly bewildered. He looked like he'd just woken from a dream, entirely out of place. His form glowed softly as he materialized, an unexpected presence in a world teetering on the brink. He was an anomaly, a stranger in a strange land. The mages, their voices hushed, wondered aloud if this bewildered young man was the hero from another world, the one foretold in their ancient texts. With urgency in her voice, the ethereal woman spoke to him, her plea echoing through the chamber. Her words carried the weight of a dying world. "Oh, hero," she cried, her voice filled with desperate hope. "The dream was true. Please save our world." Her outstretched hand begged for his aid. He stumbled back, a gasp escaping his lips, utterly overwhelmed by the sudden summons and the woman's desperate plea. "Yin," he cried, his mind reeling. He looked around, trying to comprehend the bizarre situation he found himself in, the ancient chamber and the pleading faces. This was not his world. A holographic screen appeared before him, its glowing text announcing, "Welcome, summoned one. You have entered the world of Vera." It was like a game, but terrifyingly real. He was presented with a class selection: mage, warrior, cleric, hunter. Each offered a path, a destiny in this new, dangerous world. His hand, guided by an unseen force, tapped the next button, moving past the initial choices. The tutorial continued, guiding him through the basics of survival. The next screen revealed information about legendary pets, powerful beasts that could fight by his side. It felt surreal, like a video game come to life. Again, his hand instinctively moved to select Next, progressing through the game-like instructions. There was no turning back now. The tutorial then explained loot, inventory, and legendary gear, showing him how to collect and upgrade his equipment. He would need every advantage. He clicked Next once more, absorbing the information about strengthening himself. This world demanded power and preparation. Next came the Dungeons and Guilds tutorial, detailing solo challenges and the necessity of teamwork for harder raids. The stakes were high. With another tap of Next, he moved closer to the actual adventure. The system was thorough, leaving no stone unturned. The final tutorial segment covered event raids and boss encounters, showcasing colossal monsters and the glory of rare loot. It painted a picture of epic battles. He pressed Next, feeling a strange mix of apprehension and readiness. His journey was about to begin in earnest. "Your journey begins now," the screen declared, offering a start adventure option. He tapped it, committing himself to this new reality. Suddenly, he found himself in a vast, open field, tents scattered around and strange, monstrous figures in the distance. "Welcome to Vera," the world seemed to whisper. A brief, almost comical, image flashed before his eyes, a final meta-commentary on the journey he was about to undertake. Then, the real story truly began. A pink-haired girl with striking red eyes smiled knowingly, watching a group of mercenaries. She possessed a keen, almost mischievous understanding of the world around her. Across the table, a gruff man in a brown cloak sat, his expression unreadable as he observed the unfolding scene. He was a silent observer, calculating. A red-haired mage, her glasses reflecting the dim light, listened intently, her arms crossed. She seemed to be the voice of reason, or at least caution, in the group. The pink-haired girl leaned in to whisper to the hooded figure beside her, their faces illuminated by the candlelight. They shared a secret, a private understanding. An old woman, her face etched with sorrow and desperation, approached the mercenary group. She carried the weight of her family's tragedy. The hooded figure watched her, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He seemed to grasp the depth of her plight, beyond just a simple contract. With a jingle, a bag of gold coins spilled onto the table, a meager fortune representing everything the old woman possessed. It was a desperate offering. The mercenaries' eyes widened at the sight of the gold, their greed briefly overcoming their skepticism. The old woman's tears flowed freely, a testament to her grief. She wept, Her voice choked with emotion, pleading for their help. Her sorrow was palpable, a heavy cloud hanging over the room. The mercenaries exchanged glances, one of them picking up a coin, testing its weight. They were weighing the reward against the risk. The old woman, Sarmom, addressed the lead mercenary, her voice trembling as she introduced herself as the client. Her fate rested in their hands. The lead mercenary, a grizzled man with a beard, looked at her, his expression unreadable. He considered her words, his mind already calculating. The pink-haired girl nudged the hooded figure, her eyes wide with a silent comment on the situation. She seemed to notice the mercenary's calculating nature. The old woman placed a trembling hand on the lead mercenary's arm, her touch conveying a desperate plea. She begged for the return of her son's body. Then she revealed a small, intricate ring, adding it to the pile of gold. It was a family heirloom, a final precious sacrifice. The hooded figure's gaze sharpened, sensing something far more significant about the simple ring than the mercenaries realized. His instincts were rarely wrong. Suddenly, a system message popped up, revealing the ring's true nature, a map containing the location of the hero's soul. This was no ordinary trinket. Both the pink-haired girl and the hooded figure stared at the glowing message, a shared realization dawning on them. The quest had just become far more dangerous. The hooded figure's expression grew grim, his concern deepening as he processed the implications of the ring. This was a treasure, but also a trap. The lead mercenary, oblivious to the ring's true power, held it up, admiring its simple beauty. He saw only its immediate value. One of the mercenaries, a blue-haired man, slammed his fist on the table, protesting the rip-off reward. He felt they were being undervalued. The lead mercenary, however, seemed to have already made his decision, his gaze fixed on the old woman. He saw opportunity beyond just gold. He looked at the ring again, a sly smile playing on his lips. He knew it was worth more than he let on, a hidden gem disguised as a simple offering. The pink-haired girl and the hooded figure watched, their expressions showing their clear understanding of the mercenary's true intentions. He was playing a dangerous game. Our protagonist, a rising guild member known for his cunning, found himself embroiled in a tricky situation, tailing a chattering companion. He reminded his pink-haired companion about the noise suppression ring he'd given her, hoping to encourage some quiet during their covert mission. She playfully corrected him, stating the guild had provided the ring, not him, and found their lively chatter made the tedious tailing less boring. He looked at the ring on his finger, his expression a mix of annoyance and resignation at her playful defiance of its intended purpose. She gave a mischievous wink, clearly enjoying her ability to tease him, while he just looked on with a slightly exasperated expression. She laughed happily, hands clasped together, finding humor in their current predicament and the casual disregard for stealth. His thoughts drifted back to a significant event. The assassination of Kuruta Ani, a task that had elevated his guild status. The fallen Rose family, despite their declining influence, had placed a designated request with Morton, offering an enormous sum for the job. Back in the present, he turned to his companion, a serious question on his face, asking just how enormous this payment truly was. His eyes widened in shock as he learned the amount, a staggering 100 gold, a sum that resonated with immense value. His pink-haired companion celebrated his success, lifting him excitedly, praising him as a rising star for securing such a lucrative contract. His joy was short-lived as his mind immediately turned to the practicalities, calculating how much he would lose after all the guild fees. A sudden realization struck him, causing him to pause and reconsider everything he thought he knew about the situation. Even a failing family like the Fallen Rose wouldn't waste so much money carelessly. Their actions had to be deliberate and strategic. He began to suspect the exorbitant payment was a calculated move, designed to create a buzz and ensure the news specifically reached him. He wondered if it was a deliberate ploy to force him to confront her, perhaps just to complain about the payment directly. The path ahead was dark and foreboding, leading towards a structure shrouded in mystery, an ominous setting for their continued pursuit. Despite the manipulation, he admitted that such a cunning scheme, devised by someone her age, was quite impressive in its execution. Just then, his pink-haired companion shushed him again, her demeanor suddenly serious, indicating a significant shift in their immediate surroundings. They had arrived at a mysterious location, where a group of mercenaries was entering a glowing blue portal, its energy shimmering invitingly. The portal pulsed with an ethereal blue light, a clear gateway to another realm, marking the ominous entrance to a new challenge. He immediately recognized it as a dungeon, noting how carelessly the mercenaries rushed in, not even bothering to check their surroundings. He knew there was only one logical path forward for them now, a decision that felt both inevitable and dangerous. When his pink-haired companion questioned his option, he explained the peculiar circumstances that had led them to this precise spot. He looked back at her, his expression serious, ready to lay out the full scope of the intricate plan that had unfolded before them. He recounted how he had followed a promotion test and a quest, which had coincidentally led to the discovery of a map containing a hero's soul. He also pointed out the local lord's suspicious neglect of his disappearing villagers, adding another layer of intrigue to the unfolding situation. These factors had unexpectedly pulled him into following the mercenaries, diverting from his original plan, yet aligning with a larger purpose. He explained that finding a hero's soul map indicated a quest of immense difficulty, almost like a higher-tier game system. This wasn't mere luck, he asserted. It was how the world's underlying system, perhaps resembling the Aeon system, operated. He then pulled out a glowing purple tablet, a tool that helped him interpret the deeper mechanics at play, connecting the dots. This quest was designed to be difficult, he explained, its complexity a direct reflection of the valuable item they had found. His eyes glowed with an almost supernatural insight, confirming his understanding of the game-like mechanics at work around him. He believed the world was starting to resemble the Aeon system, more now, a structured path for powerful individuals to navigate. Even without relying on the system's hints, he felt a sinister secret lurking within the village itself, a palpable sense of unease. Suddenly, a crash echoed from the dungeon entrance, followed by the terrifying sounds of battle and destruction within its depths. The roar of something powerful, accompanied by desperate screams, indicated the mercenaries were already facing severe trouble inside. Then came the sharp metallic clang of weapons, a frantic symphony of combat, painting a grim picture of their struggle. A massive explosion shook the air, making him wonder if the mage they had seen earlier was responsible for such widespread devastation. The mage stood amidst the chaotic energy, their staff glowing, momentarily illuminated by the destructive power they wielded. As they watched from a distance, the sounds of battle abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. His pink-haired companion checked her pocket watch, her face etched with worry as she timed the duration of the conflict. Her expression turned to shock as she confirmed that only about 30 minutes had passed since the mercenaries had entered the dungeon. He surveyed the aftermath, spotting a bloody staff and broken glasses, grim evidence of the intense, short-lived conflict. He understood that the mage, despite this skill, had been wiped out along with the rest of their silver-ranked company in just half an hour. This chilling realization confirmed that the dungeon was far more dangerous than it appeared, capable of overwhelming even a powerful mage so quickly. Despite the extreme peril, he declared that they would enter immediately, a bold and calculated risk in the face of such danger. His pink-haired companion was stunned by his sudden decision, her eyes wide with surprise at his immediate call to action. He quickly explained his strategy. By entering now, the traps up to the point the mercenaries reached would likely not re-trigger. This would allow them to safely examine the activated traps and understand their nature, giving them a crucial advantage in dealing with future dangers. She looked at him with renewed admiration, once again calling him a rising star, impressed by his strategic mind and daring. As he took a determined step forward, his hand began to glow green, a familiar energy surrounding him, preparing for the unknown. He was about to proceed when the pink-haired girl suddenly cried out for him to stop, her voice filled with urgency. Confused, she reminded him that he had just said the traps wouldn't re-trigger, questioning his abrupt halt. The true nature of the dungeon's danger remained a mystery, leaving them standing at the precipice of an unknown, unseen threat. A boss monster crashed down through a shattered magic circle, its rage spilling out in deep purple light. Below it stood the rest of the party, blood already pooling at their feet. Whatever calm they had left was about to end. Fear cracked across her face as she screamed the warning. The boss had arrived, and the fight everyone dreaded was finally here. Light poured down in jagged beams as the party scrambled into position. Two grim leaders stood ready up front, their eyes hard, fully aware this fight could be their last. The boss locked onto them with eyes like open wounds, dark cracks spreading across its face. It wasn't just strong, it was furious. A blade caught the light mid-swing, throwing off sparks of pink and white. Someone had committed to the strike, no hesitation left in the motion. A man surged forward, sword raised, screaming for the kill. He wanted this monster dead, and he wasn't holding back to get it. The boss's eyes burned brighter, mouth twisted into a snarl carved from old scars. Every wound on its face told a story of past battles it had survived. A shadowed figure loomed behind a fallen shield user, blade dripping, eyes glowing cold. Something darker than the boss itself had entered the fray. Steel met steel in a flash of pink light, two silhouettes locked in a single brutal exchange. Neither side was backing down. Blood sprayed across the air as someone smiled through the carnage, unsettling and confident. Beside him, a hooded ally braced for what came next. A monstrous shape loomed in the dark behind them, fangs bared. The two allies froze, realizing the real threat hadn't even shown itself yet. A determined mage stepped forward through the chaos, fire crackling at her fingertips. It was her turn to act, and everyone could see it. She called out for cover, knowing what came next would take focus. Behind her, something fierce and burning braced to strike on her command. She summoned the incarnation of blazing flame, calling raw fire into her hands. This was no small spell. This was everything she had. The flames surged violently, slamming into a downed ally with brutal force. The fight had turned ugly fast. An explosion of gold and fire ripped through the dark, a weapon striking true at the heart of the battle. She stood at the center of her own firestorm, fierce and unflinching, hair whipping in the heat. This was her power, fully unleashed. Fire erupted around her in a wave so massive it swallowed the whole scene, her silhouette the only steady thing inside it. Two monstrous shapes crouched low in the flames, eyes glowing white-hot. They weren't retreating. They were closing in. One creature lunged forward, jaws wide, slamming into a wounded fighter already bloodied from the fight before. A staff sailed through fire and ash, glowing red at its core, reaching for someone desperate enough to grab it. Two figures pressed onward through cracked stone, calm where the rest of the dungeon had been chaos. They were heading somewhere with purpose. She studied the blood-stained ground ahead, piecing something together in silence. Whatever happened here had left more questions than answers. A knight loomed over a fallen figure wrapped in a hood, sword still slick with blood. The price of this dungeon kept climbing. She laid out the real problem. The traces left behind weren't from monsters. Someone had dragged these men away on purpose. She pointed out that whoever took the missing mercenaries wasn't an animal. The pattern was too deliberate, too human to ignore. He studied her closely as she worked through the puzzle out loud. Her instincts were sharp, and he was starting to trust them. He reached toward strange tracks left in the dirt, frowning. The footprints looked human, but something about them felt wrong. An old mage in a tall hat surveyed the ruins from above, calm and untouched by the carnage around him. He clearly knew more than he let on. Flashbacks revealed how it all started. A mage tinkering alone with potions and books, slowly building something far darker than research. Villagers gathered nervously around the old woman holding a glowing vial. Something about this man's experiments had already begun unsettling the town. He stepped through a stone archway into the dark, alone, carrying everything he owned on his back. The missing men had started here. She raised a finger and laid the question out plainly. A hidden dungeon, a secretive mage, and missing villagers. Somehow it all connected. She voiced the question on everyone's mind. How could a dungeon, a hiding mage, and disappearing men possibly be tied together? A pack of monsters surged forward, eyes burning red, jaws snapping. Whatever answer they were looking for, it lived somewhere past these creatures. She turned, sharp and certain, ready to act. The pieces were finally clicking into place. The old mage's face filled the screen, calm on the surface but hiding something far colder underneath. His shadow loomed behind him, ghostly and grinning, revealing the cruelty he kept hidden behind that gentle expression. Villagers carried torches deeper into the tunnel, grim and determined. Whatever waited ahead, they were done waiting for someone else to fix it. Fire and blood collided again, the battle from before crashing back into focus. The danger here was far from over. He scratched his head, a little sheepish, while his pink-haired companion eyed him with quiet curiosity. Something had just shifted between them. A burst of green energy slammed against a glowing blue blade, the magic violent and uncontrolled. This wasn't an ordinary spell. Ghostly green spirits rose around a glowing figure at the center of the dungeon's collapse, summoned from somewhere deep and forbidden. He stepped forward, calling his own power, green light wrapping around his hands as ghosts answered his call. The same green glow burned even brighter now, ghostly shapes circling him like loyal soldiers waiting for orders. Glowing spirits weaved through the dark, sleek and eerie, drawn forward by whatever skill he'd just unleashed. Stars and light filled the cavern, his eyes locked upward, fully focused on the source of all this strange power. The two companions floated together through streaks of green energy, carried by magic neither of them fully controlled yet. The mood shifted, lighter now, the danger behind them for the moment. They had survived something massive. He warned her plainly. This threat had already passed a serious danger ranking. Going further meant real risk to her life. She looked uneasy at the warning, freckles catching the light, clearly weighing whether to push forward anyway. The two of them stood quietly together. the worst of the danger behind them, watching the glowing light settle. He carried her gently through the dark, the glow around them soft now, the danger finally past. She leaned in close, smiling faintly, clearly impressed by what she'd just witnessed him do. Far away, a mysterious woman stared into a glowing crystal ball, watching their journey unfold from somewhere else entirely. Whatever she was planning next, it was only beginning. Leon, a seasoned player, found himself deep within a treacherous dungeon accompanied by his spirited young partner. His companion, Leon Will, bounced with an irrepressible energy, her bright eyes alight with anticipation for what lay ahead. Meanwhile, our usually calm hero, Leon, felt a prickle of unease, a cold sweat dampening his brow in the ominous glow. Despite Leon Will's cheerful demeanor, Leon remained vigilant, his senses sharp, knowing danger could lurk in any shadow. From a hidden chamber, an old man watched their progress through a shimmering scrying orb, his expression unreadable. The orb showed them moving deeper into the cavern, Leon's small light source barely pushing back the encroaching darkness. A flicker of surprise crossed the old man's face as he saw the pair, clearly not expecting them to have ventured this far. His surprise quickly turned to fury as he clutched the orb, cursing the Martin rats who had defied his expectations. He had received intelligence about a mere 5th-rank assassin, yet these two seemed far more capable than he anticipated. In a fit of rage, the old man slammed his fist onto the delicate scrying orb, shattering its surface into countless fragments. The broken pieces of the orb still reflected the images of Leon and Leon Will, now distorted and fractured. Unaware of the distant fury, Leon Will busied herself with a small device, her nimble fingers expertly working its mechanisms. She held a wrench with a confident smile, clearly in her element as she tinkered with the mysterious dungeon tech. Leon watched her, a faint smile gracing his lips as he appreciated her unique skills and unwavering optimism. With a final twist, a glowing green light pulsed from the mechanism, signaling that another deadly trap had been disarmed. She beamed with pride, holding up her tool like a trophy after successfully navigating another one of the dungeon's dangers. Leon Will playfully nudged him, asking if he was scared, a question that earned her a slight frown from our hero. She continued to tease him, a mischievous glint in her eyes, clearly enjoying his subtle discomfort. Suddenly, she produced a shimmering mana stone, its vibrant pink glow illuminating her delighted face. She carefully placed the precious stone, and a complex magic circle instantly materialized beneath her, radiating power. Powerful pink energy surged from the stone, enveloping Leon Will in a dazzling aura as she harnessed its magic. Leon observed the impressive display, recognizing the sheer potency of the item she wielded with such ease. With a confident wink and a thumbs up, Leon Will signaled her success, the energy now fully under her control. Leon responded with a rare, soft smile, a silent acknowledgement of her competence and unwavering loyalty. They stood side by side, a formidable duo, ready for whatever further challenges the dungeon intended to throw at them. Leon Will, still buoyant, reaffirmed her commitment to stay with him, dismissing any fear of going back alone. But Leon knew better, remembering the strange creatures that had dragged away the missing mercenaries. She asked again if he was truly scared, a question that made him glance subtly over his shoulder. Leon Will then pointed behind him, asking if the creature she saw was like the one behind you. A grotesque rat man, one of the very monsters he had feared, materialized directly behind Leon Will, jaws agape. Leon reacted instantly, his hand grabbing her arm as he pulled her out of the monster's reach with lightning speed. Leon Will gasped, her earlier bravado vanishing as she stared in wide-eyed terror at the monstrous rat man. Then, from the shadows, an entire pack of the vile creatures emerged, their glowing eyes fixed on the two intruders. Leon stepped forward, a green magic circle forming beneath him as he prepared to face the horde, his resolve firm. The old man, having retrieved another orb, watched their desperate struggle, his sinister smile growing wider. He mocked Leon's efforts, confident that no mere 5th-rank assassin could possibly break through his proud Ratman pack. Leon met the first Ratman with a swift, brutal strike, his blade cutting through its tough hide with ease. The villain had boasted of these creatures, artificially created, a dark magic thought to be lost after the Black-White War. Leon knew the legend well, how the dark mages who created them had supposedly been wiped out from this realm. Yet here they were, a terrifying reality he had to face, as more ratmen swarmed him from every direction. A chilling, determined smile spread across Leon's face. He had faced these abominations before. In a time before, in a place called Adion, he had hunted these very things to extinction over and over again. His movements were a blur of green light and swift strikes, each one precise and utterly devastating. He moved with a deadly grace, evading attacks and countering with a speed that left his enemies disoriented. One after another, the Ratmen fell to his relentless assaults, their bodies dissolving into dark energy. He fought with a primal fury, a veteran of countless battles against these dark creatures, showing no mercy. From her hiding spot, Riyun Will watched in stunned amazement, witnessing a side of her partner she had never seen. With a final, powerful blow, Riyun dispatched the last of the immediate threats, a silent testament to his skill. Watching his forces crumble, the old man roared in despair, smashing his scrying orb once more, desperately trying to deny their victory. His face contorted with a mix of fear and fury, the shattered fragments of the orb falling from his trembling hands. Standing alone on his glowing platform, the villain swore he would never surrender his precious secret. What would Riyun do next? Vera, a player from a fallen noble family, found himself battling fierce creatures with green mana surging through his attacks. He fought with a grim determination, each strike aimed at defending what he believed was rightfully his. His focus remained unbroken, his emerald eyes sharp even amidst the chaotic bursts of energy. He was committed to protecting his claim, no matter the cost. Later, he walked through a dimly lit purple chamber, his footsteps echoing softly. The air hummed with a strange, dark energy, hinting at the powerful magic within. At the chamber's center, a mysterious book rested on a glowing pedestal, surrounded by intricate magical circles. It pulsed with an allure that promised forbidden knowledge. This was Goma, an eccentric mage, who grinned maniacally as he held his hands over the glowing tome. He clearly possessed a deep, unsettling connection to the artifact. Goma turned, his smile faltering slightly as he saw the blue-haired player approaching. The tension in the room thickened, setting the stage for their inevitable confrontation. The player, calm and collected, stood before Goma, a pipe casually held in his hand. His presence alone seemed to command the room, despite Goma's magical aura. Smoke curled from the player's pipe as he faced the mage, his expression unreadable. Goma, on the other hand, fidgeted slightly, betraying his unease. A subtle smirk played on the player's lips, his eyes gleaming with a shrewd intelligence. He seemed confident, almost daring Goma to challenge his resolve. Goma shifted nervously, his earlier bravado replaced by a palpable apprehension. He knew he was dealing with someone far more formidable than he initially assumed. He began to explain the strict conditions for lending out the powerful book, emphasizing that any intrusion would be dealt with, and the player needed only to continue his experiments. The player listened intently, his gaze unwavering, as Goma tried to assure him of his safety. He was evaluating every word, searching for any hidden implications. Goma continued, praising the player's importance to their territory and reiterating his promise to ensure his safety as long as the conditions were met. However, the player's eyes narrowed, a silent challenge in his expression. He was not easily swayed by empty assurances, sensing a deeper, more sinister truth. He held up a broken sword, its shattered blade a stark reminder of a brutal past. This weapon carried a story, a history of conflict and unexplained craftsmanship. The player recalled a conversation with a pink-haired girl about Ratman, who could evolve to orc level in about a year. She had questioned the connection to the weapons they found. They stood amidst the gruesome aftermath of a battle, broken weapons and bloody Ratman corpses scattered around them. The scene was far more unsettling than it first appeared. Both girls looked on with a mixture of shock and dawning horror. The sheer quality of the weapons found among the Ratmen was baffling, far beyond what they expected. Then, they discovered an entire army of perfectly armored figures, glowing with an eerie blue light. It was an organized force, not just a random horde of monsters. The pink-haired girl gasped, pointing in disbelief. These weren't mere Ratmen. They were terrifying, demon-like creatures, far more advanced than natural evolution allowed. The player looked down, deep in thought, processing the horrifying implications of what they had witnessed. This was no ordinary dungeon. Something far more sinister was at play. He had come to a horrifying conclusion. The Ratmen were not born, but made. He remembered seeing humans being forcibly transformed into these monsters within strange, glowing tubes. The pink-haired girl's face twisted in a silent scream of pure rage. The atrocity of turning villagers into these creatures was almost too much to bear. The player's eyes sharpened, every piece of information clicking into place. His mind worked quickly, connecting the dots of this gruesome puzzle. Goma, who had been listening, offered a knowing smile. He seemed to understand the player's deductions, almost as if he had orchestrated this entire revelation. The player identified Lord Kazan Khaled, the head of the noble family, as being involved. This shocking realization implicated someone highly respected. But the one actually carrying out these heinous acts, he realized, was Sir Caden Khaled, Lord Kazan's brother and commander of the Khaled Knights. He had a sinister, knowing look. The two girls stood in the dark, bloody dungeon, the weight of their discovery pressing down on them. The truth was far more disturbing than any of them could have imagined. The player considered the poor state of the Khaled people, realizing they could never have afforded such high-quality weapons and traps. This pointed to external involvement. Lord Kazan Khaled, the player concluded, was using his own people as sacrifices. Phantom images of crying villagers appeared behind him, illustrating the horror of his actions. With this grim understanding, the player urged them to hurry, hoping there might still be survivors. There was no time to waste in the face of such depravity. The pink-haired girl closed her eyes, a contemplative expression on her face. She was grappling with the shocking reality of the situation, trying to make sense of it all. She then turned to the player with a sly smirk, admitting that she knew quite a bit about creating ratmen, much to his surprise. Her expertise was unexpected. Suddenly, the player was struck, blood splattering across his face. He quickly raised a crossbow, showing his readiness for immediate combat. His eye went wide in surprise, caught off guard by the swift and unexpected attack. The dungeon was clearly still full of dangers. A monstrous ratman lunged at him, its jaws wide and fangs bared. It was a terrifying sight, confirming the immediate threat they faced. Both girls sprang into action, the player firing his crossbow while the pink-haired girl unleashed a burst of magic. They fought with desperate urgency. The player held his crossbow, a grim determination in his eyes. The pink-haired girl, standing behind him, looked on with a mix of awe and concern. She smiled, confident in his abilities, as the player assessed the situation. He seemed to have a natural talent for combat, even with a simple crossbow. An arrow, expertly fired, found its mark in the monster's leg, momentarily halting its advance. The player's precision was impressive. As they moved forward, the player noticed another trap, triggering a magical green light. He understood the dungeon was strategically designed. The pink-haired girl looked at him, her expression serious. She grasped the full weight of the situation, realizing the meticulous planning behind these horrors. The player explained that ratmen were the ideal material for building an army, highlighting the cold, pragmatic reason behind their creation. As they walked deeper, the faint sounds of distant tinkering echoed through the passages. It was the constant noise of something being manufactured, something sinister. The player's gaze sharpened, his thoughts focused on the architect behind this nightmare. His mind kept returning to one particular individual. Then, the true culprit was revealed. The pink-haired girl, smiling innocently, holding a wrench, her fangs peeking out. She was the one with the unusual crafting skills. They continued their journey, the path ahead glowing with an ominous light. They were nearing the dungeon's heart, the point of no return. Suddenly, heavy thuds echoed through the chamber, making both girls freeze in shock. A powerful presence had just entered their vicinity. A massive, horned monster wielding a flail emerged from the shadows. Its eyes glowed with malevolent intent, a truly terrifying sight. The player's eyes glowed, recognizing the creature instantly. The pink-haired girl shrieked in terror, identifying it as a ratman ogre. She panicked, but the player remained calm, his focus entirely on the formidable foe before them. Her fear was valid, but his priority was the immediate threat. The ratman ogre let out a deafening roar, its terrifying maw wide open. This was only the beginning. The real storm hadn't hit yet. Leon found himself in a desperate battle, dodging a monstrous flail that pulsed with dark energy. The heavy spiked ball swung with incredible force, threatening to crush him with its brutal, unyielding momentum. His opponent, a hulking ratman ogre, moved with surprising speed, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The creature wielded its brutal weapon, preparing another devastating attack against our agile protagonist. A chilling roar erupted from the ogre's massive jaws, a sound that echoed through the cavern with primal ferocity. It was a terrifying display of raw power meant to intimidate its prey. Leon watched the spiked flail descend, a deadly blur aimed straight for him. The air crackled with the ogre's dark energy, making escape seem almost impossible against such a relentless assault. His companion, a young woman named Arya, cried out in alarm, her voice filled with desperate warning. She knew a simple dagger stood no chance against such a heavy, crushing weapon. Yet, to everyone's utter surprise, the powerful flail shattered into numerous fragments mid-air. The impact sent pieces of metal scattering across the floor, defying expectations. Leon stood firm, his small dagger glowing with a vibrant, ethereal light. He had not merely blocked the blow, he had utterly broken the monster's weapon with an unexpected surge of power. Arya stared, her eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of his glowing blade. She could barely whisper her astonished question. A mana sword? The revelation was profound. Her shock quickly turned to confusion. How could a 5th-rank assassin wield such a powerful magical weapon? Leon, however, wasted no time, announcing his counterattack and asking for her support. She could only stammer a quick, "Why, yes," in response. Immediately, Arya sprang into action, unleashing a volley of crossbow bolts towards the ogre. She hoped her rapid fire could distract the beast, buying Leon precious time. Yet, the bolts merely clanged against the ogre's thick hide, deflecting harmlessly. The monster's skin seemed utterly impenetrable to her projectiles, a frustrating obstacle. Leon and Arya stood facing the ogre, the broken crossbow bolts at their feet. Their current methods were clearly insufficient against such a resilient foe, demanding a new strategy. Leon quickly grabbed her, his voice sharp with urgency. He explained that direct hits wouldn't work and that they needed to utilize the environmental traps. Arya quickly understood his strategy, a new plan forming. Activating his unique ocular ability, Leon initiated an information search, his vision filled with glowing data streams, rapidly analyzing their surroundings for weaknesses. The scan quickly identified their opponent, a Ratman ogre, level 20. Its stats appeared on a translucent overlay, confirming its formidable strength and potential dangers. Leon pondered the ogre's level, comparing it to a past adversary, the notorious Manslayer. He realized the challenge before him was significant, requiring careful execution. The ogre pressed its attack, forcing Leon into a rapid dodge. He narrowly avoided another crushing blow, his movements fluid and precise, a testament to his agility. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. His necromancer power, a darker, forbidden ability, could easily end this fight. Yet, he resisted the urge to unleash that devastating strength. Instead, a determined smile played on his lips. He was committed to winning this battle using his current skills, without resorting to his hidden, more dangerous strengths. With a sudden surge of energy, Leon activated his physical acceleration, then physical domination. His body coursed with newfound power as his strength and speed temporarily soared. The ogre, undeterred by the human's sudden burst of speed, let out another guttural roar. Its frustration grew with Leon's evasive maneuvers, making it even more aggressive. It continued its relentless assault, swinging its enormous weapon with renewed vigor. The sheer power behind each strike was terrifying, forcing Leon to stay on the defensive. Leon's movements became even faster, almost a blur, as his physical acceleration skill further enhanced his speed. He zipped around the ogre like a phantom, untouchable. His agility stats surged to unprecedented levels, leaving faint after-images in his wake. The ghostly presence of his forbidden power flickered behind him, a constant, tempting reminder. Leon's eyes sharpened, glowing with intense concentration as mana flowed into his hands. He was meticulously preparing to execute his decisive, game-changing move. His mana sword pulsed with raw energy, its cutting and attack power greatly amplified. He prepared for a strike that would hopefully turn the tide of this desperate battle. Arya watched him, her expression a mix of awe and renewed confidence in his abilities. She trusted Leon's plan, even if she didn't fully grasp his immense power. The ogre charged, sensing an opening in Leon's defense. It lunged with all its might, aiming to overwhelm him with its brute, unthinking force. Its attack generated a powerful shockwave, sending Arya reeling back from the sheer concussive force. The monster was truly formidable, a force to be reckoned with. The dark energy of the ogre's strike expanded rapidly, forming a swirling vortex of destructive power. It was a terrifying display of its inner, untamed strength. Leon, however, met the charge head-on, leaping into the air with his glowing mana swords poised. He was ready for the impending clash, his resolve unwavering. He brought his twin blades down in a powerful, synchronized strike. The glowing weapons connected with the ogre's tough hide, finally piercing its defenses. His face was a mask of fierce determination, his eyes burning with blue mana. Every ounce of his focus was poured into this singular, critical attack. A brilliant burst of energy erupted as Leon's mana swords cleaved into the ogre. The beast roared in pain, its formidable defenses finally breached by his skill. The enhanced blades sliced deep, leaving glowing trails of mana in their wake. The ogre's tough skin was no match for Leon's amplified, precise attack. Arya watched, a gasp escaping her lips as she witnessed the incredible damage Leon inflicted. Her support was now more crucial than ever for their success. The ogre thrashed wildly, a guttural growl escaping its throat as multiple curses manifested around it. It was clearly in immense agony, its resistance crumbling. It stumbled, weakened by the curse of physical weakness that now afflicted its monstrous body. Its movements became sluggish and uncoordinated, a clear sign of its failing strength. The ogre began to slow under the curse of slow, its once rapid attacks now ponderous. The curse of skin defense reduction further peeled away its resilience, making it vulnerable. Leon shouted to Arya, "Now, release the trap disarm." It was time for the next phase of their coordinated attack, a strategic masterpiece. With a deafening shriek, the ogre was impaled by numerous spikes that burst from the ground. The traps activated, tearing through its cursed, weakened flesh with brutal force. Blood splattered from its mouth as more spikes pierced its face. The ogre's terrifying roars turned into desperate gurgles of pain, signaling its impending doom. Leon delivered a final, precise strike to the ogre's head with his mana sword. He aimed to finish the beast once and for all, ending its reign of terror. He looked on, his expression grim but resolute, the blue mana still flickering around his eyes. The fierce battle had taken its toll, leaving him weary. The Ratman ogre, riddled with spikes and bleeding profusely, finally collapsed to the ground. Leon stood over the seemingly defeated monster, a moment of hard-won victory. Arya, breathless, tentatively asked if they had won, her voice filled with hope. Leon, however, sharply dismissed her question, his instincts warning him against premature celebration. Her eyes suddenly widened in terror, catching sight of something horrifying behind him. A new, unforeseen danger had emerged, shattering their brief moment of peace. "Leon, watch out!" she screamed, but it was too late. A new assailant, a man with long hair and a menacing whip, descended upon him without warning. The mysterious attacker moved with brutal efficiency, his eyes cold and focused on his target. He was clearly a skilled and dangerous opponent, full of malicious intent. Leon's face contorted in a grimace of pain as the unexpected blow landed squarely. He hadn't anticipated another enemy, a shocking turn of events. The impact sent a powerful shockwave of energy through him, throwing him off balance. The new foe's power was undeniable, leaving Leon vulnerable. The attacker smirked, a chilling smile that promised more suffering to come. He had successfully caught Leon by surprise, gaining a crucial advantage. Leon was sent flying backward, his body vulnerable and exposed from the powerful strike. The new enemy advanced, ready to press his advantage without mercy. Our hero lay stunned, his glowing dagger clutched in a trembling hand, his face etched with pain. The battle he thought was over had only just begun. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. The world of Vera was bleeding, ravaged by chaos that poured through its shattered reality. In the last safe corner, hope flickered as the fabric of reality itself began to tear open. A young man, Hein, found himself unexpectedly summoned into this perilous world of Vera. He navigated the arcane interface, learning about class selections like mage, warrior, cleric, and hunter. The system guided him through tutorials on legendary pets, character stats, and collecting legendary gear. After understanding dungeons, guilds, and boss encounters, Hein was ready to embark on his grand adventure in Vera. An intense burst of arcane energy exploded, signaling the start of a brutal confrontation. The chaotic magic continued to surge, painting the battlefield in vibrant, clashing colors. Two skilled fighters, Pavis and Caden, met with fierce power, their weapons glowing brightly. Caden, a knight with long blonde hair, fought with a smirk, his blade pulsing with purple mana. Pavis, the assassin with blue hair, met him with a glare, his own blade charged with blue power. Caden had been locked in a fierce battle with a monstrous Ratman, an earlier, draining fight. A small smile played on Caden's lips, enjoying the current duel despite his previous exertion. He smoked his pipe calmly, his eyes sharp, assessing his opponent's every move with expertise. Pavi stood ready, facing not only Caden but also an older mercenary with a grim, watchful look. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Ravina, causing her to clutch her chest as her eyes glowed. Arken's curse activated, inflicting a painful status effect and draining her strength rapidly. Caden watched Pavis, who was hunched over, struggling with the curse's effect, wondering about mana backlash. Pavis felt his health recovery slow, his wounds deepening under the curse's relentless influence. He focused intently, his eye gleaming with a fierce resolve to overcome the sudden, debilitating pain. Pavis looked at Caden, who remained annoyingly calm, puffing on his pipe with a smug air. Caden simply smiled, a relaxed, knowing look on his face that hinted at his hidden agenda. Pavis noted the way Caden held his sword, instantly recognizing the precise posture of a trained knight. Caden's confident grin never wavered as he continued his taunts, enjoying the unfolding situation. He even licked a drop of blood from his lip, displaying a cruel, almost animalistic confidence. Pavis, however, remained stoic, his expression unreadable as he prepared for what was to come. Caden remembered how he had underestimated Pavis, initially thinking him to be just a 5th-rank fighter. But after watching Pavis fight the Ratman Ogre, Caden became certain of his opponent's much higher rank. Pavis, with his blue mana blade, stood ready to face Caden's aggressive purple energy. Caden's smirk widened, indicating he was about to unleash his full, destructive power. He brought his glowing purple sword down with a powerful strike, loudly declaring his name and title. Pavis gritted his teeth, feeling the immense pressure of Caden's declared attack. Ravina looked on, shocked by the sudden turn of events as Pavis turned slightly away. Pavis quickly drew a glowing blue dagger, ready to counter Caden's overwhelming force. Ravina watched in alarm as Pavis prepared to make his desperate, dangerous move. Another assassin, cloaked in dark energy, suddenly lunged forward with twin daggers. Ravina was clearly terrified, her wide eyes reflecting the sheer danger of the situation. Pavis faced the newly revealed assassin, a tense standoff filling the chaotic air. The assassin's eyes glowed with a sinister purple light, a dangerous smile spreading across his face. Pavis stood his ground, preparing for the inevitable clash with this unexpected second foe. His face hardened with resolve, blue energy crackling around him as he braced himself. He moved with incredible speed, clashing with the assassin in a blur of swift motion. Ravina fled the scene, running frantically through the blood-stained, dangerous ground. She looked back, spotting a small, unconscious figure lying helplessly on the ground. It was a young boy, completely still, tragically caught in the crossfire of the brutal conflict. Caden, the blonde knight, watched with a wicked grin, his blade still glowing with power. Pavis and Caden re-engaged, their blades meeting in a powerful collision of clashing magic. Pavis's eyes narrowed, his expression a mix of anger and grim, unwavering determination. Caden, now partially transformed, lifted the unconscious boy onto his shoulder with ease. His transformation was more complete, his eyes glowing red, and a monstrous grin spreading across his face. Ravina gasped in horror, while Pavis looked on with a mix of shock and utter disgust. Both Pavis and Ravina reacted with dismay to Caden's grotesque, unsettling transformation. Then, an old man with glasses, Goma, stepped forward, his face adorned with a chilling smile. His wide, unsettling grin showed the true malice and calculated evil behind his actions. Goma held a glowing potion flanked by monstrous Ratman creatures, revealing his control over them. He explained that this particular Ratman lacked combat power but possessed exceptional stealth, able to shift forms. When in Ratman form, it obeyed his every command, but as a human, fragments of its old memories would return. Meanwhile, the kidnapped villagers, including an old woman and 2 men, looked weary and deeply afraid. Goma further explained how the boy, upon seeing something familiar, had cried out for his mother. He looked at Pavis with a smug, triumphant expression, Caden still holding the transformed boy. Pavis's eye glinted with focus, realizing the full scope of Goma's twisted and cruel plan. With a determined face and crackling blue energy, Pavis prepared for the true, desperate fight ahead. He stood ready, his body radiating power, facing the combined monstrous threats of Caden and Goma. Our player, a young man from a fallen noble family, found himself in a dire situation, seemingly captured by Sir Caden and his ruthless associate. Caden, a portly man with glasses, gloated over his apparent victory. He was convinced he had snared a valuable target, a prize that would further his dark ambitions. The weight of his predicament, however, seemed to settle heavily around our boy. Caden's world was one of shadowy dealings and hidden agendas, a place where power was everything and morality was simply a weakness. He thrived in this twisted reality. This was a realm on the edge of annihilation, where desperate measures were taken by those who believed themselves untouchable. Our boy knew the stakes here were incredibly high. For Caden, the work was hard, often cruel, but he persisted, driven by a perverse sense of purpose and the desire for more power. He saw no other path. His operations required resources, and Caden was always looking for ways to fund his monstrous experiments, often at the expense of others. He prided himself on his cunning, having orchestrated a cruel scheme to exploit desperate villagers, turning them into ratmen. Caden's laughter echoed, full of vile satisfaction. He looked down at our boy, who appeared helpless and bound, and began to taunt him, savoring every moment of his perceived triumph. Yet a faint, hidden smile played on our boy's lips, a subtle hint that things were not as they seemed. He held a secret, a plan unfolding in his mind. The sword expert, Caden's red-haired associate, moved to secure our player, grabbing him roughly, confident in their dominance and the success of their trap. He attacked with a flurry of strikes, showcasing his prowess as both a sword expert and a three-circle mage. The associate believed this fight would be swift and decisive. Caden watched the confrontation with a smug expression, certain his associate would quickly dispatch the seemingly helpless player. He was enjoying the show. The associate continued his aggressive assault, his movements precise and powerful, aiming to overwhelm our boy with sheer force and skill. Despite the relentless onslaught, our boy remained resilient, skillfully defending himself and dodging blows, though he appeared to be struggling to keep up. The intensity of the associate's attack was clear in his focused gaze and the raw power radiating from his strikes. He was determined to end this quickly. Our boy met the attacks with his own blade, the clash of steel echoing through the dark space. He held his ground, his defense unwavering for a time. Even amidst the fierce battle, our boy's unnerving calm persisted, a faint smile still gracing his lips. It was a look that hinted at a deeper, hidden game. Caden continued to boast, revealing more details of his elaborate trap, confident that our boy couldn't escape or retaliate. He spoke of his knowledge of the player. He proudly recounted how he manipulated the villagers and mercenaries, ensuring no one could trace the atrocities back to him. His associate fought on, unaware of the deeper game. Caden's satisfaction was palpable, his smile widening as he reveled in the thought of his flawless scheme. He believed he was truly untouchable. He then displayed his Ratman army, a horde of monstrous creatures, solidifying his belief that he held all the cards in overwhelming numbers. Caden explained the full, sinister scope of his operation, how he viewed all lives as mere resources for his dark experiments, disposable tools in his ascent. The Ratman monster before them was a grotesque testament to Caden's gruesome experiments, a chilling example of his depravity and ruthless efficiency. The fight raged on, the associate pressing his advantage, while our boy continued to defend, his face now etched with a quiet, simmering anger. Caden elaborated further on how he exploited the desperation of the villagers, pushing them to hire mercenaries who were then also transformed. The tragic human cost of Caden's scheme was immense, with countless families losing their loved ones, their despair, a mere footnote in his grand plan. Our boy's anger, though contained, was evident in his hardened gaze. He listened to Caden's vile confessions, his resolve hardening with every word. Caden, oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, continued to speak of people as mere resources, a cold and calculating perspective that justified his cruelty. Suddenly, the associate unleashed his magical abilities, adding potent spells to his sword attacks, seeking to overwhelm our boy completely. Our boy continued to hold his ground, deflecting both blade and spell, his defense unwavering despite the combined assault of the sword expert and his magic. Caden watched, his smile still fixed, confident in his associate's ability to finish the job. He saw only triumph in the unfolding battle. The associate's relentless assault continued, a whirlwind of steel and magic, pushing our boy closer to what seemed like inevitable defeat. He unleashed the full force of his combined abilities, a dazzling display of skill meant to break our boy's defenses and end the fight. The associate's face was alight with confidence, certain that his imminent victory was now assured. He saw no way for our boy to escape his grasp. Yet, our boy's composure never faltered, his eyes holding a mysterious glint. He had been waiting for this exact moment, for Caden to fully reveal his hand. A knowing, almost chilling smile spread across our boy's face, hinting at a hidden strategy about to be unleashed. The true game was only just beginning. Suddenly, he unleashed a burst of arcane energy, summoning a spectral skull and lantern, revealing his true nature as a necromancer. Caden's smug expression melted into one of utter shock and disbelief. This was an unexpected turn he had not accounted for in his meticulous plans. The associate, too, was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with dawning realization. This was no ordinary captive. This was a rare and powerful magic user. A formidable Ratman ogre manifested from the shadows, a monstrous, undead creature now standing at our boy's command. Our boy's face hardened with determination, fully embracing his power as he prepared to turn the tide of the battle. His true strength was now laid bare. He didn't stop there, summoning more undead creatures, the true scale of his necromancy now evident in the growing horde around him. The associate, recovering quickly, saw the newly summoned Ratman ogre and, believing it to be our boy's trump card, swiftly moved to strike it down. With a decisive blow, the associate killed the Ratman ogre, Convinced he had easily neutralized the threat and regained control of the situation, he smirked, a look of momentary relief and renewed arrogance on his face. He thought he had dealt with the necromancer's surprise. However, our boy's smile deepened, a chilling realization dawning on his opponents. The killed Ratman was merely a pawn in a larger, more sinister move. The Ratman ogre's blood had already been tainted by our boy's curse, a curse that now transferred to the associate, green energy beginning to infect him. The sword expert began to scream, his body convulsing as the curse coursed through him, visible veins popping on his skin. It was an agonizing transformation. His cries of pain filled the air as the dreadful transformation took hold, twisting his form into something monstrous and unrecognizable. Caden's face was contorted in horror and utter disbelief as his most capable fighter was consumed by the very power he sought to control. The associate completed his transformation, now a monstrous Ratman ogre, fully under our boy's command, a weapon turned against its former master. Caden himself felt his vision blur, the curse spreading, a bitter taste of his own medicine. The tables had truly turned, and he was losing control. With newfound power, our boy stood amidst glowing magical symbols, his command absolute. He had not only turned Caden's most capable fighter into an enemy, but he also reanimated the killed Ratman. He now commanded a powerful army of undead Ratmen. He looked at a petrified Caden, his eyes gleaming with cold triumph, and posed a final, chilling question. Which side was stronger now? What happens next changes everything. Our young necromancer, with a fiery gaze, prepared to face an enemy unlike any he had encountered before. His opponent, an older necromancer, observed him with a mix of surprise and grudging respect, acknowledging his formidable power. The blue glow of his summoned undead army rose around our protagonist, their numbers vast and their intent clear, ready for the coming clash. The opposing necromancer, surrounded by his own dark, swirling magic, maintained a confident, almost arrogant smirk, unfazed by the display. The battle began with a brutal ferocity, as one of the necromancer's grotesque undead creatures was violently torn apart, its dark essence scattering. Our hero's counterattack struck hard, purple energy lashing out, further damaging the necromancer's forces and creating chaos on the battlefield. Blood splattered across the young man's face, a grim reminder of the fight's intensity as he endured the relentless onslaught from his foe. The necromancer's face twisted into a menacing grin, green lightning crackling around him as he taunted his opponent, questioning his experience against their kind. His skeletal forces, now fully unleashed, surged forward, overwhelming our protagonist in a wave of dark, hungry claws and snapping jaws. One of the monstrous undead bit deeply into his shoulder, the pain evident as the necromancer's relentless assault began to take its toll. The necromancer, witnessing the visible strain on his opponent, declared that everyone had their limits, believing victory was now within his grasp. Suddenly, a sharp, unexpected pain racked the necromancer's body, causing him to cry out in shock as his precious family heirloom ring tumbled to the ground. Our protagonist had seized the opportunity, pulling a young woman, Ravina, to safety, his eyes fixed on the ring now lying innocently on the floor. A close-up on his eye revealed the fallen ring, a small golden band with a purple jewel, reflecting the gravity of the item in his gaze. Ravina, the girl he had just saved, appeared weak and distraught, confirming her status as the necromancer's vulnerable hostage. He remembered the ring's true history, a treasured family heirloom given away by his mother years ago in a desperate plea. His mother, a kind woman with children clinging to her, had entrusted the ring to mercenaries, making a heartbreaking request. She had asked them to bring back her sons no matter what, even if it was just their lifeless bodies, a memory that still haunted him. The weight of this memory caused a pained grimace to cross his face as the old woman from his past flashed before his eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. The necromancer, recovering quickly, announced his trump card with a maniacal grin. He still held a hostage, a twisted declaration of control. He held Ravina tightly, her life in his hands, as he challenged our hero, asking if he truly cared nothing for his companion's fate. The necromancer, backed by a shadowy figure, warned our hero not to touch him, his voice laced with a chilling threat. Suddenly, the shadowy figure behind the necromancer lashed out, not at our hero, but at the necromancer himself, catching him completely off guard. The necromancer staggered back, blood staining his clothes, as Ravina collapsed, weak and pale, the unexpected turn of events leaving him stunned. Our protagonist, a faint smile gracing his lips, explained the ring's true purpose, a self-destruct spell, activated if it ever rejected its master. The necromancer screamed, a surge of electric energy engulfing him as the spell he had inadvertently triggered began to rip through his body. His face contorted in agony, a horrifying mask of pain and disbelief as the power of the ring consumed him from within. A brilliant explosion of golden light erupted, engulfing the necromancer, signifying the devastating end of his reign of terror. The dust settled, revealing our hero standing over the necromancer's smoldering remains, the small, glowing ring lying abandoned on the ground. A system message appeared announcing that the quest, Veda's Legacy, had been updated, presenting a new path for our protagonist. He learned that the ring was not just an heirloom, but a map, containing the precise location of the legendary hero's soul. Holding the glowing ring aloft, our hero looked up, a renewed sense of purpose and determination in his eyes, ready for the next challenge. With a decisive flick of his wrist, he tossed the ring into the air, its purple glow intensifying as it spun towards its new destination. To his surprise, Ravina, no longer weak, caught the ring with a sly wink, her true intentions finally coming to light. She stood amidst his undead, the ring now on her finger, gazing back at him with an unsettling, knowing look, her power now undeniable. Ravina's hands glowed as she slipped the ring onto her finger, its purple jewel shimmering, a subtle shift in allegiance. Her expression morphed into a triumphant, almost sinister smile, the ring now blazing with power on her hand, an undeniable statement of her control. Our protagonist watched, a mixture of shock and confusion washing over him as he uttered her name, grappling with the sudden betrayal. Ravina then summoned a volley of divine arrows, their golden tips glowing ominously, and aimed them directly at our hero. He braced himself, anticipating the impact, his cloak swirling around him as the divine projectiles hurtled towards him. Her divine attack struck his undead forces with destructive force, causing them to explode in brilliant bursts of holy light. The necromancer's creatures disintegrated into golden dust, unable to withstand the purifying power of Ravina's devastating assault. Our hero, now understanding the nature of her power, recognized it as a weapon imbued with divine energy, a stark contrast to his own dark arts. He realized that undead struck by her divine power were instantly annihilated, and the impact transferred directly to the necromancer who raised them. Ravina then confessed, her smile unwavering, that she had known about his true nature as a necromancer all along. He was surprised by her revelation, but she simply stated that he was far more impressive than she had initially expected. "I was surprised too," Ravina said, her expression shifting, a hint of playful malice in her eyes, enjoying the unfolding drama. She then questioned his dual nature, asking if he possessed some kind of innate switch to change his personality at will. Her eyes glowed with an intense golden light as she spoke, a clear demonstration of her immense and overwhelming mana. The air crackled between them, thick with tension, as their unexpected confrontation felt like a competition to see who could surprise the other more. He stared at a ghostly, ethereal figure, his mind racing, as he pondered her final unsettling question: was he truly Veda's disciple? Leon, a player of a fallen noble family, found himself in a thrilling contest, as his opponent seemed fiercely intent on surprising him with her hidden power. This playful competition sparked his deep interest. She emanated a vibrant, golden glow, a clear challenge in her eyes as she prepared for their exchange. Her confident smile hinted at the hidden strength she possessed. Her movements were swift and precise, striking with an unexpected force that demanded his full attention and quick reflexes. The air crackled with their energy. He met her attacks with practiced ease, deflecting and dodging with grace. Their clash illuminated the dark cavern around them in flashes of bright light. He deflected her powerful kicks, maintaining his composure as she pressed her assault with a confident grin. She seemed to enjoy the intensity of their battle. A wide, mischievous smile spread across her face, clearly enjoying the intensity of their battle. Her eyes glinted with a playful menace that intrigued him. He registered her full presence, the startling realization hitting him that she had been right in front of him all along, expertly hiding her true nature. The shock was palpable. She was a disciple of Veda, the legendary necromancer, a truth he had not anticipated. This revelation changed everything. He acknowledged her claim, the shadowy presence of Veda's power looming behind her, confirming his suspicions about her lineage and immense potential. He mentally reviewed his allies, certain that this critical information could not have leaked from his mother or the influential Sermin family. The source remained a mystery. The legendary necromancer, Veda, was a figure of immense power, making the existence of her disciple a significant revelation that commanded his respect. He considered the Rose family as a potential source, but quickly dismissed them, understanding their motivations and their desire to maintain peace. Saintine Rose, who actively sought an alliance with him, would never jeopardize their ties by leaking such sensitive details. Her loyalty seemed assured. His surprised reaction seemed to amuse her. She found his momentary confusion rather boring, expecting a more exciting response from him. One thing remained clear in his mind. Despite her hidden strength, she did not seem to intend any true opposition against him. Her motives were still veiled. He then posed the crucial question, trying to understand the full scope of her identity and intentions, pushing her to reveal more about herself. He had been suspicious of her from the very start, sensing a deeper purpose behind her seemingly simple role as a support guild member. Even though she had acted clumsy at times, her actual skills far exceeded those of a typical support guild member. She was a master of deception. He recalled how Ravina always remained unharmed, even in the most dangerous situations, adding to his growing certainty about her true capabilities. His suspicion was quickly turning into certainty, prompting him to propose a bet. What would she give him if he guessed correctly? She offered high-level trap disarming skills and a blessed weapon, along with something even more important, piquing his interest further. She then confirmed his necromancer abilities, making it clear that she was not of ordinary status either. They were on equal footing. He realized that someone of her caliber was testing him, a challenge he found intriguing and worth pursuing to uncover her secrets. He asked what he would gain if he successfully passed her test, wanting to understand the full stakes involved before committing. She found his intelligence amusing, noting that he was smarter than she had been led to believe. Her playful wink hinted at her true nature. She agreed to the bet, her eyes sparkling with excitement, declaring her fondness for such games and challenges. If he guessed her identity correctly, she promised to grant him whatever he wanted. No formidable request would be denied. He then inquired about the consequences if he failed to guess her true identity, seeking clarity on the risks involved. She playfully suggested that simply entertaining her might be enough, but he knew better than to accept such vague terms for a serious bet. He insisted that a proper bet required clear rewards and punishments, not just a process of entertainment. The stakes needed to be real. A bet needed explicit outcomes, ensuring both parties faced consequences based on the result. He demanded fair, defined terms. She then laid out her chilling counter-proposal, detailing the steep price of his failure should he not succeed. He would become hers, serving her for life, a demand that boldly revealed her true, commanding status and power. His opponent's audacious proposal hinted at her ability to command even a fifth-rank assassin from Martin, a position of immense influence. He decided to play along, starting a slow countdown to 5, giving her a brief window to guess his identity. He continued to count, his resolve hardening as he prepared for the inevitable confrontation, his plan meticulously set. He revealed his knowledge of her, Ravine, from the noble assassin house, the Asan family, a secret she guarded closely. The final count ended with a sudden, powerful burst of energy, leaving her stunned and completely vulnerable. He had won the bet, confirming his victory as he pinned her, her face a mask of shock and disbelief. He called her by her full name, Ravin Asan, a name she had meticulously kept hidden from the world. She demanded to know how he had uncovered her identity, her fury barely contained as she struggled against him. He explained that the Sermin family had gathered extensive intelligence on the Asan family during a past conflict, revealing their secrets. This information included details about Ari Asan, the retired head of the Asan family and his missing youngest daughter. Ari Asan, at the height of the war, had sought his hidden youngest daughter, Ravine, after abruptly leaving the front lines. He recounted how Ari Asan made a bold proposal, offering to side with Sermin if they found Ravine, his lost child. If they succeeded, Ari Asan would abandon his allegiance to Patton and fight alongside Sermin, shifting the balance of power. As a result, the Sermin family received detailed information about Ravine, which he had memorized to use against Patton. He knew every detail, from her childhood appearance to her smallest habits, proving his thorough and deliberate preparation. He then declared that he would personally handle her interrogation, asserting his firm control over the unfolding situation. Suddenly, a hidden guard appeared, a woman in a red cloak, revealing herself to Raven's utter shock and dismay. The guard was skilled enough to deceive his senses, a testament to her mastery of stealth and infiltration. Rabin cried out in frustrated anger as she was swiftly restrained by the unexpected assailant, her plan unraveling. Leon, now fully aware of the deception, looked at the new arrival, demanding an explanation from her, his eyes sharp. Ravin, still struggling, couldn't comprehend how he knew her identity, a profound secret known only to a select few in her family. She stared at him, her face a mixture of anger and disbelief, as his intricate and cunning plan unfolded before her. Leon, his eyes glinting with cunning, knew the bet itself was a scam, designed for her inevitable and absolute failure. The fury in Robin's eyes burned, realizing she had been outplayed from the very beginning, a pawn in his larger scheme. She was completely trapped, her every move anticipated by his meticulous planning. This was only the beginning, the real storm had not yet hit. The young man, fresh off a successful bet, found himself in a heated argument with the fiery Ravine. She stood before him, barely contained fury in her eyes as our boy held her back with a smirk. Ravine was absolutely livid, accusing him of cheating to win their wager. His hooded master, a silent observer in the background, watched the unfolding drama with a steady gaze. Our boy remained unfazed, calmly explaining that he had won an additional bet by revealing his insight into her identity. He emphasized the significance of this unexpected victory, letting the weight of his words settle in the tense air. Ravine's eye widened, realizing the full implications of his claim and the depth of his cunning. Though still seething, she reluctantly agreed to grant him one more wish, but only if he could properly explain how he knew her. She stared him down, her expression a mixture of anger and desperate curiosity, demanding a truthful account. Her promise came with a stark warning: any nonsense from him and she would kill him on the spot. The threat was clear in her glowing red eyes, making it plain that she was not to be trifled with. Our boy simply smirked, a dangerous glint in his own eyes, signaling his acceptance of her terms. He explained that he was already riding a tiger, meaning he had committed too far to turn back now, no matter the danger. He revealed his intentions toward Ravine were never simple transactions, but part of a much larger, hidden agenda. With a surge of power, he confirmed his identity as a disciple of Veda, a powerful and ancient entity. His hooded master, witnessing this revelation, showed a flicker of surprise in her usually composed gaze. Our boy then clarified that while he was Veda's disciple, Veda and his own master were entirely separate entities. He began to speak of his true master, a figure distinct from Veda, hinting at a deeper, more personal connection. His hooded master's expression hardened, a subtle tension building as he prepared to reveal more. He then stated directly that his master was indeed different from Veda, and from a place of immense power. Ravine looked utterly bewildered, struggling to process the sudden shift in his narrative and the new, confusing details. Our boy, with a grim set to his jaw, then dropped the bombshell. His master was from the Empire. The hooded woman, his master, reacted violently, unleashing a wave of energy that sent crippling pain through our boy's head. He cried out, clutching his temples as the intense spiritual assault racked his body. Confused and in agony, he questioned the nature of the technique his master was using to silence him. Ravine watched, utterly horrified, as our boy collapsed in pain, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. His master, with a furious glare, commanded him to shut up, her powers surging with a clear warning. Our boy, still in immense pain, looked up at her, realizing she was actively trying to prevent him from speaking further. She warned him that he was using a signal only known to an Asan guard, further hinting at the dangerous secrets he was uncovering. Despite the pain he was enduring, his master offered a chilling reassurance, telling him not to worry. Undeterred by his master's attempts to silence him, our boy continued, a determined glint in his eyes. He then spoke of a connection, a shared history between his own mother and Ravine's mother. Ravine gasped, her face contorted in shock as a fleeting image of her mother and herself as a baby flashed through her mind. His master, looking increasingly agitated, tried to interrupt, claiming our boy's master didn't exist and couldn't have known Ravine's dead mother. Our boy, however, held firm, insisting that his master was real and that Ravine's mother's death had been shrouded in mystery. A heartbreaking image of Ravine's mother, holding her as a baby, was torn, symbolizing the abruptness of her death and the family's inability to fully investigate it. Ravin's face fell, a mix of sadness and frustration, as our boy explained the Asan family had failed to thoroughly investigate her mother's passing. He explained that his path as an assassin in Martin's Fainton branch was all part of a plan orchestrated by his master. His master had told him of his ties to the Asan family, instructing him to approach them with great care. Specifically, his master revealed that the daughter of a dear friend, who also had connections to the Asan family, was Ravine. Ravine's face twisted in disbelief and outrage, dismissing his entire story as utter nonsense. His master, now openly enraged, questioned his theory about how such a story could have been passed down. Ravine, pointing a furious finger, declared it impossible, stating that her mother had been completely hidden by the family head. His master's face hardened, her anger boiling over as she accused him of mocking Ravine and the esteemed Asan family. She lunged forward, a fierce burst of fire erupting around her, ready to make good on her threat to kill him. Our boy met her gaze, his green eye glowing with a calm, unwavering resolve, ready for her assault. He stood his ground, revealing his true power to Ravine and his master, his presence radiating in ancient force. His master and Ravine stared, their expressions a mixture of shock and dawning horror at what he was about to declare. With a powerful roar, our boy revealed his true nature, declaring himself a necromancer, a disciple who inherited Veda's profound knowledge. He continued, explaining that Ravine's late mother had visited his master as a soul, a friend seeking solace, and his master had helped her pass on. Our boy clasped his hands, a somber expression on his face, challenging them to find anyone alive who could disprove his incredible tale. Ravine's eyes welled up, her face a mask of profound sorrow and desperate hope, as she whispered a single, heart-wrenching question. Ravine, a young necromancer with a hidden past, was about to uncover truths that would shake his understanding of his world. The two stood facing each other, questions about their intertwined destinies hanging heavy in the air between them. Veda had once believed her own legend was tied to a powerful house, a story she had carefully constructed over the years. But the timeline didn't quite fit. Ravine, she knew, had been born only a little more than 10 years prior. He then revealed that Veda was the daughter of Ai Asan, and a woman who had briefly served as his concubine. Rabin explained how his late mother's soul had sought out the necromancer's master, a dear friend in her final moments. After a long conversation, the master had gently guided her soul to find its much-needed peace. This revelation painted the mysterious cloaked figure as a powerful necromancer, capable of interacting with the departed. The necromancer declared his ability to communicate with the dead as his ultimate trump card, a power few could challenge. He believed that only the dead could truly deliver the unvarnished truth, especially when all living witnesses were gone. With everyone who knew the full story either dead or disappeared, the necromancer was the sole key to unlocking the past. Veda listened, her expression shifting from disbelief to a dawning, painful understanding as she processed the words. A flicker of hope, tinged with dread, crossed Veda's face as she softly began to question if her mother had left a message. She desperately wanted to know if her mother, in her final moments, had left any words specifically for her. The necromancer delivered the crushing blow. Her mother's last words had been a heartfelt apology. Overcome with emotion, Veda broke down, tears streaming freely as the weight of her mother's last message settled upon her. The image of her parents, once a source of comfort, now only intensified her sorrow and confusion. She wept openly, her small frame shaking with the grief and regret she had carried for so long. Recovering, Veda turned to the necromancer, her voice laced with a chilling threat should he be deceiving her. There was still more to discuss, more layers of this complex truth yet to be revealed. Veda firmly stated that she would require concrete proof to back up all of the necromancer's astounding claims. The necromancer offered a comforting pat, a gesture that seemed out of place given the gravity of their conversation. He assured her that there would indeed be survivors who could corroborate his story, providing the evidence she sought. Veda added the Ratman manual to her list of demands, an artifact crucial to understanding the unfolding crisis. Veda, sensing his manipulation, urged him to drop the pretense, questioning if this was the equalities he truly desired. Rabin, however, calmly reminded her that he hadn't even revealed his true wish, hinting at further complexities. Veda recalled Rabin's earlier statement about his master's dying wish, suggesting it involved her assistance. She pointed out the long-standing friendship between his master and her own mother, a connection that bound them. With a hopeful smile, Veda proposed that they could be friends, transcending any differences in their social standing. She further reasoned that if he truly was Veda's descendant, his status was already elevated, making friendship even easier. Her gaze held a mix of challenge and genuine curiosity, trying to gauge his reaction to her bold suggestion. Rabin, however, remained unimpressed, simply stating that he was, in fact, the elder of the two. Veda, surprised, tried to guess his age, assuming he was younger than her, still trying to assert dominance. Rabin corrected her, stating he was 15, and asked what her point was, cutting through her assumptions. The unfolding drama intensified, revealing even more unexpected layers to their shared, complicated history. Within a hidden chamber, an old man's ghost glowed brightly, confirming that a crucial authentication process was now complete. The group descended into a vast, glowing chamber, its ethereal light hinting at powerful magic at work. The necromancer mused on the unusual utility of a corpse, explaining that such methods were a unique advantage of his dark art. He noted the strange irony of using facial recognition on a deceased individual, a testament to his unique powers. On a central platform, an ancient glowing book rested, which the necromancer identified as the fabled Ratman Manual. His hand reached out, hovering over the manual, ready to unlock its secrets. Veda, however, intervened, pulling Rabin back and insisting she should handle the relic, given its dark mage origins. The necromancer watched her, a subtle hint of unease in his eyes as she asserted her control over the situation. With a knowing smirk, he agreed, taking the book and preparing to initiate the next step in their plan. He clarified that the manual itself held no inherent power, serving merely as a copy of the original. Veda explained her intention to deliver the manual to her family, a necessary step for their protection. It would serve as undeniable evidence of the Ratman incursion, a threat that needed immediate attention. She emphasized the extreme danger of the situation, ensuring Rabin understood the gravity of their findings. Veda suggested keeping the guild out of it, promising Rabin generous compensation for his silence and help. She declared that, aside from the Ratman manual, all other findings and spoils would belong to him. Veda even promised to arrange additional payment, specifically for his efforts in handling Kaden during their mission. Rabin expressed his relief, admitting he had been wondering how he would be compensated for eliminating Kaden. He then offered a wry farewell to Kaden's lingering spirit, acknowledging him as valuable experience. However, a new thought crossed his mind, a lingering concern he had yet to voice to his companion. He questioned Veda, hinting that their mission was far from over, despite their recent success in acquiring the manual. Rabin revealed the chilling truth. Goma and Kaden were merely pawns, not the sole masterminds behind the entire scheme. Our protagonist, a young necromancer, had finally arrived at the secluded valley, a place whispered about in ancient texts. He stopped on the path, feeling the familiar hum of his powers as a translucent green interface materialized before him. His eyes, usually calm, sharpened with a deep intensity, ready to decipher the hidden truths of this mysterious location. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the surrounding landscape transformed into a vast, glowing topographical map, overlaid with intricate data. The map, now fully activated, pulsed with an arcane energy, guiding him towards the very heart of his arduous journey. The glowing coordinates pointed directly to the quest's objective, the fabled location of Veda's quest and the soul of Chero. He soared effortlessly towards the designated spot, his form wreathed in shimmering green energy, a silent testament to his necromantic prowess. There, nestled amidst the ancient trees, sat what appeared to be nothing more than a simple, unassuming pile of weathered stones. Despite its mundane appearance, he knew better. The map had never been wrong, and this seemingly ordinary mound held a profound secret. With a surge of phantom power, he unleashed a concentrated blast, shattering the stones and revealing what lay beneath. The debris cleared, exposing a flat, ancient stone slab, the true entrance to whatever mysteries were hidden within. He stood before it, the remnants of his power fading, contemplating the unexpected simplicity of its facade. This place, the Ratman creation method, and the map to Chero's soul, he realized they were all intrinsically linked, part of a greater design. He understood that to unravel the full truth, he would have to venture deeper, beyond the protective stone and into the unknown. Without hesitation, he pushed open the slab and began his descent into the darkness, the ancient tomb welcoming its new visitor. The air grew heavy and still as he stepped onto the cold stone stairs, his footsteps echoing softly in the enclosed space. As he moved, he initiated a soul search, sending out wisps of his necromantic energy to detect any hidden dangers or spiritual presences. To his surprise, the search yielded nothing, no traps, no monsters, just an unsettling, profound emptiness. The absence of any immediate threats, however, did not reassure him. Instead, it made the silence feel even more ominous. He soon reached a massive stone door, intricately carved with an unfamiliar script, unlike any language he had ever encountered. He leaned closer, his brow furrowed in concentration, realizing this wasn't mere text but a complex, ancient spirit language. He recognized the distinct energy signature, confirming his suspicion. This place was the work of Veda, the legendary necromancer master. With a gentle touch, he began to interpret the spirit language, unraveling its hidden meanings and the secrets it contained. The ancient script came alive under his touch, its arcane symbols illuminating his determined face, revealing the depth of his understanding. He understood that interpreting the language of souls and unlocking their mysteries was a skill only a true necromancer master could achieve. The message, intended for a disciple, described the chamber as Veda's personal gallery and a sacred resting place for a dear friend. But there was a catch. To proceed, he first had to pay a proper entrance fee, a new challenge in his quest. He decided to use Goma's soul, a powerful three-circle major spirit he had acquired, believing it would suffice for the payment. To his dismay, Goma's soul was not accepted. The entrance remained sealed, leaving him bewildered. He realized this was no ordinary tomb he had stumbled upon, but a profound quest to uncover Veda's complete legacy. The entrance fee, he now understood, wasn't just any soul. It had to be something specific, obtained through the quest itself. Then, a knowing smile crept across his face. He remembered the perfect offering, a soul he had recently acquired. With a powerful surge of dark energy, he summoned the Manslayer's soul, a formidable spirit he knew would be accepted. The monstrous form of the Manslayer's soul materialized, its raw power radiating, a stark contrast to the previous, weaker offering. Its terrifying visage pulsed with an undeniable force, signaling that this was indeed the kind of tribute the ancient entrance demanded. As the Manslayer's soul settled into the magic circle, the central symbol on the door flared with brilliant light, accepting the sacrifice. The massive stone door groaned open, revealing a new passage, and a welcoming message appeared. "Welcome to my gallery." He stepped into a grand hall lined with what appeared to be paintings, each depicting formidable armored figures. Some wore heavy armor, but they were clearly not knights. They were warriors, each with a unique, powerful aura. What struck him most was the serene expression on each face. None of them seemed distressed, nor were they bound by force. It was then that the true nature of the paintings dawned on him. They were not images, but the very souls of these warriors. This entire chamber was the Gallery of Souls, a unique necromantic skill he himself possessed, now accessible with his phantom power. He saw a portrait of necromancer Master Veda, who had clearly pushed the boundaries of necromancy far beyond conventional understanding. Veda, he realized, only turned those who had willingly consented in life into undead, honoring their wishes even in death. His gaze settled on one particular, ornate frame that radiated an immense, ancient power, distinct from the others. He was certain this frame held the hero's soul, a legendary figure from the annals of history. It was Harman, one of Veda's 4 trusted companions, and none other than the legendary Orc High Chieftain. Harman, whose name echoed through countless tales of bravery and strength, was truly a hero of his time. As he stood before the mirror, Harman's image stirred, the ancient magic within the frame beginning to awaken the dormant soul. Our boy watched, stunned, as the spiritual essence of Harman began to separate from the mirror, taking on a more corporeal form. The awakening of Harman seemed to ripple through the entire gallery, causing other warrior souls in their frames to faintly glow. Harman fully materialized before him, a towering figure of raw power, his presence filling the grand hall with an electrifying energy. The legendary Orc High Chieftain took his first steps out of the mirror, his gaze fixed on the young necromancer. Our boy, taken aback by the sudden, powerful manifestation, could only stare, a mix of awe and trepidation in his wide eyes. Harman's voice boomed through the chamber, direct and resonant, asking if he was truly Veda's chosen disciple. The Orc Chieftain stated that his awakening signaled the arrival of a fated time, a promise he had made to Veda long ago. Our boy's face clouded with concern, a chilling realization dawning on him. Something about this promise felt deeply unsettling. Our hero, a young man of immense potential, found himself standing within Veda's legacy, its ancient power awakening around him. He heard the echoes of an old promise, a destiny he was meant to fulfill. A sudden surge of blue energy coursed through him, his eyes widening as he felt the overwhelming power. Sweat beaded on his brow, signaling the intensity of the moment. Yet amidst the awakening, a chilling realization struck him. He looked around at the swirling energies, a growing unease settling deep within his core. Something felt profoundly wrong. Around him, ethereal cards, each containing a trapped soul, began to manifest. They pulsed with a soft blue glow, drawn inexorably towards his very being, ready to integrate into his power. The souls were not just images, they were distinct, glowing figures, swirling and reaching for him. He stood at the center of this maelstrom, their presence undeniable. He gazed at the converging souls, his expression troubled. The promise he was meant to fulfill seemed to be unfolding in an unexpected and dangerous sequence. A grimace tightened his features as the raw energy pulsed through him. This vital component of Veda's legacy, he knew, was something he should have acquired much later, at the journey's very end. Suddenly, the ethereal energies around him erupted in a blinding flash, a sharp concussive force that threw his senses into disarray. The power was too much, too soon. An involuntary cry of pain escaped his lips as the raw magical energy tore through him. His body convulsed, struggling to contain the immense power that threatened to overwhelm him. He then saw the ancient stone gate, etched with mysterious spirit language, glowing faintly in the ethereal blue light. It was the key to understanding this unexpected turn of events. He stared at the cryptic symbols, a wave of frustration washing over him. He cursed himself for not realizing the true nature of this place, for missing such a crucial detail. The stone gate, he understood, was not merely a barrier but a profound test. Its intricate spirit language guarded the path forward, meant only for those worthy enough to decipher it. One of the conditions for passing the test was proving oneself capable of hunting the formidable manslayer and nurturing it to its full potential, a task of immense skill and courage. Another crucial requirement was the ability to read and fully comprehend the ancient spirit language, a rare talent that few possessed in this world. The final condition, the most vital of all, was possessing a soul gallery, a unique repository for captured souls, indicating a deep connection to spiritual power. Only after fulfilling all three daunting conditions would Harmon's tomb finally reveal itself, opening its secrets to the deserving individual. But with his unique knowledge from his past life in Aedeon, he had inadvertently bypassed the intended sequence, creating a dangerous ripple effect. His advanced understanding allowed him to skip all the predetermined steps, forcing open the sacred diary, Veda's personal legacy, before its appointed time. The weight of his actions settled over him, a profound realization of the chaotic path he had unwittingly forged. Now, as a consequence of his premature awakening, the numerous souls trapped within the gallery were forcing themselves upon him, pledging their allegiance against his will. A desperate groan tore from his throat as the souls continued their relentless assault, their power surging into his body, pushing him to his absolute limits. He clutched his chest, his breath ragged, the pain and unbearable weight in his soul. The forced integration of so many powerful spirits was tearing him apart from the inside. He remembered focusing all his efforts on mastering the hand of death skill, pouring every resource into its development. Because of that singular focus, his soul gallery's capacity remained dangerously low, making it susceptible to being overwhelmed by the sudden influx of souls. The dark, shadowy figures of the souls consumed him, filling his gallery to its absolute limit, leaving no room for more. He was completely saturated. He cried out in agony, the unbearable pressure mounting within him. He wondered if this immense pain was the direct consequence of his overflowing soul gallery. A system notification confirmed the grim truth. Kendalak's soul had forcefully taken its place within his soul gallery, adding to the unbearable burden. The onslaught continued, each new soul a fresh wave of torment. He screamed as his body convulsed, struggling to endure the relentless spiritual invasion. Another notification flashed, announcing that Alfonso's soul had also claimed a spot within his already bursting soul gallery. Then, Depnika's soul followed suit, further escalating the agony. The relentless surge of new spirits showed no signs of abating. He reflected on the game systems and quests in Aedeon, where everything had been perfectly balanced and predictable. This world, Drea, was a different beast entirely. He questioned if he was paying the ultimate price for assuming Drea would operate under the same familiar rules as Aedeon. The consequences were devastating. His desperate attempts to control the situation were met with utter failure. The sheer force of the incoming souls was too immense, rendering his efforts useless. A sudden memory sparked a desperate plan. He had recently gained a level in Goma's dungeon, a precious resource he could now exploit. With grim determination, he channeled every remaining stat point he possessed into mana, preparing for a drastic, all-or-nothing maneuver. He then activated the powerful Blue Earth Tempering method, a desperate technique that could potentially save him from the spiritual overload. Raw, green energy crackled and surged around him, responding to his will. The air vibrated with the immense power he was now wielding. He mentally commanded the swirling energies, twisting the circuits of his spiritual pathways to force them into submission, seeking a desperate form of control. His only hope was to forcefully raise Phantom's level, a risky gambit that required immense spiritual manipulation. He gritted his teeth, the strain evident on his face. This feat was nearly impossible, but he knew with chilling certainty that it was his only chance for survival. The system confirmed the trade-off. The level of Hand of Death decreased, but Phantom's level increased, a difficult but necessary sacrifice. The forced leveling continued, Phantom's power steadily rising, block by painful block, as his desperate plan slowly began to yield results. With each surge, Phantom's level increased further, his power growing stronger, albeit at a heavy cost to our hero. Again, Hand of Death's level decreased, but Phantom's level increased once more. He was pushing his limits, reshaping his very being. He continued to forcefully manipulate the levels of his other classes, draining them to empower Phantom, his primary hope for escaping this dire situation. Next, using the now stable circuits within his spiritual body, he prepared for the subsequent, even more daring step of his plan. He began to draw spiritual power directly from the countless souls residing within Veda's immense soul gallery, a vast reservoir of ancient energy. With that stolen power, he focused all his might, channeling it to expand the very size of his own soul gallery, pushing its limits beyond what was thought possible. His body glowed with an intense purple aura, his eyes wide in a mixture of pain and triumph. He screamed as the raw power coursed through him, his soul gallery rapidly expanding. Our hero, Jinwoo, lay amidst a shimmering aura, his body undergoing a profound transformation after a fierce battle. He groaned, the sheer intensity of the energy coursing through him a heavy burden, pushing his limits to their absolute breaking point. But even through the pain, a fierce determination burned in his eyes, refusing to yield to the overwhelming forces at play. Slowly, he pushed himself up, the vibrant energy now swirling around him like a protective shield, signifying a shift in his power. He brought a hand to his chin, contemplating the sudden change, trying to grasp the full extent of what had just transpired within him. Then, a system message flashed before him, confirming he had absorbed Harmon's soul, a powerful essence now part of his own. Moments later, another message appeared, revealing he had also obtained the hero's soul, a legendary power now within his grasp. With these gains came a surge of experience points, his level increasing dramatically, and all his core stats rising to new heights. His hand began to morph, sharp, claw-like features forming, crackling with an intense blue energy that pulsed with raw power. Finally, the system confirmed he had obtained Harmon's gauntlet, a legendary weapon now fused with his very being, ready for battle. The legendary status of Harmon's gauntlet was confirmed, and with it, Veda's legacy quest received a crucial update, guiding his path forward. The updated quest now commanded him to find the remaining legacies of Veda, a daunting task that promised even greater power. Just as he processed the legacy quest, another notification chimed, revealing a brand new quest had been added to his log. His glowing eye narrowed, absorbing the details of this fresh challenge, his mind already formulating strategies to tackle it. An eerie skeletal hand seemed to reach from the depths of the quest window, hinting at the dark origins of this new task. His hair had taken on a dual hue, half blue, half black, a clear sign of the potent energies now residing within him. Standing tall, our hero now fully embodied his new strength, Harmon's gauntlet gleaming on his hand, a formidable warrior forged anew. The scene then shifted to a bustling tavern, a stark contrast to the power he had just gained, but a necessary stop. A crowd of villagers had gathered, their murmurs spilling the air as they watched him, a mix of awe and gratitude etched on their faces. An old woman, her face streaked with tears, looked at him with profound thankfulness, her heart overflowing with relief. He stood with the vibrant pink-haired girl, the atmosphere in the tavern a blend of celebration and quiet respect for their recent triumph. A blonde woman smiled warmly beside him, the villagers' appreciation for his deeds palpable in the air around them. A burly man embraced him tightly, tears freely flowing as he expressed his overwhelming gratitude for the hero's bravery. He stood with the blonde woman and the old woman, their gazes fixed on a figure across the room, a somber quiet falling over them. There lay a man, pale and injured in a bed, his recovery a testament to the hero's intervention in their village's plight. He spoke softly to the blonde woman, his hand raised in a gesture of explanation, perhaps recounting the harrowing details of the recent battle. A somber flashback revealed the injured man's younger brother, who had made the ultimate sacrifice, paving the way for their victory. It was through this sacrifice that our hero was able to defeat Goma, a powerful enemy who had terrorized the villagers. He then presented a shimmering ring to the old woman, a relic of great importance that had played a part in their village's history. The old woman gazed at the ring, her expression shifting from surprise to deep contemplation, as if unlocking ancient memories. She began to explain, gesturing with her hand, unraveling the long-forgotten tale connected to the artifact in his possession. Centuries ago, a dark mage had appeared in their village, bringing chaos and death, massacring innocent lives without mercy. The mage then settled in the Lord's castle, establishing a reign of terror that plunged the entire region into despair. But hope arrived in the form of a hero, who bravely came forth to challenge the dark mage and end his tyranny. After defeating the mage, that hero gifted the ring to a farmer who had risked his life to guide him to the castle. The old woman looked intently at the glowing ring in his hand, a profound realization dawning on her as the past connected to the present. He understood now why the hero's soul map was found in this very village, and why the ring had changed color, confirming its rightful owner. Holding the brilliantly glowing ring, he met the old woman's gentle smile, a silent acknowledgement of the destiny that had brought him here. He thought of the mercenaries, their brief alliance now concluded, their path diverging from his own as he embraced his new role. The ring had indeed found its rightful owner, a truth that resonated deeply within him, solidifying his purpose. A young woman presented him with a heavy bag of coins, an extra reward collected by the grateful villagers for his heroic deeds. The villagers, including the young woman and the old matriarch, smiled warmly at him, their faces filled with genuine appreciation. The system confirmed his quest was completed, awarding him experience points and additional rewards for his success. The pink-haired girl, with a mischievous grin, urged him to leave, revealing that the Lord had collapsed and Commander Caden was missing. He shared a knowing smile with the pink-haired girl, understanding the urgency of the situation and the implicit dangers. The pink-haired girl looked at him with a sly, almost predatory expression, her curiosity about his recent activities barely contained. As he walked through the moonlit woods with a cloaked companion, the pink-haired girl watched him from the shadows, her presence a silent question. She reached out and touched his head, remarking that he had grown by half a span, her observation hinting at something more than just physical height. Her face was serious now, her words cutting as she declared she would believe it if someone called him a vampire, given his recent changes. Her eyes glowed with an intense, knowing light, concluding that his dramatic mana increase was definitely something extraordinary, leaving a chilling implication. Riyun now possessed a mysterious energy, his very being transformed by an unknown force. He stood in a dimly lit, magical realm, radiating an aura of newfound power that shimmered around him. She was utterly stunned by the sheer increase in his mana, a development she couldn't quite believe. Her eyes widened, reflecting the potent energy that now surged from his very core. The source of this incredible surge was something he held in his hand, radiating a potent glow. It pulsed with a captivating purple light, hinting at its immense, untapped capabilities. This wasn't just any item. It was a legendary artifact, Harman's gauntlet, brimming with ancient power. Its intricate design glowed, casting an ethereal light on their faces. Her eye, wide with disbelief, struggled to process the reality of such a legendary item appearing before her. The sheer impossibility of it left her speechless, her mind racing. The gauntlet's abilities were beyond imagination, promising unparalleled strength and resilience to its wielder. It represented a true game-changer, a legendary boon for any warrior. He explained that this was the greatest reward from his mission, an item capable of incredible feats. He held it up, a confident smirk playing on his lips, proud of his acquisition. It could never be truly destroyed, and its durability would restore itself no matter how much it was used. This feature alone made it an invaluable, peerless piece of equipment. He confidently stated that with this gauntlet, he could now block most attacks, a game-changer for his combat style. His stance exuded a newfound assurance, ready for any challenge. Still reeling from the revelation, she urged him to tell her everything that had transpired during the mission. Her expression was a mix of awe and burning curiosity, demanding answers. Then came an even greater revelation. He had uncovered his Grandmaster's long-lost legacy. The words hung in the air, echoing with profound significance and ancient mystery. Her jaw dropped, utterly stunned by the mention of Grandmaster Veda's fabled legacy. It was a treasure whispered about in legends, rarely believed to actually exist. With a subtle, knowing smirk, he confirmed that it was indeed Veda's legendary inheritance. His calm demeanor contrasted sharply with her shocked disbelief, making it all the more real. She recalled how countless people had sought that treasure over the years, yet none had ever succeeded in finding it. Its discovery by him was nothing short of miraculous. Still, if it was Veda's legacy, she conceded, his sudden awakening finally made sense to her. The pieces of the puzzle began to click into place, forming an incredible picture. She sternly told him that this discovery had to remain an absolute secret. The weight of such knowledge was immense, and its implications could shake the very foundations of their world. He nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face, indicating he already had a strategy for maintaining discretion. His mind was already at work, planning the next steps carefully. As they walked away from the scene, the true weight of their shared secret began to settle upon them. The night air was thick with unspoken implications, promising a future of hidden power. Back at the guild's Fineton branch, the manager devoured his mission report, his face a mask of astonishment. The content seemed impossible, defying all logic and expectation. He whispered to himself that the report's findings were utterly insane, challenging all his expectations. Each line revealed a new, unbelievable feat performed by the young adventurer. With a sharp gaze, he looked up, demanding confirmation that every detail in the astonishing report was accurate. His eyes narrowed, searching for any hint of exaggeration or falsehood. Our boy, Riyun, stood before the guild's leadership, confirming the incredible tales within his report. His presence commanded attention, a quiet confidence radiating from him. The manager noted our hero's radiant presence, a testament to his astonishing growth since undertaking missions. A subtle glow seemed to emanate from him, marking his transformation. He carried himself with a newfound maturity, radiating an almost manly aura that surprised everyone present. It was a profound change from the youth they had known just months ago. Even acknowledging his youth, his rapid development struck her as truly remarkable and unexpected. She couldn't reconcile the boy she remembered with the formidable presence before her. He had been certain the young man would falter on this mission, hoping it would temper his youthful arrogance. The task was designed to be difficult, a lesson in humility. The assassin's path was treacherous, and this mission was crafted to teach him humility, not success. It was meant to be a harsh reality check, a stumbling block on his journey. Miss Riyun, the assistant guild member who had accompanied him, stepped forward to corroborate his account. She stood tall, her presence adding weight to the extraordinary claims. The manager considered if a surprisingly capable supporter might have aided the boy, his gaze falling on Miss Riyun. Her involvement could explain some of the more improbable successes. Her gaze was piercing, attempting to unravel the layers of truth behind his incredible mission success. She needed to understand the full scope of what had truly transpired. Miss Riyun stated that her assistance had been minor, limited mainly to disarming a few traps along the way. She downplayed her role, insisting her contribution was insignificant. The manager sputtered in disbelief, realizing the test had been assigned solely at her insistence. This unexpected detail added another layer of intrigue to the already unbelievable story. The dungeon's real danger lay not in its traps, but in the powerful adversaries lurking within its depths. It was a place teeming with formidable foes, a true test of strength. His mission included clearing the dungeon, a task that demanded exceptional skill and unwavering focus. Every step was fraught with peril, every shadow hiding a potential threat. The primary objective was the assassination of the potent three-circle mage, Goma, a truly formidable opponent. This mage was known for his mastery of dark, destructive magic. The true trial, however, arrived when he confronted the renowned sword expert Patton in fierce combat. This was an unexpected turn, a duel against the legendary warrior. The other guild members gasped in collective shock, hearing the name of the legendary sword expert Patton. His reputation preceded him, striking fear into the hearts of many. She observed their stunned reactions, a subtle satisfaction playing on her lips. The impact of her revelation was precisely what she had intended, leaving everyone breathless. Still processing the news, the manager questioned if this was Khaled's formidable knight commander. The thought of such a high-ranking opponent being involved was staggering. Our protagonist had moved to eliminate Goma, but Patton's sudden intervention forced a direct, brutal confrontation. The two powerful figures clashed, creating a maelstrom of destruction. Against all odds, he not only faced Patton but ultimately defeated both the mage and the sword expert, fulfilling his task. It was a victory that defied all expectations and logic. His triumph over Goma was a display of raw power and skill, something truly extraordinary. The mage's formidable defenses had been utterly shattered by his relentless assault. His gaze, sharp and resolute, spoke volumes of the impossible feats he had just achieved. There was no doubt in his eyes, only the quiet certainty of a seasoned warrior. The manager emphasized the boy's tender age of 13, highlighting the absurdity of him killing the sword expert within a mage-crafted dungeon. It was an unprecedented achievement for someone so young. This was clearly no simple 4th rank test. It was a trial meant for a 3rd rank, or perhaps even greater. The true difficulty of the mission had been grossly underestimated. Amidst the growing astonishment, he maintained a serene composure, his steady gaze never faltering. He had faced down impossible odds and emerged victorious, unmoved by the chaos. The manager then questioned if she had truly remained uninvolved during such a perilous confrontation. Her suspicion lingered, sensing there was more to Riyun's story. A faint, dark energy pulsed around her, suggesting her own considerable, yet unrevealed, power. It was a subtle hint that she was far more capable than she let on. She conceded her primary tasks were eliminating the Lord and securing the Ratman creation manual. These were her specific objectives, and she had completed them without fail. The manager understood that her true contribution was merely postponing the news from Khalid village. Her actions had bought them time, a valuable commodity in their dangerous world. A subtle, knowing smirk touched her lips as the full weight of the situation finally settled. The depth of the boy's accomplishments was truly astonishing, beyond anything she could have imagined. Our hero quietly observed, absorbing the manager's profound reaction to his series of remarkable achievements. He had proven himself, exceeding every expectation set before him. She leaned back, a satisfied sigh escaping her, finally accepting the unbelievable reality of his triumphs. The sheer audacity of his success was both shocking and deeply impressive. Only a few short months prior, he had been nothing more than an arrogant youth arriving at their doors. He was raw, untested, and full of unbridled youthful bravado. Her gaze, a blend of wonder and pride, lingered on the memory of his past self. The transformation was complete, a testament to his innate talent and fierce determination. Now, he had finally blossomed into a formidable and respected guild member, his journey truly begun. The real storm hasn't hit yet. Riyun, a player of a fallen noble family, had just completed a grueling promotion test. He lay on the ground, the ordeal finally over. Around him, the gathered assassins looked on, confirming the truth of his success. Despite the exhaustion, Riyun had cleared the mission, earning his place. His examiners, cloaked figures from the guild, began their final assessment. One of them, Soman, scoffed, still convinced Riyun was nothing more than an arrogant brat. But the official status screen flashed, confirming Ryan's new rank, player of a fallen noble family, level 46. Others in the room, previously skeptical, now looked on with growing respect and surprise. Riyun, however, remained calm, his expression unreadable, as if he had expected nothing less. Another cloaked figure, a woman, watched him with a knowing, almost mischievous smile. The branch manager, Ravine, observed Riyun, her thoughts a tangled mess of concern and suspicion. Riyun, catching her gaze, offered a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk. Ravine's eye twitched with an unsettling realization, piecing together Ryan's true intent. The mission, which should have been a standard 4th-rank promotion test, had him facing a sword expert. She knew this was far beyond what was expected. Riyun, still composed, watched Ravine's growing agitation with a satisfied smirk. Ravin's face tightened, realizing the serious implications of the flawed mission parameters. She accused him of intentionally escalating the mission, of being a reckless, arrogant brat. Riyun met her angry gaze, his own expression unwavering, refusing to back down. Other cloaked figures in the room reacted with shock and confusion, caught in the escalating tension. Ravine, furious, slammed her fist down, demanding silence from the room. She reminded everyone that unexpected situations were a natural part of any mission. Riyun simply smiled, a silent challenge in his eyes, knowing she was trying to deflect blame. Ravine turned away, her mind racing, trying to find an excuse for the lack of accurate intelligence. Ryan's calm demeanor only fueled her frustration, as he clearly knew more than he let on. She knew she couldn't dismiss it as a simple lack of information. The opponent was Khalid's Knight Commander. Ryan's gaze was sharp, piercing through her justifications, demanding she face the truth. The branch manager's face hardened, accepting the heavy weight of her incompetence. Riyun, his voice low and firm, declared that if she hadn't known beforehand, the fault lay squarely with her. Ravine erupted in a fit of rage, slamming her hands on the desk, unable to tolerate the accusation. Ryan watched her carefully, his plan unfolding exactly as he intended. Suddenly, Soman, enraged by Ryan's disrespect, lunged forward, ready to strike. Ravine quickly stepped in, trying to stop Soman from escalating the situation further. But Soman was beyond reason, pushing past her, his eyes fixed on Riyun. Ryan simply stood his ground, a glint in his eye, anticipating the attack. Soman, blinded by fury, charged, aiming a powerful punch directly at Ryan. Ryan easily blocked the strike, his arm glowing with a faint energy, astonishing Soman. He twisted Soman's arm, his grip firm and precise, completely overpowering the attacker. Soman cried out in pain and disbelief, unable to break free from Ryan's hold. Riyun held Soman's arm in a vice-like grip, his power evident to everyone. Soman struggled, squirming in Ryan's hold, but it was useless. Ryan's voice was cold, promising to break Soman's arm if he resisted. Soman's face contorted in terror, realizing he was completely cornered. Ravine looked at Ryan, a new understanding washing over her as she grasped the full extent of his calculated moves. The pink-haired girl, Miss Ravine, pondered Ryan's cunning, realizing he might know about the plot to assassinate the Lord. Ravine's eyes widened, a dawning horror that Ryan had orchestrated the entire situation, knowing all her secrets. Riyun's subtle smirk confirmed her worst fears. He had outmaneuvered her completely. Ravine stood before him, defeated, knowing she had no choice but to concede. Riyun simply waited, his expression unyielding, for her to take the next step. Ravine placed a hand on Soman's shoulder, a silent command for him to stand down. Soman, still in pain, looked up, his rage subdued by Raven's authority. He gasped, acknowledging Raven's order, his defiance broken. Ravine pointed towards the door, her command clear. Soman was to leave. Her glare intensified, making it clear that further insubordination would not be tolerated. Soman's face paled, understanding the implicit threat in her words. With a heavy sigh, Raven watched Soman leave, restoring a semblance of order to her office. She then turned to Ryan, ready to discuss his reward. Ryan stood amidst the glowing light, officially recognized as a fourth-rank assassin. His face glowed with satisfaction, a quiet pride in his hard-won achievement. However, Ryan had something more in mind, something beyond the usual compensation. Ravine, surprised by his request, paused, her brow furrowed in thought. Our young, aspiring assassin, Ryan, stood before the formidable guild leader, Martin, ready to reveal a secret that would shake the very foundations of their organization. Martin, a woman of sharp intellect and commanding presence, simply urged him to speak, her gaze unwavering as she waited for whatever information he had gathered. Ryan, with a serious expression, affirmed he would share anything within his power, knowing full well the weight his words were about to carry in this tense meeting. He then announced the identity of his true master, a name that echoed through the room like a forbidden whisper, the legendary necromancer Veda, a figure shrouded in myth. Martin's heart pounded with a mix of surprise and strategic calculation, realizing the immense implications of Ryan's lineage for the Martin Guild's future influence and power. Even Ravine, our boy's loyal companion, could barely believe what she was hearing, her face a mask of utter disbelief as the shocking revelation settled in the air. Other senior assassins present shared the same stunned expressions, their eyes wide as they processed the magnitude of Ryan's connection to such a renowned and powerful historical figure. Ryan, surrounded by a faint purple aura, firmly repeated the name, Veda, his voice ringing with a newfound authority as he claimed his rightful place in a powerful lineage. The various reactions from the assembled assassins ranged from wide-eyed shock to outright alarm, each person grappling with the unexpected truth Ryan had just laid bare before them. Martin, recovering quickly from her initial shock, leaned forward, asking for confirmation, needing to hear the legendary name spoken once more to truly believe it. Ryan, his eyes glowing with the raw power of his heritage, affirmed his position as Veda's true successor, a statement that resonated with an undeniable force. He went on to explain that he had recently acquired a significant portion of Grandmaster Veda's legacy, a power that now flowed through his very veins. Ravine, still reeling from the announcement, could only stare in wide-eyed astonishment, the implications of Ryan's power clearly overwhelming her. Martin, her initial surprise replaced by a calculating intensity, reached out, her gaze fixed on Ryan as she began to assess the true value of his revelation. The subtle glow from Rion's hand, emanating with the energy of his inherited power, was a clear sign of the extraordinary abilities he now possessed. Our boy offered a slight, knowing smile, understanding that his bold declaration had effectively announced his capabilities and intentions to everyone in the room. Martin's eyes narrowed slightly, a thoughtful expression crossing her face as she recognized the calculated risk Ryan was taking by revealing his true strength so openly. She acknowledged his strategic move, recognizing that Ryan was deliberately showing his fangs to all present, a clear challenge to the existing power dynamics. Martin, now fully invested in the unfolding drama, declared his move astonishing, impressed by Rion's audacity and the potential it held for her own guild. She readily offered Ryan all the information she possessed about Veda, a gesture of support that Ryan accepted with a quiet confidence. The moon hung high in the night sky over the bustling town, casting long shadows as Rion's bold declaration set new plans into motion. Later, our protagonist walked through the quiet streets with Ravine, who still seemed rather displeased by his earlier public display of power. Ravine, clearly frustrated, confronted Ryan about his reckless behavior, her annoyance evident in her furrowed brow as she questioned his judgment. Ryan, however, remained calm, explaining his strategy with a simple analogy: fishing by the shore was safe, but the best catches required venturing into rough seas. Ravine still looked agitated, but Ryan's composed demeanor and strategic explanation slowly began to make her understand the deeper meaning behind his actions. He offered a small, reassuring smile, confident that his audacious plan, though risky, was the most effective way to achieve his ambitious goals. Ravine's expression softened, a hint of understanding dawning on her as she realized the depth of Ryan's conviction and the cleverness of his strategy. The lively atmosphere of the local pub buzzed with conversations and laughter, a stark contrast to the serious discussions Ryan had just concluded. There, Ryan met Duns, a grizzled assassin who was enjoying his drink, unaware of the subtle machinations Ryan was already putting into play. Ryan joined Duns for a drink, engaging him in conversation, subtly probing for information while carefully revealing his aspirations within the guild. Duns, a shrewd and observant man, listened intently to Ryan, his eyes assessing the young assassin as Ryan laid out his grand ambitions. He then displayed a glowing symbol, a magical skill used by high-level assassins to hide messages within everyday conversations, testing Ryan's awareness. Duns's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, as Ryan effortlessly deciphered the hidden message embedded in their seemingly casual chat. Ryan, his eyes glowing with the blue light of the deciphering skill, showed he understood the subtle communication method used by elite assassins. The coded message, "Dinner is at the docks at 8 p.m., was revealed, a clear sign that Ryan was now privy to the guild's secret communication methods. Riyun looked at Duns, a slight surprise on his face, wondering if this was a test of his perception or a genuine act of consideration. Duns simply observed Riyun, allowing the moment to hang, letting our boy ponder the true meaning behind the cryptic message and his own growing capabilities. Duns pondered Riyun's response, silently acknowledging the young assassin's sharp mind and growing influence within their clandestine world. Riyun explained his plan to reform the Martin branch, sitting atop a treasure chest, symbolizing how his legacy would draw out the greedy and the disloyal. He revealed his intention to expose those within the guild who prioritized personal gain over loyalty, using his newfound legacy as a powerful lure. Duns reacted with a sharp intake of breath, realizing the sheer audacity of Ryan's plan to systematically cleanse the guild of its corrupt elements. Our boy, his expression resolute, declared his intention to eliminate any assassin who would betray their comrades for personal enrichment. Ryan pulled his collar up, a determined gleam in his eye, signifying his unwavering commitment to rooting out corruption from the guild's very core. Duns looked at Ryan, a sense of awe and respect growing in his eyes as he recognized the young man's ambition and the shrewdness of his strategy. Ryan, with quiet confidence, revealed his ultimate goal, to become the Martin branch manager, a position from which he could enact his reforms. He explained that before he could truly claim the Finton branch as his own, it would require a significant overhaul, a complete reformation of its current structure. Duns, after a moment of contemplation, offered his support to Ryan, seeing the potential for a stronger, more loyal guild under his leadership. Duns gave a thumbs up, a clear sign of his approval and commitment to Ryan's ambitious vision, agreeing to become a reliable ally. He placed a hand on Rion's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity, but with one condition that would challenge Rion's abilities. Rion listened intently to Duns's terms, a serious expression on his face, ready to accept any challenge that would bring him closer to his goals. Duns's condition was simple. Ryan had to achieve the rank of a third-rank assassin before the end of the year, a formidable task for anyone. Our boy, a determined glint in his eyes, readily accepted the challenge, stating that he had already planned to reach that rank anyway. As Ryan walked through a dark alley, a sudden flash of light indicated an impending attack, a test of his resolve and skills. An assassination dagger, glowing with lethal intent, flew towards him, its speed and precision meant to catch him off guard. Ryan, however, reacted with incredible speed, intercepting the dagger even as it grazed his arm, a testament to his heightened senses and combat prowess. Despite the injury, his movements were fluid, almost as if he was reading the very intent of his attacker, anticipating their every strike. Soman, a player from a fallen noble family, lay broken and bleeding, captured by dark figures. His captors quickly noticed the strange, glowing gauntlet bound to his wrist, realizing it was a treasure beyond measure. Soman remained still, his face bruised and bloodied, the gauntlet pulsing faintly with a mysterious light. He was soon tied to a pillar, forced awake by the shouts of his captors, his eyes opening with a glint of defiance. The cloaked figures surrounded him, their leader, a man with a cruel smile, stepping closer to begin his interrogation. Despite his dire situation, Soman's blue eyes held a fierce, unyielding resolve, refusing to break under their gaze. The leader, enraged by Soman's resilience, sneered about how much he had humiliated him earlier. Soman simply met his gaze, his voice calm despite the pain, asking if his captor had gone insane. This defiance only fueled the leader's anger, who was shocked that Soman dared to speak back. With a furious cry, the leader unleashed a burst of dark energy, striking Soman with brutal force. He continued his assault, delivering powerful blows to Soman, who remained tied and helpless against the onslaught. Soman endured the beating, blood splattering across his face, yet his eyes still burned with an unbroken spirit. The leader, infuriated by Soman's unwavering gaze, declared that his look was truly pissing him off. He licked his lips with a predatory hunger, anticipating the torment he planned to inflict on his captive. A chilling smile spread across his face as he mused about how he thought a pile of gold had just rolled right into his lap. His attention turned to the glowing gauntlet, which shimmered with an intense purple light. Soman watched, his eyes wide with a mix of dread and understanding as the gauntlet pulsed with energy. The captor held up the gauntlet, taunting Soman about how carefully he had hidden it, which only made him more excited. His gaze then fell upon a collection of sharp, wicked torture tools laid out on the floor nearby. The captor confirmed the gauntlet was indeed a legendary item, one of immense power and history. He explained that such legendary items were always bound to their owners, especially this one, known as Harmon's Gauntlet. A vision of an ancient warrior, perhaps Harmon himself, flashed in Soman's mind, showing the gauntlet's true wielder. The captor confidently stated that only someone possessing Harmon's soul could equip it, making it useless to him. He then chuckled, scratching his head, dismissing the gauntlet as something Soman could never wear. Soman, observing his captor closely, realized the man still had no idea of the gauntlet's true nature. He then noticed the torture tools again, a chilling reminder of what awaited him if he didn't cooperate. The leader's eyes gleamed with greed as he declared that the gauntlet couldn't be Veda's only legacy. Soman recalled that every one of Veda's undead warriors was equipped with high-quality gear. He knew it was said Veda's followers had given him enormous wealth, and his captor was convinced Soman had found some of it. The leader threatened Soman, promising to spare him suffering if he revealed the location of the hidden treasures. Soman, however, remained silent, his steady gaze showing that he already knew his captors had no intention of letting him live. His defiance sparked more rage in the leader, who exclaimed that Soman truly had guts to talk back. The captor roughly grabbed Soman by the hair, demanding if he understood the consequences of letting him live. Soman, bleeding but unbroken, continued to talk back, asking if the man knew his own nickname. He deliberately taunted his captor by calling him Dog Butcher, which immediately ignited the leader's fury, while his subordinates corrected Soman, stating his name was The Butcher. The leader's rage was about to boil over, but another assassin quickly intervened, urging him to calm down and finish the discussion first. Soman watched them, a small, knowing smile playing on his bloodied lips as the leader clicked his tongue in frustration. The enraged leader turned back to Soman, threatening to make him talk no matter what, telling him to be ready. Soman internally mused about their discussion, correctly deducing it was about how to divide Veda's legacy. He realized it had only been a few hours since their promotion ceremony ended, which meant they were still vulnerable. He concluded that they had been gathered in a hurry and were likely not fully united in their goals. Soman understood they probably hadn't even agreed on killing him yet, which gave him a sliver of hope. He knew that even within an assassin guild, where killing fellow members was common, there were still rules. They would rather avoid killing a child, especially one much younger than themselves, if a less messy solution presented itself. Soman smiled, a cunning plan forming in his mind, realizing that rotten as it might be, an organization was still an organization. Just then, a new figure appeared behind Soman, glowing with a strange energy, remarking that this was just as Miss Fea had feared. The figure, a woman with pale hair and glowing eyes, stepped forward, offering to help Soman with at least this much. Soman's eyes widened in horror, and he screamed, "No!" In a desperate plea. The mysterious woman, Fea, unleashed a powerful burst of pink energy, ignoring Soman's desperate cry. Her eyes glowed with fierce determination, ready to intervene and change everything. Ravin, a player from a fallen noble family, found himself bound and bleeding, surrounded by shadowy figures and a powerful necromancer. His eye, though bloodied and bruised, held a spark of defiance that refused to be extinguished. He was trapped, tied to a pillar, while the menacing necromancer, glowing with dark energy, stood some distance away, observing him. Several cloaked assassins, loyal to the necromancer, stood nearby, discussing his situation and their next moves. The necromancer, a woman with piercing, glowing eyes, approached him again, her presence radiating an unsettling power. He wondered why she was stopping the others, when it seemed he was clearly in need of help, or so it appeared. The necromancer simply watched him, her expression unreadable as the purple energy pulsed around her. She then stepped closer, her face still impassive, as if contemplating a complex puzzle before her. An assassin, one of the cloaked figures, stepped forward, his expression full of malice as he looked at our boy. He mocked our hero, asking if he was arrogant enough to think he could escape his predicament alone. The assassin revealed that they had poisoned him with basilisk venom, ensuring his condition was dire. Our hero's face, though still bloody, now held a knowing smirk, as if he had anticipated this very move. He thought about the poison, a familiar foe, knowing the true nature of the challenge before him. A notification appeared, confirming his knowledge of poisons had been activated, a skill he had honed over many battles. Another message flashed, indicating his deadly poison resistance was now active, a testament to his resilience. The basilisk venom, once a grave threat, was now neutralized thanks to his inherent abilities and preparation. The assassin looked on in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his potent poison had been so easily countered. He truly believed his venom was incurable, a final, inescapable trap for any target. Our hero acknowledged the poison was indeed potent, a higher grade threat than most, and not fully cured. But that did not mean he was without recourse, for he always had a way to turn the tables. Harmon's power then activated, signaling a significant shift in his capabilities and the impending battle. His strength and stamina surged dramatically, a temporary boost that would last for 30 crucial minutes. It was far from over. This was merely the beginning of his counterattack, a declaration of defiance. He then summoned an item from Hamon's gauntlet, a powerful weapon appearing on his left arm. With a smirk, he declared he had one more trick up his sleeve, ready to unleash his full might. He looked at the assassin, his eyes now glowing with fierce determination, ready to settle the score. The necromancer, surprised by his sudden surge of power, watched him with wide, astonished eyes. She agreed to a bet with him, the conditions set: if he defeated everyone, he won. If he failed, she won. His reward, if he won, was simple. She would never meet Ravine again, even if Ravine himself desired it. She made a solemn promise, willing to quit being an assassin and go into hiding if she lost the wager. He considered her terms, finding them acceptable for the high stakes involved. Then, it was his turn to propose a condition for his victory. If he won, he demanded to know her name, a simple request that held unexpected weight. She looked flustered, her composure momentarily broken by his personal request. The necromancer agreed, a surprising blush on her face as she accepted his terms. He slammed his hand on the table, sealing the bet, the sound echoing through the tense chamber. He then told the assassins to split up and go their separate ways after this, leaving the rest to sort itself out. The lead assassin, his face twisted in a sneer, asked if our hero had been waiting a long time for this moment. He then pulled out a menacing soul-like weapon, his intent clear, ready to inflict pain. Our hero, now free from his bonds, stood tall, purple energy crackling around his equipped gauntlet. His eyes blazed with a fierce, cold anger, promising swift retribution for the indignities he had suffered. The assassin launched his attack, striking Ravine with his saw blade, expecting him to fall. But our hero merely blocked the blow, the saw blade shattering against his reinforced gauntlet. The assassin recoiled in shock, his weapon broken, utterly stunned by the unexpected defense. He watched as his weapon splintered, the reality of our hero's power beginning to sink in. The assassin, utterly bewildered, could not comprehend how our hero had survived his deadly poison. Our hero, his face still bloody but now radiating raw power, looked at the stunned assassin with pure contempt. He smiled grimly, his bloodied face a mask of fierce determination. As his powers fully activated, the gauntlet on his hand pulsed with intense purple energy, its true form now fully revealed. Ravine, a player from a fallen noble family, found himself in a dire situation, but he knew he still had a secret weapon. He wore a confident smirk, a stark contrast to his bloodied face, as if mocking his captors with his hidden resolve. His arm began to glow intensely, a surge of purple energy emanating from the gauntlet he wore. Around him, the very air warped with crackling energy, signaling the imminent arrival of something powerful. The gauntlet on his arm pulsed brighter, the heart of the magical surge, ready to unleash its stored power. His captors watched, stunned and bewildered, as the spectacle unfolded before their eyes. With a powerful command, he initiated the summoning, calling forth a hidden item from Harmon's gauntlet. In a flash of light, a wicked dagger materialized, its dark blade pulsating with an ominous purple glow. The men who held him captive exchanged bewildered glances, their confidence wavering as they tried to comprehend the sudden appearance of the weapon. Our boy, now armed with the mysterious dagger, revealed it to be Veda's legacy, the very item his captors had sought for so long. The revelation sent a ripple of shock and greedy excitement through the group, their initial fear momentarily forgotten. Even a silent hooded figure in the background seemed to acknowledge the weight of his words, a subtle gulp betraying their surprise. He gripped the dagger tightly, eager to test its fabled powers, seeing this confrontation as the perfect opportunity. Soman, refusing to believe, scoffed at the idea that the basilisk venom could have been neutralized so easily. His words, however, did little to reassure his companions, who remained visibly tense and uncertain. Someone tried to regain control, reminding everyone that Ravin was still their prisoner, dismissing any reason to be afraid. Ravin, with chilling calm, questioned their intelligence, revealing his true intentions behind mentioning the legacy. He then dropped a bombshell, suggesting his capture was a deliberate trap designed to eliminate them all. Soman's face twisted into a mask of dawning horror as the implications of Ravan's words began to sink in. Our boy explained his plan. He had intentionally lured them into this trap to expose the traitors among them. He further revealed that the guild was already aware of his capture and a rescue team was on its way, promising their swift demise. His smile was not one of triumph, but of pure, unadulterated menace, a predator enjoying the fear in his prey. The two remaining captors finally grasped the gravity of their situation, their faces pale with terror. Soman, in a desperate attempt to deny the truth, roared his disbelief, refusing to accept his impending doom. He tried to counter, claiming he had confirmed that Ravin hadn't contacted anyone after leaving the manager's office. Ravin simply smirked, telling them it was their choice to believe his words or remain in denial. He tightened his grip on Harmon's fang, the purple energy intensifying around him, signaling the end of their conversation. One captor, recognizing the weight of Raven's claim as Veda's successor, began to doubt Soman's certainty. Ravin offered a chilling ultimatum: join him, eliminate Soman and the other traitors, and be spared the guild's wrath. With a swift motion, one of the captors made his choice, drawing his sword and turning it on his former ally. The choice was made in a brutal instant, as a blade flashed, striking down one of Soman's loyalists. Soman, reeling from the sudden betrayal, desperately argued that they had gone too far for the guild to forgive them now. Enraged, Soman screamed for his remaining loyalists to attack Ravin, declaring an end to their standoff. But Raven was already moving, a blur of purple energy as he launched his counterattack. He moved with deadly precision, the dagger a swirling vortex of purple light against his attackers. Soman found himself disoriented, his senses reeling from the sheer speed and power of Raven's assault. Harmon's Feng, he revealed, had a terrifying special trait. It shook the soul and stole the senses of those it touched. With his necromancer abilities restricted, Ravin unleashed Phantom's ability, revealing his spirit vision. He charged forward, the dagger a beacon of destructive purple energy, aiming for his opponents. His blade found its mark, a swift and brutal strike that ended the struggle for one of Soman's men. Blood splattered across the grimy floor, a grim testament to the dagger's efficiency. Another of Soman's men collapsed, their life force drained by the insidious power of Harmon's Fang. He knew he couldn't prolong the fight. The sensory disruption caused by his dagger was only temporary. Despite his own struggles with the venom's lingering effects, he pressed his attack with ruthless determination. Harmon's Fang transformed, absorbing blood to become an aura blade, a special skill that amplified its power. His eyes burned with renewed intensity, the increased aura efficiency flowing through him. Soman, facing the newly empowered aura blade, tried to call for a truce, suggesting they just declare a draw. His desperate plea was met only with a cold, unwavering gaze from our boy. Ravin struck him down, refusing to let his hard-earned rank be jeopardized by such incompetent foes. He stood over Soman, his face splattered with blood, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. He left Soman alive, not out of mercy, but to serve as a witness to his power and a stark warning to anyone who dared cross him. The mysterious, hooded figure, Veda's true successor, emerged from the shadows, acknowledging his skill but warning him against standing out too much. Ravin accepted her advice, but their interaction felt like a delicate dance between two formidable powers. The figure then reminded him of a promise, prompting Ravin to feign ignorance and ask for her name in return. The sun began to set, casting long shadows over the now silent building, marking the end of a chaotic day. Our boy, with a final, knowing smirk, seemed to acknowledge the complex game they were both playing, a subtle challenge in his eyes.